seen a lot of picks like the Griff, like
Yo guys, what's up? Esports is ready to go on and we are here to enjoy. Which is Asia team has ranked first in 2021 Zeta Division.
any off the top of your head that we should be looking out for here?
And with that, I have got extra points, but I can't actually go beyond 1000 because it is for the continuation who haven't played and win.
Especially in this region, players love.
And first match is between Zeta Division 1 versus Zeta Division 0. It is going to be very interesting.
As well, and Crow is a great laner as well on a lot of different maps. So those are some brawlers I would advise looking out for.
Now, what about you, Kenny? Any other brawlers that you hope?
So if you miss the chance of getting the Rosa pin, you can just still go and watch.
Pretty scary.
And GG's, you can get extra rewards if you have missed out, but you can't go beyond this point. For now,
100%. I think when
1000 is the limit.
And as a standalone brawler right now, Gale is somebody really strong right now. That
But watching Zeta Division is going to be very much interesting right now.
super really powerful.
Hello, Ice Mortis 1. First, I guess. Welcome, bro.
They really love in East Asia.
Hello, Max Brawl Stars. Hello, how to complete it? Just go to event.brawlstars.com. In the right side, you can see will be a questions with 4 options. Choose the option, get the points, reach 1000 points and get all these rewards if you haven't yet. And extra rewards will be there after this month's finals. In next month you will get different pins, different rewards, but will be continued from after this. As you can see, there is a lock option. Even after reaching 1000, there will be a extra road ahead, like 1000 to 2000, 2000, 3000. This will go on like that only. Hello Rajdev, बोले कौन को भाई क्या ये डिलीट ही कर दिया पढ़ते पढ़ते. चलो कोई नहीं, जो भी था.
That's one of my favorites to see here. It's very tough to deal with as well, so be watching out for him. Also be looking out for some Rico heading up the lane as well.
Fantastic stuff, Reddy said. Thanks obviously for joining us here at the top of the show. We're going to catch up with you in that third quarterfinal, but for the time being, it's going to be myself and Kenny taking you through this first match. Now, let us bring all that knowledge that just got dispensed together. Zeta Division 1 versus Zeta Division 0. Now, people look at this going, who the heck is on each team? Well, that's our job, to try and break this down a little bit for you now. So let's drill down and talk about Zeta Division 1. It's okay if you get confused at home here, but Zeta Division 1 is Mameshi, Moya Goku, who I believe is Moyapons, and Shitampo here on this roster. I mean, what stands out to you here, Kenny? Just having a look at these 3.
It's hard to argue when you've got a world.
ओनली किस चीज को फॉलो किया हो जल्दी बताओ प्लीज. भाई किसी को नहीं फॉलो किया है. Zeta Division 0 पे आप जा सकते हो अगर आपको जाना है. वैसे most of the votes are for Zeta Division 1 because Sai Tempo is in Zeta 1. Hello Sumit Gamer, yo bro, what's up?
Is going to be a great player here. 5 monthly finals with Crazy Lagoon and Kenji for some added depth. Played for Queen Nai last year. Going to be an awesome roster to watch here.
That's a throwback. Queen Nai, of course.
भाई सुमित थोड़ा मिनट रुक जा.
Had a crack, at those world finals. Didn't really look too good there, unfortunately. Let's talk about Zeta Division 0 because, already kind of pointed out. He said, look, this team has Tensai and Achapi and Kuru, of course, who was on Crazy Lagoon. Again, the foundation, the real rock solid elements of that Zeta Division roster is here on this team. Maybe not the high flying
लेफ्ट साइड टीम्स को फॉलो करो. भाई मैं कुछ फॉलो नहीं कर सकता हूँ क्योंकि मुझे मेरे पूरे 1000 पॉइंट्स हो गए हैं. मैं चाहूँ भी तो कोई किसी को सिलेक्ट नहीं कर सकता हूँ. मेरे को पॉइंट्स नहीं मिलने वाले हैं. I will not get any point even after I choose the correct one because I have already got all the points and all the rewards. We are just here to watch and enjoy. Something other is not going to be happening.
Overall, they've got some good team synergy. Each of them knows what they need to get done here today, especially when taking on a sister team here. And I think they've definitely got a great chance. I don't think Reddy's crazy at all for picking a Zeta Division 0 here. I think both teams are really strong.
Yeah, I was going to press you on that because obviously as the host, I kind of have the privilege of getting to ask you the questions and I have to field them myself. So again, let's talk about this matchup and maybe we didn't really get to pick.
I also got pinned
too much outside of the fact
but
that
yeah,
we agreed on this.
But the interesting thing is to watch both the Zeta Division team fighting each other in a very first match. Wow, Zeta Division 1 and Zeta Division 0.
Two teams just kind of mixed up. How do you decide?
Early on, I'm going to default to who I think the best player on the field is a lot of the time, and Chitampo is that for me. He was the World Finals MVP last year. I've seen him pull off some really nice plays in practice. They still look just as seasoned as they were a few months ago. So when in doubt, that's kind of where my heart is going to go. Obviously, there are 7 months of playing time left. Anything could happen, and I still do think the Zeta Division 0 team is really, really strong. I definitely wouldn't count them out. I think this will be a great match to watch. But when in doubt, that's kind of where my heart's going to go.
These two teams, Kenny, know each other very well. So let's see how our brawler picks and bans play out here. The hot zone.
Hot zone.
Being this first set, Stu banned out there. What are your thoughts here, at least as these
Stu and Pang been banned. HP Mag ले लिया है भाई. HP choose Mag. Zeta versus Zeta, मजा आएगा. Yes.
This region does really like Meg on these.
Kenji have taken
Pam coming in as the next choice.
Pam.
I really love that, especially in EMEA. That's been a popularized choice, and I think it's starting to spread throughout the world.
Oh भाई, why is Goldirock so famous in those
Tensai, so I understand why they want that off the board as well.
esports matches, bro? I don't know. Even I don't like to play Goldirock much.
Does not surprise me at all to see that.
But Goldirock is available in each and every match, bro. I don't know why. And how actually? How is gaining that much popularity in that thing? Hello, Windrom Play. What's up? How are you, bro? I'm all good. You say. Welcome to the stream, bro.
Getting into the point where it's really hard to work them down. You already have a Pam on your team and her healing. Very durable.
Belly.
Guru, though, going for the sharpshooter here. Bell getting picked up. Nest egg still dangerous, especially if you can use it aggressively on the point to sort of lock someone up and start to punish them a little bit more. And again, that super. Got to make it easier, Kenny, to break through those more durable, higher HP targets.
Ice Mortis 1.
Yeah, it's going to be an
What
excellent
one?
option here, especially. They do love a Bell in hot zone in this region as well. And I
Tara
sense in this match,
and Spike.
the sandbags of Colonel Ruffs with the healing turret, the station from Pam. It's going to be able to bounce shots off a little bit. You've got a stationary target. That's an easy connection for Bell there. And I think overall, I really like both these drafts. I think they made some very
Boy.
decisions. It looks like, though, the majority
Who is best brawler for this map?
going with a Zeta Division 1 here, you're going to be riding with Uber and myself. The
Bo
three
is
teams,
best
you know,
brawler for
I
this
think
one.
You've got a really good chance at it. Too. I
Okay.
expect some
Got
fireworks
it, bro.
momentarily.
Reasonable split of selection here for.
Oh, bro. Map is looking insane with the 3D look.
Screen heading straight into the middle.
And it started. Let's go. You can support by clicking here.
Serviceable mid here with the Pam as Moya Goku and a Chapi trade blows on the left-hand side. Nice job by Kenji there, really putting pressure on Kuru early.
Yeah, great start. They're going to immediately implement those sandbags here, but Tensai able to finally step on the zone here. Small lead for Zeta Division 1, but I do think this is very manageable for the Zeta.
Oh, Mag is there. HP is up now.
Going down on the left side, gonna force Moyagaku back. Kenji just trying to stay pesky on this right-hand side. I imagine the Tara pick was mainly to deal with the Meg here. Nice swing coming in. Kuru getting a very clean takedown there and gonna be able to step back on to the hot zone.
That's the power play moment there. Once Meg has that, Meg, Zeta Division 0 can get a little more aggressive. Okay, help from beyond actually going to be used here. No, sorry, excuse me, the Dark Shades from Kenji. So more of an aggressive build here for this Tara. Kenji going to pop that one again. More help from beyond now as he tries to put pressure on the Meg on that.
Oh.
Pop there by a Chapi, barely alive, and can pressure Shizampo with a wrap around. It's a numbers advantage here for Zeta Division 0.
Yeah, great little comeback here. They're barely down in percentage points now.
ये क्या quarterfinals हो रहे हैं? Yes, quarterfinals.
Deal with as Pam has so much HP, especially when they have that healing turret down.
Quarterfinals going on, bro.
Difficult to move her off the hot zone. Kenji now moving towards the middle too. And anytime Kuru has this robot up, it's going to be very difficult to deal with. And as you can see it, the entire roster of Zeta Division 1 is being forced back a little bit here, especially with landed shots. It can be very, very difficult to deal
Oh,
with.
bhai.
Now a chop.
That is close.
Raining in a super there. Those needles gonna really sanction off where the Zeta Division 1 players can move. They're in a very difficult situation as we approach about 50% for the Zeta 0.
I mean, that's so hard to deal with. You throw the sandbags down and a Chapi's still able to damage you despite the fact you're standing behind them. A bit of a miscalculation for Moya Goku, but he's able to get aggressive now. Supply drop deployed towards the middle part of the map here as Chitampo is a little bit more durable. Going to hit a little bit harder. That's the gravity sucks. Tensai straight into the 3v2 now. Life plant had to be used there by a Chapi. Sticking around, thrown out, but Kenji's able to circumvent it.
Oh.
But brought down by Kuru. A 3v2 now for Zeta Division 0. They've got
92% down. ये monthly quarterfinals to play Brawl Stars Championship. Yes. Credit करना भूल गया. कोई बात नहीं. बहुत सारे मैचेस हैं. शाम को भी और मैचेस हैं. Oh, 92, bro. 96, 97, 98, 99. GG.
100% to 97%, and we expect nothing less in a game.
GG's, भाई. मजा आ गया.
Ourselves a close game here. One of the most pivotal moments in that round.
Yeah.
On the Tara, tries to push aggressively on that right-hand side, walks straight into a nest egg, immediately hit, takes damage, slowed up, and is just demolished. Keep an eye on that Tara lane.
कल भी 11:30 को प्रेडिक्ट करो. पर अभी और भी मैचेस हैं. शाम को भी मैचेस हैं. देखो आप 1000 पॉइंट से ऊपर तो जा नहीं सकते, सीधी सी बात है. 1000 पॉइंट के ऊपर नहीं जा पाओगे, तो बस देखो मजे करो.
And you already have a nice 25% lead here. This is going to be an excellent start for them. Moyagaku trying to deal with a Choppy on this
ओ
right
भाई
side.
35-0.
As the life plant gets dropped here, Choppy getting on the aggressive now, getting taken down immediately though. And now Moyagaku charges up the super, going to be able to power up She Tempo, and this is going to be looking really strong so far for Zeta.
ओ भाई 50 प्लस हो गया है. और ओ नाइस.
Super up and gets some healing, but Kuro actually takes him down with the melee attack from the mech. It's scary stuff. Scrapsucker wouldn't have really helped him too much in that situation, as Kuru's more than happy to use the rest of this mech duration to control the right side of the map. Fortified means that after being knocked out of the mech, there's a bit of a shield as they try and walk away. There was a life plant thrown down, I think, by a Chappy there, as he wants to pressure Kenji more with a lane swap from Zeta Division 1. They mean business, and they're well ahead.
I like this switch for a Choppy too. I think going into Kenji might be a little bit easier for him, not having to sandbags. Plus, Tara going to be not as long a distance of a brawler as Colonel Ruffs is.
Domination, bro. Pam's domination.
Does almost have this here. Going to be able to put down the healing turret if he chooses. Does not elect to do so. Kenji going to try and finish off the rest of it. Kuru and a Choppy now focusing, and this is going to be an even more comeback for Zeta Division 0 here. A very strong start from Zeta Division.
They just need 6%. Wow.
Percentage points here.
Shitampo super available.
Oh no.
Give up their life at this stage. Really need to try and hold on.
GG's.
Kuru doesn't
Oh bro.
in this mech anymore, but they make good use.
And that will be the end, I guess. No, still not, bro.
But this could turn around. Division 0 move up, and Tensai, with the extra durability of positive feedback, able to stay alive.
This could get really crazy here. They need to shut
Oh
down.
bro, 1%.
Very weak here. Moyagaku getting 1%, but now as it goes forward, they're at 90%.
Oh, GG's.
Aggressive and hold on.
97, 90, 90. Oh, well done. GG's. Interesting matches. Interesting matches.
Incredible. I mean, there was
Gunners play very well. Rare. What was turned around? GG's, bro.
Bell in the mid. She doesn't really want to come forward. Doesn't want to get too aggressive. She has tons of good defensive options, especially with Nesta. She gets pressured.
Interesting match. That is why I love to watch Zeta Division matches.
The fact is, Zeta Division 0 have to play around the pan, especially when that healing station is down to benefit from the healing, and that's when Bell can really shine. Also, I think Mega's still just as scary. Very hard for Zeta Division 0 to deal with there.
What a turnaround.
Insane comebacks, for sure.
I mean, Reddy's got to be feeling pretty good right now, I imagine. All of you at home, that 30-some-odd% should be feeling good. And like we said before, this really could go either way. And both those games were incredibly competitive. I know it says 2-0 on the scoreboard, but Zeta Division 1 made some really nice plays. Just, I think it shows how strong both of these teams are. If you're a Zeta fan at home, that's exactly what you want to see. You want to see both of these teams performing at their best, as now we get a little bit of a replay here to see all the amazing plays and contributions that Zeta Division 0
They were having 50% lead.
I mean, such strong performance.
What a comeback.
Both sides.
It definitely feels like the side lane matchups, though, were weak for Zeta Division, 1 for much of that time, right? The rough
Tool.
against the spike.
That's why Zeta always OP. Yeah.
Formation and damage Moyagaku after he deploys that gadget. Just little things like that end up making quite a big difference. I'm glad you mentioned, though, how close it was. I think it was like 98% each time. We're going to be now into Brawl.
Crystal Arcade, gem grab.
Gem grab mode. Kenny?
Yeah, a couple brawlers I'm expecting to get banned here. I think the likes of Ems, which is a very popular brawler in this region, and our Crystal Arcade is one I've seen a lot. Looks like they're going to be electing to go Sandy and Stu. A couple we mentioned before the broadcast, but Sandy one not as much. Definitely deserves some credit here, though. They love this brawler in the region. We're going to be seeing a Choppy end up picking the Colonel Ruffs once again. I think that's a
Colonel Ruffs is back. Only तुम्हारा कैसे complete हुआ 1000 points? ये तो अभी शुरू हुआ. ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. ये तो तीसरा मैच है. मतलब तीसरा दिन है. ये डे 3 है. ऑलरेडी 2 मैचेस 2 दिन के हो चुके हैं. कब तक खत्म? एक हफ्ते पहले मेरे 1000 हो गए थे. 1000 जी मेरे 1500 पॉइंट हुए थे. फिर उनको याद है, ओ नो आज भी तो पॉइंट्स देने हैं हमको, तो चलो माइनस कर देते. तो 500 माइनस कर दिया उन्होंने. नहीं तो 1500 प्लस पॉइंट थे मेरे. 1530 points I was having. Hello, you need to know everything. How are you doing, bro?
Still on the board. Fang still available. I could see any of those being chosen here. Pam, somebody we saw on this last map that also does really well here. A brawler in general for mid that isn't used as much in this region, I would say, that I've seen in other regions, but 8-bit could be a surprise pick here too. Ash, another one that could get really surprising here as well. That's one that I've seen popularized in the lane. Looks like they're going to be electing Go Tara, though. I imagine they're going to be trying to shred through those sandbags. I think it was a good way to address that in our last game, and they're going to be looking to use that same strategy in this one.
And Help from Beyond, very powerful. Not only, of course, does it eat up a lot of that damage, but they go and do some scouting for you as well, and sort of get you that information. Which is crucial, of course, given that you're not obviously using the other gadget that reveals enemies in bushes anymore. I mean, Help from Beyond is just so powerful.
Max.
There it is. The Max gets picked up here by Zane.
And Ems.
By the Ems. Big damage here.
That's a long time.
Colonel Ruffs is like in each and every match, there will be one person fixed, that is Colonel Ruffs.
You know, with the phase shifting,
and we don't give value to Colonel Ruffs. Wow.
To speed up your teammates with an area control brawler like Ems, that's going to be a very
pick Pam Zeta 1. इधर से पिंस मिलेगा और कुछ नहीं मिलेगा, जैसे स्किन मिला था पिछले साल के ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में. ये ग्रैंड फाइनल नहीं है ब्रो, ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ क्वार्टर फाइनल्स हैं. इससे जो क्वालिफाई करेगा वो सेमीफाइनल में पहुंचेगा, जो सेमीफाइनल में जीतेगा वो फाइनल्स में पहुंचेगा. वर्ल्ड फाइनल इज अ डिफरेंट थिंग ब्रो. ये तो नॉर्मल है, ये हर महीने होंगे अभी तो.
But this series, again, we have some bushes around the map, enabling you to be a little bit sneaky.
Chalo, here we go. Match started. East Asia.
The Byron, the Crow, and the Tara for Zeta Division 1.
Off to start here.
Nice.
Of course, like I said before, I was expecting to see him on the Max, and I am excited to do so. I think a lot of you all at home will be super impressed with his Max gameplay in practice and the previous season. He is one to watch on that brawler in particular, and a great start here for Zeta Division 0, who have applied a lot of pressure. Kuru just going to be able to hang out on this left side, finally getting tagged up by Shitampo, and they pop that gadget there to slow down the enemy teams. Zeta Division 1 reclaiming the mid ground.
Help from Beyond is huge in this matchup, Kenny. On the right-hand side of the map, there's no AoE damage available between a Chapi and Tensai, so getting rid of those clones, those shades, it uses a lot of ammunition. It wastes a bunch. And now Kuru can take them down fairly easily, but Moyogoku was in the right place, the right time, and that's
okay. 4-3.
Position now.
No one is in lead. We can't say that anyone is in lead for now.
Matchup they're going to be looking for Moyogoku.
Crow has used 2 gadgets, so only 1 gadget is remaining for side tempo as a Crow.
Value out of the sandbags, which are a very pivotal feature. Toolkit, the
drop
coming in, Tensai going down immediately though. Now the side of Zeta Division 1 with 8 gyms to their name. To pick this one up here. A good takedown though. Moyogoku gonna have to take back a little bit here.
Oh no!
Left side, Tensai now moving forward as well. Kenji left all alone until Shitampo returns here. Nice heals coming in from Kenji.
They just need 1. Zeta Division 1 needs just 1.
They can start a countdown.
And they need 5.
Safe from this position now as well, and you can follow up Crow super.
Oh, Brian, good shot.
Hit a little harder. Yes, Moyogoku falls on the right-hand side.
Now they are having a good control on the middle.
It's the position control in the middle of the map. Tensai needs to be careful. Every hit from that Crow puts them at risk of getting slowed down with a slowing toxin and then leapt upon in response. Going to be a countdown now for Zeta Division 1. Moyogoku trying to back away with a couple of those gems. Tensai does not have that super right now. Kuru tries to go aggressive as well, but is forced back by the Byron super. 7 seconds left.
Yeah, Yeah, 5 seconds remaining, looking very good. They
9-9, one more jam and they will be enough. Oh, that was close. 10-9. Hello Adityan.
Very close one for
इसमें पिन तो वही रोसा की है। हाँ, तो अभी इस महीने की खत्म हो गए रिवॉर्ड्स ब्रो। इस महीने से तुमको देख के एंजॉय करना तो कर सकते हो। रिवॉर्ड्स फॉर दिस मंथ इज ओवर। Bro, do EMEA watch party. Okay.
The max gives you that option to get aggressive sometimes, and this team's waste no time getting into that next round here. Of course, same brawlers.
However,
Tensai taking a couple hits early. Remember,
EMEA's tournaments are already over.
Until those ticks stop coming.
There will be next tournament next month.
Yeah, and once again,
for them, for that region. भाई अपने न्यू आईपैड से देख रहा हूँ, अपने न्यू आईपैड से देख रहा हूँ। वाह 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 वाह, क्या बात। पार्टी, फिर तो पार्टी दे दो यार। क्या अकेले अकेले मजे कर रहे हो सुब्बू 66।
Nice takedown there. That's going to be excellent.
Oh, GG's.
But I think the one that they have to make here, much more favorable start this time for Zeta Division 0.
Good control for now.
There, from the Byron to go for self-injection. Kenji knew he was under pressure, but Kuru just bearing down upon you, and Tensai in position there just to run you down with phase shifter. That's scary stuff. Shitafu now gets the lane swap, or rather Moegoku gets the matchup that they were sort of looking for there. Yeah, just a quick look at our faces, remind you who we are, how good looking we are, of course. Help from beyond being used.
Just one needed.
A few shots to burn them down.
They just need one.
Much more one-sided and towards Zeta Division 0 this time. I really like this lane switch. I think Kuru playing into Moyogaku.
Oh, they have got it.
Been a favorable Tensai now phase shifting out of that situation. That countdown has begun 15 seconds ago. Shitampo does have a super. That's one thing to watch. A Choppy, though, and Kuru are going to be playing defense for their teammate here. Tensai
GG's.
dancing around their spawn. Shitampo goes in, and will it be enough?
Shitampo just goes in and was dancing. Yay!
1-1 here.
I mean, when you see Crow in a position where they have to hard commit.
But the thing is, if Zeta Division 0 just win this match, then that's over for Zeta Division 1. Because they will be going to the semifinals.
It's an even game here on Gem. Grab Kenny. The excitement really starting to peak now. Is a chance for Zeta Division 0 to take it all away.
Yeah, I mean, kind of crazy to imagine we're already at a match point, but every single one of these games has been very intense. Kenji
website pe kare. Event.brawlstars.com /Ian.
That can really make the difference, but
okay, I will just paste it in the link as well.
Right-hand corner, and now Ruff's coming into
very fast. Here you go. There's the website link.
Here, readjust. Inside now manages to pick up 4 of these gyms. Slowing Toxic gonna make it tough here. Will he escape? No, that's going to be excellent for them. And Kenji can have an opportunity here along with Shitampo to pick all those. The tides have turned Zeta Division 1 in the driver's seat.
And Moyogoku gets a favorable lane matchup now. A Chappy trying to blow it out as much as they can with that star power, but there it is. The sandbags just don't mean a thing. And look at the zoning potential from Help from Beyond. Kuro has to try and help Tensai in removing those. A very hefty lead right now for Zeta Division 1. 1 gem away from victory. Tensai tries to go forward, get aggressive, but they're slowed by the Toxin again. It's going to be a gravity on the right-hand side of the map. Kuro is in deep trouble. Tries to come forward, get caustic charisma to get that elimination. Kenji might just have to be a little patient now. He still holds 9 gems and still has map control with Moyogoku returning. Oh no!
Great takedown there. They do manage to pick them up. Moyogaku not in the best spot, though. They're already being forced back to their spawn. 12 seconds still remaining. A lot of time left on the clock. Kenji trying to get aggressive. Nowhere to go. Falls there. Tensai going to be running forward.
They have taken their gems from their noses.
It's going to be a great spot for Zeta Division.
Oh, ate it. Bro, I thought they have just won that match. But nope. There's a comeback.
Where does this gem fall? Okay. In a slightly riskier spot for Tensai, but he's able to move up and get it. Gems dropped from the left-hand side of the map, though. Help from beyond is dangerous.
Oh, just one needed for them.
He just stays alive, and he scoops up the final gem that's required. Still, map control going to be required. Zeta Division 0 cannot run straight back to their spawn. Next gem will even the slate. And Shitampo knows this. The gem's going to spawn on Zeta Division 0 side of the map, though, so they still need to get a little bit aggressive. Shitampo does exactly that. Going to cancel out the countdown.
Oh, this match is going up and down, bro.
Of Zeta Division 1, this is do or die for them. They don't want their tournament lives ending in our first round. Good phase shift in here. Tensai going to be on the weaker side, but they do have mid control 12 on their side. 5 seconds to go. Tensai going to be forced to get aggressive, and they stay alive.
And GG's.
We are going to get a third set now as we see
Ah,
NG.
nice match.
Great plays from them. A nice win there. Zeta Division 1 with a nice clutch.
All smiles right now from Zeta Division 1 there, as that could have gone either way. A real scrap on that left-hand side of the map there, and even phase shifter had to be used by Zeta Division.
GG's. That was a good match. Hello, EA Game Changer. Bro, there is no reward for this. If you have already reached 1000 and you have already claimed this month reward, then there will be no reward for you. Only you can just watch the stream and enjoy. Just sit. You can't predict, and even you will not get a single point even if you do the correct things. So if you have already got all the things, then it is not for you. Just enjoy and have fun. That's it.
An aggressive Max going at you, and now we're gonna get to see some of the best plays of that last match, and just the whole time it just
क्या मजा रहा है.
any slowdown, a back and forth a battle, and I can't wait to see how it plays out in a set number 3. I'm very glad
सुबह मैं कर सकता हूँ, पर करके मेरा फायदा क्या होगा भाई? पिन मिल जाएगी. हेलो गॉड वाइटी, व्हाट्सअप. भाई मेरे पॉइंट्स 1000 से ऊपर ही नहीं जा रहे. नहीं जाएंगे ब्रो, 1000 ही रहेंगे कि अगले मंथ के रिवॉर्ड आपको अगले मंथ मिलेंगे. मेरे तो 1500 होने के बाद फिर वापस 1000 आ गया. जेम्स मिला क्या? काहे का जेम्स ब्रो? जेम्स क्यों मिलेंगे भाई? Only these rewards you will get for this one, and if you already got these things, इसके ऊपर points नहीं बढ़ेंगे.
Again, a lot of fun elements here, a lot of burst damage available to these two teams once they decide to engage.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what they do on Sneaky Fields. I think overall we credit them a lot for their mechanical skills, but honestly I think the drafts on both sides are really strong as well. They're clearly very strategically minded, and you can see it through the constant lane swaps through both games. They're clearly thinking about these things. Every little bit counts. Every single lane you can.
हेलो स्टार्ट करना है. मेरे सिर्फ 373 points हैं, तो भाई बहुत मौका है, ले लो points. Even if you just guess or just click on MVP selection, then only you get 75 points. That means you can easily get 1000 points anyhow. Very easily.
See what happens in a set 3.
Absolutely, especially
Minthena, I need to translate it, bro. Then I can reply, Johnny.
so much cover across this map, and you know it's going to influence our brawler picks and bans.
Wait,
this right? Do the teams
let me just translate that thing.
cover to their advantage? Do we see sort of Rosa make an appearance here, and unfriendly bushes used just to try and gain control?
I see it's also some people in my family who have the look. There is no way that's it. Vietnamese, okay.
To what we saw on Gem Grab, Kenny.
Yeah, for sure. I'm expecting a couple of similar brawlers here to show up, though. Ims and Sandy, two that I could easily see being banned here, ones that are very popular on both sides. Rosa, very strong brawler here, too. I imagine they won't go overwhelmingly to tanks, right? Gale, Griff, a couple brawlers that are tank counters that got buffed recently are very difficult to deal with. Those are a couple I'm going to be keeping my eye out for, too, as we wait to see what the bans end up being. But yeah, I think it's very interesting here. We're going to see an Ims ban and a Crow.
I get pin
here. I think the ban Crow going to be very strong in this
when HUM team win final match. Nice.
A very bush infested map like this, it can be very difficult to run tanks. So maybe either side might be thinking that direction. I imagine there could also be some max comps that work here.
Kenny needs to be a hero in an action film. He's like a hero in look and sound.
Favors. This is one of the best maps.
Correct answer. Correct buller.
Majority of that bushy area too. So I think this is a really intelligent pick here for Zeta Division 1, and a very comfortable one at that.
I mean, let's not forget, Rude Sands means that Sandy can reveal enemy targets inside that sandstorm. So the bushes really don't have that cover effect as intended if you're walking into a sandstorm. Makes it that much riskier, allows you to have that much more control of the map. Max picked up here. No surprise to see that, of course, and Max being able to get a burst of speed with the ball, try and run it up to the goals is always a very powerful play. And there's that Rosa we teased earlier on.
Now I'm expecting to see some kind of way to address the Rosa. I'm thinking Gale will probably be their go-to.
And in this one, whoever will win the set will reach the semifinals.
Griff, another alternative as well, but with Ims banned, a few less options. Crow, a great way to deal with the max.
Which language you use? He's using Vietnamese.
One might actually hurt them a little bit. That would have been a great way to address the max situation. I think overall there's several options here, though. They're going to go with Leon. I'm curious to see if they go with some way to directly counter Rosa, and there's there's the Gale pick I was looking for. They found a way to lane that, and I love that choice here from Moyogaku. I think that's going to be a great way to address Rosa. The extra stun duration can basically guarantee you a free kill. These pros aren't missing too many shots, especially against a non-moving target. So I really like that choice. And Tara, another one I was expecting to pair with Max. I love the synergy that they've got going on the
Is
side.
there something you can't see can do this too? Not because it is more obvious than other things. Then you have to redo this life. Okay, bro. I don't know why, in which context you are writing these things, but I'm not able to understand.
Because getting hit by his super now, it's an extra 50% of the stun duration. That is an eternity in a game like Brawl Stars, a game that's about very small timing windows and everything happens so darn quickly. A great way to stave off as well with that Rosa as they try and get close. So, Moyogaku gets the matchup against the Rosa here. That's your first pop of unfriendly bushes going down, especially with the lollipop drop being used by Kenji for that extra stealth. And he's able to blow up a charge.
But I see it could also be someone did it for 1, 2, 8, 3.
Get away alive.
Okay, bro. Nice.
The only one left alive, and Moyogaku had really no issues there. Nice takedown there, and this could be
Next month का pin OP है बहुत. हाँ, लेकिन वो next month ही मिलेगा. You will get that pin next month only.
To deal with this slowly, it tricks away 100 HP for each brawler too, so a little bit of chip damage coming in there too. They also have the invisibility with Kenji to work with, so a lot of sneaky options here for the side of Zeta Division 1.
Yeah, also, Root Sands obviously does damage, so you can't heal. You have to step outside of the sandstorm to passively regenerate that HP. There's no active healing on. Oh my god!
Oh, bro.
Super from Moyogaku. 2 players stunned for 1.5 seconds, and this is a walk-in right.
Easy goal. Easy.
This is why I mentioned Gale, especially. Even as a standalone brawler, you don't need a Rosa to get value out of 1.5 seconds. They can't move. They can't attack. This is just free shots, especially as a full team, and now some more landing the Kuru. And as long as Gale is in that lane, Rosa is going to be rendered useless. Another stun coming in as well.
And easy.
Tempo should be all it takes. The super shot in, and the most dominant performance we've had yet tonight. Gale pick looking to be a very useful right now. I mean, how many kills, Uber, did they get there just off the stun?
I mean, 4 stuns to set up those goals there, which is just huge.
A snake in my bathroom killed its poison.
Neither team can really move the ball because the bushes
Snake in your bathroom.
so much. You've got to play so careful around them. Gale just breaks those rules. He just busts you straight on up. That's just insane stuff there. Very, very impressive performance now. We're going to be hitting the next round. And again, I think there's a bit of a composition difference here.
Easy.
Repositioning from Moyogaku.
And Zeta Division 1 is now going to be on
1 goal away, and this is what I was
semifinals.
Right before we started Sneaky Fields, you gotta be careful going with these tanks. The counters are very strong in the game right now, and Gale truly displaying that, the best among them right now. Maybe Gale needed to be banned instead of Ims. I know this region loves it, but right now you can't help but ask the question. Twister being popped down, and somehow Moyogaku is gonna be able to stay alive a little longer. The quick kick away from Tensai, and he's got a little bit of time, but he's gonna have to pop that super speed if he even wants a chance. Kenji respawning though. They're gonna be good for now. They're gonna be left to play some defense here though. First time we've seen Zeta Division 0, I believe, moving past the half-court line.
Yeah, I mean, and they had to use gravity to get there now. Strong stuff available here for Kuru. Pops that straight away.
Oh, finally.
Doesn't have a super of his own to stave off the Rosa. Now that is online. And Champy would love to get close enough, but with Rude Sands in play, this is Zeta Division 1. They force Kuru and a Champy back there. Gravity not getting a heck of a lot of value. Tensai tries to go aggressive though. Kuru stunned up right in front, but it's going to be a Champy to walk it in, and we have ourselves a game here in this set decider.
1-1.
Never count yourself out on defense if you're on the side of Zeta Division 1. We've seen.
I thought that it was gonna be interesting, very easy, but nope.
Near Zuru. Ooh, so close to a takedown. I thought he was going to get it there. They finally finish it off. They have a pass opportunity to Shitampo here. They're going to just leave it for now. Focus on these kills, and Tensai left all alone until Kuru returns here. They do have the gadget to pop if they want. They do go for it. A little missed time. Kenji.
Oh, no, that was very close.
With a little HP in the side of Zeta 1, going to retreat for the time being.
That Sweet Dreams gadget, I mean, adding even more crowd control to Zeta Division 1's loadout is scary. Hard for Kuru to do too much. There's 2 sources of stuns here that he has to worry about, a knockback as well. Kenji able to eliminate Kuru pretty comfortably up close, and that's Leon's disgusting damage output potential. And now Moyogaku wants to set things up here. Shitampo gets
Zeta Division goes on to the semifinals. कितना points हो गया आपका? मेरे 70,000 हो गया भाई, पहले दिन 1000 हो गया था. उसके ऊपर नहीं जा सकते. 1,000 is a limit for first month.
The Nita Bear clapping along too. Good to see Bruce in action, but honestly, I would expect nothing less. You can't feel too bad about yourself if you had Zeta Division 0.
ये देखो मेरा तो select भी नहीं कर सकता कुछ भी. I can't select anything.
Region as well, but for today, Zeta Division 1 going
because I have already claimed all the rewards, so I can't claim anything.
Make it past the quarterfinals. Just given the caliber of players, it really feels like this could have been a finals.
I mean, it's pretty ridiculous. Zeta Division 0 are going to come out of this in fifth through eighth place, which is just absurd. But this is the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Now, let's take a look back over this last set because, again, both teams are locked into these compositions. And the Gale Sandy, that is just filthy. What do you do about that?
You don't pick a tank. I mean, you have to understand that when you leave Gale on the board, he's that good. Yes, he's my favorite brawler, but also I just think he's so strong right now. I've been saying he's been underrated for a little bit now. I saw this come out later in the year, and even East Asia, you know, the players of Zeta Division in World Finals were pioneering Gale into the meta. They were using him. Indeed. And now you see it here. That's something you can't forget about. And they really demonstrated today that with a buff, he's nearly unstoppable into a brawler like Rosa.
And we saw
so who are not having enough points is still just, even if you click on the MVP, then also you get 75 points.
At times Kuru could not advance. He could not get
375 से direct 564 पे पहुंच गया. क्या बात है, बहुत बढ़िया.
So every part of Gale's kit really getting utilized to its fullest on a map like this. Yeah, Zeta Division 1, not the most durable brawlers. Yeah, they're kind of squishy at times, but I mean, they didn't need a tank to sort of take this one away. Very, very impressive. It looked like Z0 had a chance to come back. You know, we started to see them take more of that map control, but I mean, Rosa may be starting to fall out of favor here, especially in a sort of pick and ban format where you can, you know, choose things to punish.
Which player joined Zeta roster in May 21?
Enough to sort of hold off that onslaught. Very impressive pick ban there from Zeta.
Side tempo. Side tempo is the right answer. Click on side tempo and get 25 points.
Ask one, you 0.
Click on side tempo and win 25
Some of the
points.
smartest people I know have made that same prediction. So congratulations, everybody. And again, I mean, we got, it feels like an exhibition match, Kenny, a show match. You got treated to, look, probably the two best teams in the East Asia region. Straight off the bat, it went to all 3 games. I mean, I can only hope that this next match can sort of live up to that one. Really impressive stuff. Now, bear in mind, over at event.brawlstars.com, you have a chance to vote for your MVP of this match. We want to know who you think, and of course, voting for that will again put you with a chance to obviously win some more awards over on that side. So event.brawlstars.com, that's the way to watch the Brawl Stars Championship here in 2022.
Thank you for
predictions like us.
Thank you for telling answer.
And you can also vote for your MVP of the match. Can you use
no issues.
We're going to choose one from the winning team, so I'll narrow it down for you. Who is the difference maker? I think I know who you're going to say, but
it's got to be Shatampo for me. I mean, just the insane plays at the end, but the Gale plays were just crazy too. I think honestly, every player played their role so well. It's hard to say when it was just that good of a performance there at Sneaky Fields when times were
winter
the job done, especially off not a slow start, but just
choose the winter then.
Mental crushing one, right? They were at 97 and 98% in hot zone. They took a loss in those first 2 games, and to just come back swinging, it was just incredible. I'm sure that there is an argument for all 3 of them, to be honest with you.
That's fair. That is indeed fair. Let's move on to our next quarterfinal of the night here. The games are coming in thick and fast, ladies and gentlemen. Winter going up against Sang. Now, they might not be known quantity, known names for those of you at home, but you are going to see some familiar faces if you've been a fan of this East Asia region. Let's get a little bit more acquainted with these teams now, as well as for some players, it's really kind of a first time on stage. We got Menmi, Jotan, and Batman. Obviously, Menmi played with Kenji. You know, so again, we see a lot of players from similar teams here, but Winter, essentially, Kenny, outside of that, you're an unknown quantity.
Yeah, a few more new faces to the region, but Menmi did play with Queen Guy last year, the 2nd place team from this region. They went all the way to World Finals as well, one of those golden ticketed teams. So clearly they have some strong players on their side. Definitely going to be a fun one to watch this year.
And their opponents are Team Sang.
How many East Asia teams advanced to the World Finals?
They're not exactly much of a known quantity. DJ Goon or Roris Yumi.
2 is the right answer, guys.
Here, and remember,
2 is the answer.
The stakes adequately for this matchup because It's not any opponent.
Early bro, what is your prediction?
Up against if they win this match, it'll be a semi-final berth against Zeta.
I will say that Winter.
For the winning
Go
team,
with the Winter then.
warm up. They had better be prepared to face the final boss.
Why Winter and SG both are having same kind of lag? Are they are from same teams like Zeta Division 1, Zeta Division 0?
Focusing on this match.
They are also the same.
Away from me before you know it.
WT and SG.
One match at a time, and of course, either way, you may be laning up against Zeta Division 1 if you win out here, but you do get those nice extra points. In the grand scheme of things, there's only limited number of spots to get you to World Finals, and every single one of these placements counts. Even a win here goes a long way, despite having to face Zeta Division 1, and you never know, they could pull something crazy off. There are 8 really amazing teams here today. They're pros for a reason. Crazier things have happened, and they want to give themselves that shot at all, but of course, gotta win this one first.
Now again, we're heading into the draft fairly soon. Myself and Kenny, I believe, both predicted Team Winter, and like I kind of said at the start of the show, it's got a lot to do with the fact that I know Menemy, and we saw him with Queen Knight on multiple occasions there as well. Outside of that, these two teams, not known quantities, so it's...
Yes, I think they are same teams. Okay.
Selected Winter.
Bro, what did you choose? I can't choose, bro, because I am already having 1000 points. I can't get more than 1000.
This is our first game.
Even if I try to click on anything, it will not take.
See, in the past, we've seen like
As you can see,
and throwers.
1000 is fixed for me for now. Until next month, I am not gonna get any point.
So the map
Because I have already claimed all the rewards for this month.
far, it's gonna play out a little
Even if you cross more than 1000 points, points will be resetted to 1000 only.
shown up a lot, and like you mentioned, Colette and Byron a very
Because I was having more than 1500 points, but now 1000 only.
even be banned here.
Because it will be reset down to 1000 only.
I'm curious to see what they
Next month you can go for 1000 to 2000 maximum.
see him just hanging around with the needed bear on the head. Let's see Bell and Fang. Fang ban makes a lot of sense to me, despite this being a more long-range, sharp shooting map. It makes plenty of sense considering how strong he is, and they actually at first pick Lola. Good to see that bold prediction paying off. This is one that a lot of you at home may not be seeing on your everyday ladder, but in the mid-range brawler category, going to be a great job, do a lot of damage to the safe. I love this choice from Minmi here, and we see the Piper and the Byron. That's a pretty strong combo, especially for some sharpshooters, and they take a very popular brawler like Byron off the board, and Winner can no longer select that.
And that is essentially all of our main sharpshooters. Our snipers taken out of the picture. There's a couple there. I guess you can sort of opt for, you know, a Brock who is actually, you know, been changed up. He's had a bit of a rework now. That star power, that incendiary, that's now his base ability. And obviously his super fires more rockets now. So an eye out for that, perhaps, if they want to go that way. But it's much more of a mid to close range composition for
Winter OP. I choose Winter. Is it okay? Yeah, fine.
Off Pam.
I need only 400 points. GG's.
How do they tie
I too need 500. Bro, very easily you can get 500. Even if your predictions are wrong, doesn't matter. Because just choose MVP anyone. Anyone. Choose anyone. And you will get 75 points per match. And still there are 6 matches remaining. That means you can easily get more than 600 points. Even if you don't do anything. Just clicking on the MVP and you will get more than 600 points.
Decide to run something like
For that thing.
here. Looks like 61% of you at home gonna be going with
And even if you click emotes, that is the red one for me. I don't know why.
one very similar.
Just if you click on that thing, each match you get 5 points by clicking any emote which team you're supporting.
new gadget for
Let's go.
heal itself up.
So very easily you can get the points.
With that
No one is in the middle. Wow.
survivable here, but look at this. Sang give up the middle lane. Your time's able to move up here and take a heck of a lot of space, but the sharpshooter power prevailed already on the right side, and Buttermine has seen better days now. All 3 brawlers up with Sang, and already some harassment on that safe. Oh, this could get out of hand pretty quickly, Kenny.
I like this strategy, and I really like the composition, to be honest with you, picking Sang. Before the match started, I know we picked a winner, but I do like what they're doing here. I think it's interesting to leave Meg, as long as they don't charge super, which unfortunately they've given to Winter. Now they're going to be able to rein in a lot of damage here. A heavy hitting.
Oh, that's it. That's the end. That's the end.
But a very aggressive roster. How well can they play defense? And they just keep going. The onslaught.
That's the end. And GG's. Winter OP.
Swoop. I mean, interesting choice to leave the mid open.
3D image is cool, yes.
If we don't
3D
beg the super, she's not that effective.
version of the maps are quite amazing to look in different way.
The park home run for them. They had a Lola and the Pam on the right side, and it just took care of the job. I think they're going to reconsider their strategy going in this next one.
That's just disgusting. You can see that Winter play heavily around the timing of that Meg mech, and then it's yeah. This time they respect a little bit more, right? They play a 1-1-1
Yeah.
lane assignment, put Nana back in the middle of the map, and just try and control with this range. Again, a bit of harassment here and there. Menmi having to pay a little bit of attention towards that middle lane, and Rorosumi trying to get just a little closer here. There it is. Gonna jump in. Easy damage from the Colette Super.
10% every time you do it, and now they're just kind of hanging out on this left-hand side. The full side of Winter going to be pushing forward on the right hand, something similar to what we saw last time. Nana, though, going to be throwing in a super, not connecting too terribly well, but going to hang in there for now. Rory Doomy is just going to be able to hang out now. Going to go for some Yotan shots there, but can also just, once they get a takedown, just focus on the save even more, which is going to add the extra damage. Going to be taking the eye out on this top right. A very weak Lola. Not sure how much they're going to be able to do here. Still getting a few chip shots in there, but so far, pretty favorable lead in terms of Sang.
At least the Lola draws Sang back, but Yotan...
Yes, in this one,
Winter have done...
Sang is working one very fine. Hello, Brawler Ankit. मैं कौन से टीम चूज करूं? ब्रो ऑलरेडी 2 मैचेस हो चुके हैं. वैसे आपको कितने पॉइंट चाहिए हैं उसके ऊपर डिपेंड करता है. क्योंकि अगर आप सही टीम नहीं भी चूज करते तब भी बहुत इजीली 1000 पॉइंट्स कर सकते हो. और मैं आपको बता दूं, मोर देन 1000 यू कांट गो. 1000 के ऊपर आप चाह के भी जा नहीं सकते हो.
Gadget being drawn as well. Scrap Sucker in the mix. 4,320 damage onto the safety. They actually manages to stay alive and take down Byron as well. And the Tides have turned a small lead here for Winter.
Yeah, big. Again, it matters at this stage of the round now. 37 seconds left. Look at all this. Committing resources to the right-hand side of the map. Winter are trying to force a bit of a base race here. And again, they've got a lot of upfront damage here. The fire rate does not favor Sang. They're playing sharpshooters. They can't just dish out all this DPS. It's about burst, not sustained. 33% is what Sang's safe is left on right now, and they haven't found a way to really get aggressive. Yotan controlling the middle of the map until Rorosumi is able to pick him off there.
Oh, 28.
Rorosumi needs a little bit of extra damage, and this is looking pretty good for Sang. Much better now. There has to be a last-ditch effort from Winter if they want to have any chance of taking this away. But the Mech's busy playing defense, Kenny.
Oh,
Don't think they're going to be able
we are down to the final.
Call there again.
360 ही हुआ है. हाँ तो बहुत इजीली आप 1000 कर सकते हो ब्रो. क्योंकि आज वैसे भी 10 मैचेस के ऊपर है.
5% difference there towards the end, but it was
अभी भी 6 मैचेस बचे हैं, और अगर आप सिर्फ
also way
MVP भी चूज करते हो कोई भी, तब भी आपको 75
1-1
पर
on our hands.
मैच मिलता है पॉइंट्स. तो वेरी इजी है. और अभी तो मैच स्टार्ट हो चुका था, अभी तो चूज कर नहीं पाओगे. बाकी विंटर चूज कर सकते थे. बाकी देखते हैं नेक्स्ट में शायद ब्लड डायमंड्स गोना बी much more favorable.
Made recipe to secure damage there. A couple of love taps on the safe as Menmi loses out their right hand lane, and Sang are in a good position right now.
This is actually not a favorable matchup for DJ Goon. Pam is typically picked as a counter directly into Piper, actually, but without those heal turrets and the landing shots from Goon, I mean, he's not missing right now. Piper gonna have an opportunity to move forward. Yutan also not able to capitalize on a mech quite yet. Mimi gonna be weak here, dwindles down and falls there. Nana just holding on to this mid-ground. Colette storming up the right-hand side. This is looking really good for Sang right now.
Scrap Sucker is absolutely devastating for Piper, but DJ Goon is keeping a respectful distance from Butterman, so much so that
586 ही हुआ है. अरे तो कोई नहीं, बहुत इजीली कर सकते हो यार, कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है उसमें.
DJ Goon back to safety, and it creates a lot of space here for Winter on the left side. A staging ground to get aggressive on the safe themselves. The healing station is short-lived here, but Butterman, of course, with Mama's Hug giving a little bit of that health straight back with each shot. And
Oh, bro.
And that's that Lola front-loaded damage onto the safe that puts Winter in a lead.
Makes sense to me why they end up picking it first pick, popping the gadget as well.
Wasted. He wasted the mag.
Nana and Goon are going to be forced to play some defense here, but will it be enough? 10% remaining. The jump in. Menmi still has an
And GG's.
gonna matter. 2%
Oh.
get it done. And they
Winter OP.
nice job there from Winter, playing a very aggressive composition. We see Menmi celebrating there. Little smile, probably a little nervous considering how close that was. I know I would be. Great job overall, I'm sure, chatting up with his teammates. How things went in that last one.
I don't blame you for sort of mentioning their nerves there, because you're playing up against the Piper. You mentioned that Pam is favored there, but it still requires Winter to put two brawlers on that left lane and just sort of force the Piper away, force her to use the super. And then, of course, freeze frame gadget, really crucial for Lola there, giving her a bit of staying power, able just to put the clone in front, have it just tank some damage, while Lola, of course, doing more than enough damage on her own, can start to pressure that safe down just a little bit more. Kind of like a life plant that doesn't heal you back up there. Really nice stuff. And this is that first round here where, the mech was the starter's pistol for Winter, allowed them to push up there. And they were really hard to get rid of once they're buried deep in your territory. Once you've got Pam that's just healing everyone around her with her, with her regular shots, it gives you a lot of staying power.
Yeah, and in combination with Pam's large amount of HP, and once you get up close and personal with Piper, there's way less damage to be done. It's going to be a much more difficult time for Goon. As you can see here, Yutan just able to move forward. And a pivotal feature, I feel like, that goes without mentioning. We haven't mentioned gears a lot tonight, but one gear that's going to favor Meg a lot is going to be that damage gear, because every time the mech dips below the half HP, it will also have the
Meg was so much OP.
Happens, stays alive for quite a long time unless somebody like Colette's laning into her, and that allows for extra damage constantly. And then you can also get it again when Meg as a regular human just dips below half. So there's two different opportunities. There's a lot more chances to get use out of that gear, and I think that's a really strong feature that added extra damage for the side of
ये मैच देखने से हमें हेल्प होगी ब्रॉल स्टार्स चैंपियनशिप में कौन सी टीम पिक करें और न्यू स्किन जीतें. बिल्कुल सही कहा आपने.
To such a great degree, then he can sort of finish people off.
When you know the name, you know what kind of team it is. Like why we have chosen Zeta Division, why we are supporting Zeta Division, because we know that they have played already so much well. So we are having expectation with that team.
Really impressive.
But when you don't know any team, you just choose randomly, and that's a factor where you just depend on the luck system.
For the safe pick, but safe pick,
Your prediction just becomes the luck time.
Knew when to pick their spots, knew when to choose to go aggressive there. Showing a little bit of veterancy, great composure from Winter so far.
I think they just had a strategy going into it and kept with it. Sometimes in the draft, every single one of them's different, but it seems that they likely knew Lola was going to be their win condition. They wanted to get Lola onto the other side of the playing field, get aggressive on that safe, and I think it did a great job. As now we hop into parallel plays, a couple brawlers to look out for here. Stu going to be one this region really, really likes. And then max combinations are available. Byron could be an option here. Several great brawlers here. Gale, even as a standalone brawler, I've seen.
Hello, Pink Ball Gaming. What's up? How are you doing?
Interesting one here. I don't dislike it. I think it would depend on the enemy composition. I just feel
Upper Moon can't win championship.
Map in particular, Sprout definitely can do a good job of sanctioning off the map. Can play defense pretty well, as we see Colonel Ruffs being banned on both sides. I actually really like that choice here. I think Ruffs is in a very strong position at the moment. I don't fault either side. So now we see Byron getting picked. Not surprising here considering this region especially, and a lot of Byron combinations just work. Stu, like I mentioned before, coming into the mix as well. Great choice here for Nana. That's going to be one that's a great passive-aggressive kind of brawler. You can really force opponents into tough situations with Stu, stay out of range. It's just very difficult to take down a Stu. And, of course, we see Fang coming in. Can't blame them at all. Fang in such a great position in the game right now.
Yeah, I mean, very scary, especially if you're starting to chain those supers together. Not someone who you want to get too close to, but even at distance, Fang can still threaten a whole lot. So, now, Winter think, right, we've got two brawlers that want to close the gap, that want to get aggressive, that want to throw hands. Let's get one of our own. And the Tara pick here for Batman, mid-range, of course, with the threat. Look,
Bang, Stu.
From beyond,
Wow.
pretty good.
Both are on the same team.
Deal with. Again, these single shot brawlers don't deal well and often have to give up space when face down with that gadget. So a decent selection here. Even
ट्राइब टीम के मैचेस रात को और कल हैं. ठीक है, देखते हैं क्या होता है.
Winter's game plan
Most favorite team being Tribe. They are not able to perform that much good actually.
Wouldn't be surprised to see maybe a spike here to also address him. Sandy, popular brawler as well. Gonna do a great job here. One that's been long time picked on this map. And an interesting one coming in here, Barley. That's one that I don't mind seeing on this map. I think it's gonna be one of the ways to address Byron. I don't dislike it. I think there may have been better options out there, but we'll see how it does. Barley gonna be a great way to get some area control. And there are no, say, hard counters into Byron, but a long distance kind of sharpshooting brawler does have a harder time with throwers. It's very
See ban Brawl.
through a wall, obviously. Just kind of sit behind it, do his thing, take his time. I imagine the Barley will
भाई जो चीज हम सोचते हैं
defensive effort. Stu going to be more of an aggressor.
फोपी कब से हो गया जब से लोग उसको लेने लगे हैं भाई.
Tara is going to be a great way to address Stu, which can be really pesky and can deal with Fang a little better than most.
Speed zone pop down here. That makes Fang a little scary, but again, help from beyond. Clears that zone right out, and Nana just explodes instantly.
Oh.
Yeah, this is a great start for Winner here. And a big key to this map, right now, it shows Sang, of course, up by a lot. But that 50% on each of the hot zones is divvied up. If the side of Winter can get into contact with Sang's hot zone, is now they get a nice connection there. Goon going down. And even though the scoreboard doesn't show it, as long as they can keep them off their zone. But Rozumi also on it as well. They're going to need to charge up their own now. And it's much more difficult to defend the opponents. And make efforts towards that. The more percentage points they can get and chip away at it, the better. But right now, Sang now in the driver's seat that they've been able to hold the Winner's side.
Nana in a pretty powerful spot here. Going to take a little bit of poke damage, but Sang getting a good healthy amount of percentage from that fight there. And Rorosumi jumps in again. Immediately help from beyond has to be popped, otherwise the Tara is just going to disintegrate under this kind of pressure. Many poking here, but Rorosumi has been given a lot of time on the fight.
Sang team just finished all the things.
Further and further ahead.
15% needed just complete the hot zone.
Point, and they're going to look to continue to pressure that advantage with another speed zone pops down now. They'll allow Yotan to get some capital percentage to the top right because Sang are done with that.
Hello Divya, how are you? Start हो गया क्या? Yes, कितने matches हो गए गोल्डी सर? ये second match चल रहा है. इसके बाद भी अभी 2 matches और फिर 2 semi-finals और एक final बाकी है. कितने points हैं आपकी? दोनों teams ने Rooks को ban किया. हाँ भाई क्या कर सकते हैं Rooks. पता नहीं क्यों इतना ज़्यादा कब से लोगों का फेवरेट होगा. ओ भाई सुपर यूज किया उसने और इसने उसको सुला दिया गैजेट यूज करके फैंग को. वाओ मजा आ गया देख के. ग्रेट कमबैक बाय टीम Sang. Just dropping down. Great comeback by Winter team.
On the bright side, Winner still has
bhai.
Cap down their left-hand zone. Looks like they completed the top right. All they have to do now is just hold on for dear life. Can they hold their home zone for a few more seconds? And it looks like they will.
Firstly, I thought that this match is gonna be for Sang, but nope. Winter just came back and destroyed them.
Had taken the top right zone. They send one player back to capture their home zone, so to speak. At least 2 players. Those 2 players, of course, are in a great position to control that space, not let anybody in. Perfect response there from Winter after a slow start, and they're poised here to take this set away.
Winter team is focusing on getting their opponent's hot zone first. They are not focusing on their comfortable area. They are focusing on capturing the hard point. That means opponent's hot zone area.
Good for them. Minmi can now help focus on Rorozumi, who is running the Fang, a very terrifying.
Look at that. They are just
on their supers.
Focusing on opponent's hot zone first.
They want the Tara into Stu, and the super has been charged as well. That can really help guarantee some kills. Yotan just kind of playing it slow though. Sandy not often seen as a super aggressive brawler, but in this map and with this composition, I think it's a great option. The Sweet Dreams coming in. Goon could fall here. The slowdown, not enough. The Sticky Syrup not doing its job there. Unfortunately, the heals coming in too. Prime positioning here. A much, much better start for Winner in this game number 2.
Looking good. Corn food there.
Oh, bro. Look at that. They are focusing on opponent's hot zone first, not on their side. Because that's a good strategy. That even if they die, they can actually spawn on their area. आज points मिलेंगे. हाँ, points तो daily ही मिलेंगे. जब matches होंगे तब points मिलेंगे. लेकिन इस महीने आप 1000 point के ऊपर नहीं जा सकते हो. Maximum points you can get is 1000. Even if you get 2000 this month, it will be resetted to 1000 only. For example, अगर मैं आपको अपने point दिखाऊं, मेरे 1000 है. अब मैं कुछ भी वोट भी करता हूँ तब भी मुझे 1000 ही रहने वाला है. इसके ऊपर पॉइंट्स मेरे नहीं जा सकते हैं. So maximum points you can get is 1000 only.
Not sure what the intention was. Goon now going to be able to step forward. Sticky Syrup coming down once again. Goon able to remain up for a long time. Nana getting in the mix here too, and they only need about 10% left. Going to try and stay alive as long as they can. Plenty of opportunity to capitalize on this left-hand side for Winner, but they still need to move forward. The job is still unfinished. Nice job there. 8% remaining though for Sang. It's going to be a tough one for both sides.
Yeah, this could come down to the wire now. Sandstorm deployed here. Yotan
Oh, again comeback by Winter. Wow.
top part of the map rather, but Aurora assume he's able to get in there with the super. Gravity used to keep DJ good on.
94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, and that's over for
Gotta be
Sang.
That's unbelievable.
2-0. Winter just won that thing.
Their face. Menmi can't believe it. Again,
GG's.
for most of the round, but when it came down to 2, 3, 4%, it was Winter getting
दूसरा पिन कब आएगा? वो नेक्स्ट मंथ आएगा ब्रो।
They knew exactly what
इस मंथ आपको सिर्फ यही रिवॉर्ड मिल सकते हैं जो आपको अभी स्क्रीन पर दिख रहे हैं, these picks।
towards Sang's 92.
इसके आधे जो पॉइंट्स आपको जैसे दिख रहा है लॉक लगा हुआ है, दैट मीन्स अगले महीने 1000 से लेके 2000 के बीच में जो रिवॉर्ड्स होंगे वो मिलेंगे। उसके बाद फिर 2000 से लेके 3000 के बीच में जो पॉइंट्स मिलेंगे उससे 2 पॉइंट्स मिलेंगे। 100 पॉइंट्स मिल गए, क्या बात, क्या बात।
Sides as well. I think especially in that parallel plays map, they just had a very well-rounded
Now
composition.
choose MVP, anyone choose कर लो, कोई भी choose करोगे 75 पॉइंट्स तो वैसे भी मिलने ही है। So choose anyone and get 75 points. अभी 1000 रहेंगे, फिर अभी जो पॉइंट्स मिलेंगे उधर से स्टार्ट नहीं होगा अगली बार पक्का। नहीं, उसके आगे से स्टार्ट होगा। आपके अगर 1000 हो गए हैं तो अगले जो रहेंगे वो 1000 से स्टार्ट होंगे, जीरो से स्टार्ट नहीं होगा, जो कि उनने कंफर्म किया है अपनी पोस्ट में कि आगे पॉइंट्स 1000 से स्टार्ट होंगे।
Shut down some of those more mobile brawlers, at least for a time. These final moments here were intense. Butterman buys Winter just enough time by getting the elimination with that Tara super. Perfect stuff there. But really, you're walking a fine line, you know, if you're Winter there. And here's your head-to-head. This is the Tara versus Fang matchup. But you can see that Butterman really putting on a lot of damage. And we're assuming only able to have that big impact when they're able to...
803 points done. Now only 197. अब तो ऐसा है, तुम सीधे सिर्फ MVP चूज करोगे तब भी पहुंच जाओगे। Even if you choose the wrong team.
The gadget there just for a bit of explosiveness, but you can see why the preference is to go for that sort of AoE sprinkling of damage.
Corn Fu can be used, I would say, in hot zone just because they want to take more control, cover a little more of the map. But I'm with you. I think the roundhouse kick is just so powerful, can help you guarantee more kills. Whereas you just gain a little bit of area control. And Fang's main specialty is going to be using that super, connecting with enemies, and then using the gadget to finish them off, stun them, get a few more hits in. And I think I would have liked to see that too. I think the Barley one ended up being an interesting one. I really didn't hate it though. I think it made a lot of sense. It actually played some pretty strong at defense there. But at the end of the day, I think somebody like Sandy was bulky enough to just get there, hang on in that right hand side, not take it down too many times. And yeah, at the end of the day too, when you see your Fang getting some good DPS but not nearly as high as say somebody like Tara or some of the other brawlers, you're gonna need to count on a Fang to be a really high damage dealer for it. I feel like they didn't capitalize on Fang as much as they probably intended when they drafted him.
To be next month.
Winter win easily.
First
Winter win easily.
Up against Zeta Division 1 there. Pretty tough matchup. Our MVP for this year is, I think, is probably Menmi. The guy just, you know, dominant playing. Of course, you know, that fairly safe mid-roll and doling out plenty of healing, enabling his team to actually pressure some of those hot zone objectives there. So congratulations to him. Great performance. Who did you have as MVP at home, everybody?
Hello, Garvit. भाई Brawl Stars वाला धोखा देता है। क्या धोखा दे दिया भाई तुमको?
Stick around. We're going to bring Ready Set in, and the fun will continue after the break.
It's here, the ultimate comatose collaboration from Poco and Sandy, featuring hit tracks.
मेरी prediction सही थी पर points नहीं दिया। देखो, अगर points नहीं मिले हैं तो थोड़ी देर wait कर दो, आ जाएंगे। लेकिन अगर आपके 1000 points हो गए हैं और आपने सही भी guess किया, तब भी आपको 1000 के ऊपर points नहीं जाने वाले हैं।
And the number 22 hit single, The Sleepy Tune.
The Sleepy Tune.
Sleepy Tunes.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Brawl Stars Championship, our first here for the East Asian region. So far, we've seen a lot of names that feature at the top of the tables in last year's BSC in East Asia, of course, with Winter and, of course, Zeta Division.
उसने prediction save नहीं किया होगा, हो सकता है।
Ready, set.
तो गोल्ड भाई अभी क्या करना जरूरी नहीं है या ना, ये देखना।
Run through
नहीं है ना ये देखना। नहीं जरूरी नहीं है, अगर आपके 1000 पॉइंट्स हो गए तो आपको कोई जरूरत नहीं है देखने की। अगर आपको फिर भी देखना है, एंजॉय करना है, मजे करने हैं तो देख सकते हो। बाकी अगर नहीं देखना है कोई जरूरत नहीं है। 1000 पॉइंट्स हो गए तो उससे आगे नहीं मिलेगा। तो 1000 पॉइंट्स के आगे कब जाएंगे? 1000 पॉइंट्स के आगे आप अगले महीने जाएंगे, नेक्स्ट मंथ, जब आपको न्यू रिवॉर्ड्स मिलेंगे। 1000 से लेके 2000 के बीच वाले लिस्ट के जो पॉइंट्स रहेंगे वो अगले महीने मिलेंगे।
Already, if you were watching last year, we're talking Dimsy, Nishi, Ryu, and Milk Rio, all star-studded players, star-studded rosters as well. That'll be going head-to-head for match number 3. Definitely a relief to not have Zeta on both sides of the bracket this time. They should take a breath of fresh air.
Who stole the trophy? Jesse.
I think a one-time.
Who's Jesse? Jesse just taken the trophy, stole the trophy, get 25 points for giving that answer. Hello Sarup Brawl Stars, what's up?
Get to take on Zeta Division for themselves and figure out whether that's a realistic quarterfinals matchup they can succeed in the coming months.
I'm a big fan of this Blood Diamond team. They were in the mix almost every month last year, and they're a real fixture in this East Asia region now.
Enjoy. तो अब हम आपकी स्ट्रीम देख के करेंगे। उनकी इंग्लिश परेशान कर देती है, सिर दुखने लग जाता है। ऐसा क्यों भाई? अच्छा आपके एग्जाम खत्म हो गए क्या दिव्या? आप कौन सी क्लास में हो? क्योंकि अभी तो जितने लोग आते हैं सब बोलते हैं भाई एग्जाम चल रहे हैं, एग्जाम चल रहे हैं। कौन सी क्लास में हो? इंडिया के अभी तक एक ही टीम ई स्पोर्ट्स गई है। हाँ तो भाई क्या ही कर सकते हैं, एक रीजन से एक ही पहुंचती है। 611 हो गए, क्या बात है।
Let's talk about these rosters in a little bit more detail, right? Because obviously, you know, the South Korean roster here of, I think Cuphead was the name they came with. I think we need sponsored by.
No, खत्म नहीं हुए, 3 एग्जाम बाकी हैं अभी भी। Okay. बोर्ड एग्जाम या नॉर्मल एग्जाम?
You know, players and
We need sponsor में कौन कौन है भाई? Chi Sang, Toby and Def.
Players that hail from Japan, and the Japanese teams tend to come in pretty hot. You know, more often.
And Blood Diamond.
There's a lot.
IPL कब से चालू है?
This team a lot on
24 या 28 मार्च से ना?
Very known quantity.
अच्छा मैं दोनों ही गलत, 26 मार्च से।
Competition. Their opponents are legitimate, like
नॉर्मल बोलते आ रहे हैं, क्या बात? सही है। उसके बाद क्या मतलब 3 एग्जाम खत्म हो रहा है, छुट्टियां चालू या फिर समर स्कूल फिर से आ जाएंगे? फिर आजकल कुछ समझ में नहीं आता लोगों का, एग्जाम कब चल रहा होता है, समर स्कूल कब चल रहा होता है, छुट्टियां कब चल रही होती है, कुछ समझ नहीं आता। अगली बार अगेन बोर्ड। ओके कोई नहीं, बढ़िया है।
Roster Blood Diamond being represented by Dimsy, Anishi, and Rio. These guys are star-studded, all representing the favorite brawlers as well. It's no secret that Max is a mainstay in this region, and we can be looking forward to some more gameplay of here.
मेरे 10th के बोर्ड एग्जाम्स हैं, तो भाई तुम एग्जाम है तो पढ़ाई वढ़ाई करो, क्या कर रहे हो?
wait to see what these two teams come up with in the draft, because
अरे हाँ, जो लोग नया है, अगर आपको स्क्रीन के लोअर राइट साइड में एक बक्सा टाइप दिख रहा होगा जिसमें सब बना होगा, वो एक्चुअल में टिक टैक टो खेलने के लिए बनाया हुआ है और आप एज अ लाइव ऑडियंस टिक टैक टो खेल सकते हैं। उसके लिए आपको कुछ नहीं करना है, चैट में एक्सक्लेमेशन मार्क टिक टैक TIC लिखना है और फिर पोजीशन नंबर डालना है स्पेस देके। जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल आपको एक्स मार्क कहाँ लगाना है, आपको मिडिल में लगाना, तो एक्स नंबर का मार्क हो गया 1 2 3 4 5, फिफ्थ नंबर पे आप लिखोगे एक्सक्लेमेशन मार्क टिक टैक स्पेस 5, तो एक्स का मार्क बीच में लग जाएगा। तो इस तरीके से आप लाइव में खेल सकते हैं टिक टैक टो। ये आप ही लोगों के लिए लगाया गया है, जिसको खेलना खेल सकता है, टाइम पास कर सकता है while watching the stream.
Vision kind of locked everybody out by the end of last season, but
जैसे मैंने लिखा है उस तरीके से लिखना होता है। 10 सेकंड्स का उसमें वोट होता है, स्क्रीन पे आपको दिख जाएगा मार्क कहाँ पर लगा है, तो इस तरीके से खेलते हैं इसको।
the draft is moments away.
जैसे मैंने टिक टैक स्पेस 2 लिखा तो एक्स का मार्क जो है सेकंड नंबर पे लग गया।
All right, we'll have to see who gets that coin flip once we get into the pick phase. First, though, we got to see these bans. If you have the first pick, then I would definitely say that you want to ban out some sort of long-range brawler, particularly Piper or something like that.
611 हो गया।
See the double fang.
एक हफ्ते की तो शायद छुट्टियां देंगे स्कूल वाले, फिर न्यू सेशन स्टार्ट। स्कूल वाले बहुत गंदे हैं, कोरोना के का बढ़िया हम बदला हमसे निकाल रहे हैं, सारी हॉलीडेज कम कर दी इस बार।
brawler
Wow.
here. Now Blood
Kya
Diamond
baat.
has 2 brawlers in a row, so maybe a Byron combined with something else. Keep in mind that when you're playing versus throwers, you're gonna want to pick something that can destroy walls and compete in close range with.
फीस तो पूरी ही ले रहे होंगे ना.
Running out for this second.
बोले ठीक है भाई, पूरा पढ़ाएंगे इस बार तो हम. कोरोना हो ना हो, हम पूरा पढ़ा के रहेंगे.
Full engaged style. You know, knowing that they're going up against a thrower. Okay, yeah, sort of. You know, obviously, the Gene can hook in one of those throwers, or anyone really, with the stars. So this gives Blood Diamond like an explosive option around that super, a chance to sort of sneak back into the lead, and also, I mean, you know, Gene's pretty good at keeping people at range. If Lamp Blowout is the gadget choice, then if, you know, anyone on We Need Sponsor tries to engage, he has the option to force them away.
Yeah, just off these first couple of brawler picks, we do actually see the Colonel refs as well. It's going to make it pretty solid versus any sharpshooters that could be introduced into the mix. But with the Tick and the Gene already, I can almost guarantee you that We Need Sponsor is going to be trying to get that blue star right away, and it's going to be Blood Diamond pressuring them all the way up until
GG's. Tic Tac 9, and with that,
we do have
someone just won. Tic Tac Toe. New one is started.
Sponsor. They really
It will keep on starting as soon as game is over.
strategy as well, or if you can really call it a strategy. It's pretty tough.
You've got
to pick
time.
the
Use it.
ideal brawler. Yeah, you got lots of time, but also you're going to be having to play this for at most 3 games in a row. And if you get countered out, then you're just going to have to play around it. You're just going to have to play with better mechanics. And I think the Daryl pick is definitely wise here. Though Blood Diamond does have the final pick, they can pick something that counters out the Daryl. It might be a bit challenging. There's the Byron. And we're looking at something very solid, actually. Toby is going to get lots of healings from Cheg saying this is great for getting aggressive plays should they need to, but now it's up to Blood Diamond to pick up a counter.
Interesting. Daryl, a little less durable now. Steel Hoops only reduces that incoming damage by 25%, as opposed to, you know, it being a lot stronger, of course. Rolling Shield, I mean, it used to be...
अरे न्यू रूल्स बना दिए, पहले ऑब्जेक्टिव होते थे, अब मना कर दिए, इस बार नहीं देंगे. एक भी ऑब्जेक्टिव, सब कुछ लिखना पड़ेगा. वो तुक्के से जो मार्क्स मिलते थे इस बार नहीं मिलेंगे हमको. मैथ्स में बहुत मतलब इस बार पूरा सब्जेक्टिव कर दिया है. क्या बात. परेशानी हुई इस बार, सब कुछ लिखना पड़ा. मैं तो ये सोच रहा थोड़े दिन में लोग ये ना भूल जाएं कि इनकी हैंडराइटिंग कैसे थी.
Okay, we actually see Deft picking up that first blue star, which could be a bit of a disadvantage should he need to play aggressive and pick up a kill. Would risk giving that blue star to the enemy team, but it totally makes sense as he was the most tanky option, and Toby doesn't want to use one of those crucial last hurrahs should he be running that gadget as well. And already we do see Blood Diamond pressing up very, very close versus WNS's spawn, and this is going to be a good opportunity also for Rio to start farming up that super. Hoping to get some sort of pull versus Toby. Now, Toby is going to have his Tick Super ready to go should that opportunity present itself, but he's also going to be cautious to stay within the bushes and be capitalizing on that speed that he gets from the gear in the bushes to dodge out a super appropriately.
No, wasted.
Whiffed just a little bit, and We Need Sponsor are still... No, never mind! We see a good kill on the right side. Diamond, but Toby fires right back. Once more, We Need Sponsor gets to turtle up back at their own spawn.
It's tough. I mean, Gene is the safest star carrier here on this side, but he's not necessarily getting those eliminations. Dempsey just wants to remove as much of the cover as possible, but Def goes aggressive there and cleans up Ryu. This is a comfortable lead right now for We Need Sponsor. Inishi, of course, does have that supply drop available, but it's all falling apart for Blood Diamond ready. Not a good look for the veteran squad.
Oh, wasted. Ryu wasted 2 supers.
Unfortunate stuff just at the end of his range.
मेरी क्लास में तो ऐसा कोई नहीं है जो भूल गया लिखना.
He's gonna have to use that super to get away, but it's
अच्छे क्लास मिल गई.
Is just 2 and Jake Sang is doing such a good job keeping him alive. Seeing the tank plus the Byron duo is always bad news, and for Blood Diamond it seems even worse. Only able to pick up that one first kill off the beginning of the match.
GG's 18 against 2
lead for WNS, and that is pretty brutal.
I mean, it feels like a little bit of a composition difference there on that map. I mean, with no throwers, it would seem very difficult for Blood Diamond to pressure their opponents once they had lost the lead. Simple. Def just picks up the blue star. You puts his team ahead and then just leaves. And then what are you going to do? You're going to hope to try and get magic hand, but those were sort of whiffing. There's some jitters at play here for Blood Diamond.
Yeah, this is interesting. I wouldn't say, especially the Daryl, is a hard counter to Gene, but it seems that he was playing it very well as a counter to Gene. Blood Diamond, though, they have picked up the lead so far, and now they'll get to play more defensively. Hopefully, for the sake of Ryu. Yep, there he goes. Picks up the super as well.
Boom.
To play
Nice.
quite defensively. Now, Deft is going to lead the charge, hoping to bait out a pull here. He will be able to escape with that roll. Toby is also going to be hanging out.
Oh, finally.
When the heal misses from Chang on the Deft, and Blood Diamond picks up one more kill, but Toby fires right back, bringing the difference to just 1 star plus that blue star hanging out on Anishi. Arguably the most defensive brawler on Blood Diamond's team at the moment. He's also going to give himself a power-up as well to keep himself quite tanky and quite powerful as well. We Need Sponsor, though, are going to be preparing for another push. Chixing could afford a super here. Would certainly like to get one. Deft is taking a whole lot of damage. Dimsy finds an opening to get some damage on Toby. Will we see?
Oh, yo, finally.
And Ryu, this is his redemption arc here. 1-2 pulls already onto Daryl, and more on the way.
Yeah, lamp blowout, absolutely massive.
Just 1 point difference.
Follows up with a magic hand after Daryl had taken a ton of damage. And it's still a lead here for Blood Diamond. And Dempsey knows they can get a bit more aggressive here because they're not really carrying the bulk of the stars, but still handing them over with each elimination. So still needs to respect his lifespan as much as possible. Blood Diamond have a lead and they have a lot of map control here. They're trying to keep an eye on Deft because as soon as, you know, Daryl decides to go forward, he can really eliminate just one of those isolated brawlers. But lamp blowout's still available. Dempsey has the mobility to get away. There's still sandbags, of course, was available. And there it is, the jump in onto the initiative.
And that's the comeback.
14 rather.
GG's. We Need Sponsor win the first match.
To take away the set.
WNS एग्जाम के पहले दिन सब घुल मिल गए एंड अच्छे दोस्त बन गए मेरे तो सब क्लासमेट्स इंट्रिकेटिव है ये सेशन अच्छा गया मेरा बहुत हम क्लासमेट्स मीटअप भी करते हैं गार्डन्स में पूरे टाइम बन के जाते हैं अरे क्या बात है पूरे टीम बन के जाते हैं बहुत बड़े सब देखते ही रह जाते हैं अरे क्या बात है चलो ठीक है किसी का तो अच्छा चल रहा है मतलब लॉकडाउन से फर्क नहीं पड़ा नहीं तो बाकियों की क्लासेस ऐसी चल रही हैं अच्छा क्या पढ़ा है आज अरे क्यों तू तो क्लास में था तो सही अरे नहीं मैं तो कैमरा बंद करके सो गया था ऐसी पढ़ाई चल रही लोगों की और जब फाइनली एग्जाम की बारी आती है तो बोलते हैं नहीं ऑनलाइन एग्जाम लो पढ़ाया आपने ऑनलाइन था एग्जाम भी ऑनलाइन ही लो लेकिन क्यों
And I don't really know how the Stu was supposed to safely find eliminations. It's tough to make it work in Bounty. He's all in. He has to
get comedy करती अरे
comfortable target.
Comedy थी क्या इसमें?
Can push you back. Daryl, you don't want to be diving on Daryl. And what, Byron? I mean, come on. Very, very difficult for that particular draft, I think, for Blood Diamond to pay off.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think that the Colonel...
Do you comedy me?
...by Blood Diamond to be some sort of counter towards Stu, but then there was no Stu, ended up being picked by We Need Sponsor, and...
Full experience नहीं है, फिर भी बता दिया.
Strong brawler will pick him, but the thing
अब यही चल रहा है तो बता ही सकते हैं.
...opportunity to get a counter in, and we didn't see any counters to what We Need Sponsor had to offer, and I think that was a bit of a missed opportunity. We'll see how the coin flip goes in set number 2, who ends up getting that counter pick, and we'll see if it ends up being used a little bit differently by We Need Sponsor should they receive it. But once more, circling back to what I was saying before, this is, I think, a set that was won in the
wow, acting करते हो ऐसा क्या?
It is very important which brawlers you pick, but it's really important which brawlers you pick. You got to pick brawlers that have a cohesive counter to the enemy team rather than just a good assortment.
No doubt about it. And look, and this is the kind of matchup where Blood Diamond are very heavily favored, not just only by, you know, us casters, but also by you at home, the audience.
वैसे आपने कौन सा सब्जेक्ट लेने का सोचा हुआ है या फिर ले चुके हैं? कौन सा सब्जेक्ट है आपका?
They didn't so much mind what Blood Diamond were trying to do. it was a very safe look there. I'm really impressed. And again, that's how you can overcome a more known team. I mean, I've seen names like Chake saying before, of course, here in this East Asian region. So these guys aren't completely new. They're not completely green. But now we get some more chaotic results because of the element of this pick and ban.
Hot potato.
Heist map here, one we know.
Garam aloo.
Side lanes are crucial. Ruff's Crow banned out early.
Interesting stuff. Ruffs is very strong here for his ability to not only power up teammates, but also for the other use of
Bhai फिर से करना ropes भाई.
open a lot of walls.
Hello Hero.
Would have been a really
Hero kun.
pick.
My favorite subject in school is English. Nice.
So to see these two
Arts. Okay,
just
cool.
a little bit redundant. Yeah, here we
I love it and I'm good at it.
he was
Nice. So
growing
teach
up
me
in
some
Harvard, and he is locked
of the punctuations and some of the
and pick up some
what you
bullets
can
that
say.
break open the walls. I think Briff
what you can teach actually in English.
here. He is still
Punctuation is good. Teach some punctuations.
but I think he
How would you explain the punctuation? What are the punctuations?
pick that blood
Teach me gerunds.
for the second.
You can actually teach us the gerund. And you can actually suggest some of the vocabulary words which are difficult to
20% increased damage.
guess what it is related to.
Interesting here. So obviously,
By this way, we can actually increase our English as well.
go out, able to force people back, get a heal, and of course,
Vocabulary is a must part in speaking English well. So it is very good if you can teach us some of the effective words,
pick here, crucial.
like the alternative words of the common words we use in our daily language.
A little bit more middle of the road.
Sure, I shall teach you English.
Right now,
Okay,
comes in here and
looking forward for
so
it.
handy when trying to win
Teach us some of the
longer
effective words, alternative words for the
range. Sometimes the Daryl
things we actually use in our daily language.
strategy.
ये क्या पूछ लिया बेचारा समझने वाला भी नहीं समझ पाया होगा.
Run it down mid.
मैंने पूछा जीरन जीरन क्या होता है मैं बता देता हूँ. Noun plus ing, that's playing, play plus ing, that is जीरन.
Counter out Spike as well. We do see the Fang
But you speak English very well.
pretty good.
अच्छा ये कब हो गया?
In close range.
It's nice. Gerund is that thing.
One of his
Verb plus ing is gerund.
killing a target and
Like anything which is related and ending with ing. Writing, write plus ing, writing is gerund word. So yeah, that's the gerund part.
interesting. That's gonna
And if you are
range Ims, and it's
talk
gonna
about the
range
punctuations,
and it's also gonna prevent Spike from
I can teach you that thing as well, but
itself.
I want to learn.
We'll have to see what the
Hey
counter
oldie, what's your favorite brawler? Leon.
in the previous set.
Leon in the lead.
Definitely a strong pick versus Daryl. So this one I think is definitely being put to better use than the last set.
Okay, that's very interesting. Jesse's not an uncommon pick for this map. I think we've seen it fairly often before and really
आज ही हुआ है stream
up.
पीछे करके देखो.
Create space in and of itself is pretty crucial. I'm very curious to see how this.
Mine is Edgar. Nice, bro.
Two of the brawlers here for We Need Sponsor.
Oh, 3D representation of the maps are actually awesome.
So, We Need Sponsor in the blue coming forward now, of course, with the Fang. Crucially, the Daryl and the Jesse in the mix here. It's going to be Spike, Ams, and Rico, of course. Ryu with the bounty castle. Be able to get some health back in a pinch on this side lane.
Things are looking quite good for Blood Diamond right now, but this is how things would typically go with these brawlers, not only outranging We Need Sponsors brawlers so far, but also with We Need Sponsor not having their supers yet. Once Shake Sang is able to get that first roll in, then things will change up a lot, but most importantly is going to be Deft with his super. We will see Inishi's position revealed any second now. Toby and Deft are baiting things out. There, the attacks from Inishi, and the friend zoner is not going to get anything. Shake Sang does empty a clip into Dempsey's life plant and not really get much off of it. Still though, We Need Sponsor, despite looking like they've been losing for the majority of the time, have been getting quite a bit of damage on the enemy side. Comparatively, right, we're looking at only 6%, but on We Need Sponsor's safe, only 21% has been done so far. Still though, Blood Diamond's doing a great job of trapping these guys in their own spawn.
Yeah, I mean, Inishi there has to use a friend zoner charge to stave Deft off, but it works. Really controlling that middle part of the map. Once Dempsey's able to pressure Toby away, and obviously sticking around there, used just to make it impossible for that Jessica to come forward and retake mid control. And look, Blood Diamond are in no hurry right now. Life plant used by Dempsey. Deft, okay. Super's in onto it.
मैं ये पूछ ही रही थी, आपने बोल दिया 3D व्यू
Yeah, that's
OP है lol.
when Fang gets an AoE stun.
मेरे लिखने से पहले.
Insanely
क्या बात है.
powerful, and we can already see it.
Goldie sir, ये
Blood Diamond
3D view OP है ना? Yes, yes, it is OP. I voted blood.
Onto the safe.
Okay.
Finally, Chicksang is going to be able to get that first gadget onto the safe and get a ton of damage in the process as well. Ryu does manage to take him out, but look how much damage has been dealt in just
43%.
Toby.
Oh bro, Fang OP bhai.
Doing
Fang OP.
ridiculous, and Blood Diamond are feeling it full force.
I mean, homie's just tapping the super button at this point. I refuse to believe any other narrative here.
GG's.
And he'll charge in.
Look at that Fang. He just came up so much far away and just kicking each and every person and going up to the safe. Wow.
You love to see that. Oh my god. Oh, nasty stuff. See again, they have the all-in plan available to them, right? The Jessie's there. She's really serviceable. Controls mid quite effectively. But once it's time to go, they go.
By the way, did you vote for Blood Diamonds or WNS? I can't vote actually because I am already having all the points.
Or by Blood Diamond, now that they know what exactly they're facing against. They already knew that Fang was crazy strong, but I mean, not even we were expecting that kind of stuff. There's the AoE stun from Deft, another kill as well, and he has his super ready to go as well. We'll be hanging kind of on the back lines. He can hide in the bushes.
It's at 1000 point doesn't go up.
Yep, and he's gonna be getting.
Yo, do you know why am I stuck at 20 points? Yes, because you can't go above 1000 points, because for this month you can get the rewards up to 1000 only. Next month you can get the points above 1000 to up to 2000 point marks. So that is why they have just barricaded the mark to 1000 points only. उसके ऊपर आप नहीं जा सकते. We need Fang replay. Yes, they will show after this whole match will end.
Particular assignment, that's definitely Death's job. Initially though, Caustic Charisma popped, and Chicksang shrugs off most of this damage eventually.
Oh, bro.
A problem, and yeah, he's caught in the corner by Ryu, and he'll fall.
That Fang, bro.
Lamp blowout doesn't.
That Fang is really a pain.
And Deft is on the safe again.
Oh, it's so tough to deny this guy super, and just as he is out, we see the tag team in. Chicksang is able to get so much damage onto that safe, and
I guess that's the end for Blood Diamond.
Meanwhile, Deft has been healing all the way up to full now, and Nishi does have a super, but it hardly even matters. The AoE stun doesn't make contact though, actually, and that could be quite a big blow. Now he only has one left. Toby also is going to get a kill over here. Good pinch between Deft and Toby. Deft is going to heal his super off of it as well, and this one might as well be over.
Oh.
He's in a great position. Dempsey's trying so hard to defend, but is on so low of health. Chicksang gets a ton of damage. Here's the final.
Oh yeah, makes sense. Thanks so much for telling me. Yeah, no issues, bro.
Huge stuff for the Korean team.
The fattest L just got delivered there to Blood Diamond. Not
That's the end.
their campaign here in these March monthly finals. We need sponsor mayhem.
Like this. For example, I have won. Your prediction was correct with 100 points, but I will not get any points for that thing.
Of course, being able to cross the map.
Choose the MVP, say Shang.
Or, you know, a lot of pressure
That's
on the
it.
end. Yes, she has some gadgets that allow her to deal with gap.
ये सही है ना गोल्डी सर कि 2 बार चैंपियनशिप के पॉइंट्स मिल रहे हैं एक पिन के लिए. काश जेसी के साथ भी ऐसा होता. वो वर्ल्ड फाइनल था.
Certainly did. I mean, Ems is so
वर्ल्ड फाइनल में मेरे को नहीं लगता ऐसा कुछ होगा. वर्ल्ड फाइनल में भी ऐसा ही होगा कि मतलब
again. He gets
उसी दिन आप जितने पॉइंट्स ले सकते हो उसी दिन मिलेंगे. उसके बाद आप उसको कैरी फॉरवर्ड नहीं कर पाओगे.
also getting some damage here.
By the way, from the 3 pins these months, which one is your favorite? Second one, which is coming next month, that is that V pin, victory pin, peace pin, whatever you can say. Victory pin, peace pin, whatever you say. That is my favorite pin.
Go for the Daryl first pick, and we're all thinking to ourselves, okay, yeah, we're gonna see some more deft action on the Daryl.
Mine is the Scarpy Edgar one, the guy wearing glasses. It's my favorite.
44%.
I don't like the Rosa and Sprout guy one. Yes, same here. I am talking about that pin only.
Definitely a higher number. A lot of brawls we see fall within the range of like 90 to 140. So this is pretty extreme considering this is a brawler kind of designed to deal with aggressors, right? To sort of force them away. Bang. Insane. Definitely needs to be getting a ban. Teams are trying to ban that Fang away for the most part here. It didn't happen here. Remember, In that last set, it was Ruffs and Crow, which are perfectly reasonable brawlers here, but the more aggressive, the all-in style worked a treat here, and Blood Diamond weren't ready to sort of deal with that. So that's something they'll want to be reviewing on tape, I think, as they get ready for next month. They are eliminated here in the quarterfinals, and we need sponsor advanced. That was quick, man. That was mighty quick. I think this South Korean roster is looking scary on their side of the bracket.
They are certainly looking scary. Good stuff for them. Well, we got to find a worthy opponent for them as well, and we'll be finding that out in the fourth quarterfinal. But for now, I mean, my attention is fully on the Daryl gameplay and on the Fang gameplay. I think we got some bans on those coming up.
731 हो गया मैं
We see those ones.
या मेरा होगा.
Would also be a good way
Nice.
of dealing with this. We see Deft.
What's your favorite esports team? I don't think any team is favorite
Not really gonna
for me right now.
The Daryl's at point blank versus you. Once more, lots and lots of damage from Chaiksang and Deft. We can see Anishi
मेरे
trying
को जैसी की स्किन के लिए दुख नहीं है, बट वो ग्लासेस वाला पिन नहीं मिला मेरे को, उसका बहुत दुख है. मैं बहुत क्लोज थी उसके जस्ट 20 पॉइंट्स अवे, 20 पॉइंट्स अवे, एंड अब दूसरे लोगों के पास देखती हूँ तो दुख होता है. कोई बात नहीं, उससे अच्छा पिन आएगा शायद, वो आपको मिल जाएगा. Mine is HUM and STMN. Nice, bro.
Pretty big part of what allowed We Need Sponsor to take the W there. Again, not a lot of highlights to show because it was just a...
Which region team
It just really didn't go...
got second at World Finals 2021? You have to choose Latam S. Latam S is the correct... Oh, sorry. ECA is the correct answer. ECA is the correct answer.
Of course, and keep an eye on the right-hand side of the screen because there's more ways
मेरे 1000 तो है ही, क्या करूं, कुछ मत करो. 1000 के ऊपर आप जा भी नहीं सकते हो. You can't go above 1000 points this month. Not just for this month I am saying, okay? You can't go above 1000 points because it is locked down to 1000 only. Even if you reach 1050, 1500, it doesn't matter. It will be resetted down to 1000 only for this month. Next month you can reach up to 2000 and you will get the points as well as rewards up to 2000 points only.
That's the great thing about the BSC and the monthly finals.
Okay, I gotta go. I will come back when the next month's one will happen. Okay, bye bye, Hero-kun. Enjoy yourself and your day and weekend as well. So till we meet again, bye bye. See you next time. Bye. The only correct prediction I made in World Finals was Zeta Division will win that, and that was also my misclick.
No doubt about it. I mean, yeah, I want to talk about sort of veterans, people that
How to play that game on your screen? Just write down exclamation mark, tic tac, space, position number. For example, upper one with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So exclamation mark, TIC, TAC, space. कहाँ पे आपको X mark लगाना है? For example, if you want to put X mark in the upper right corner, that means number 3. So exclamation mark, TIC, TAC, space 3. That's it.
between these two teams. I think I predicted Rising Sun Esports. Again, a lot of these predictions came from, you know, what rosters that I knew, and this one is like primarily players that are returning.
I got Crow, जो मेरे को चाहिए था. क्या बात? Congratulations!
At this stage of
Yay! Party!
I think Reddy said you had the same prediction, right?
Yeah, I think Rising Sun Esports takes this one, but that's really just because I'm familiar with these players from last year. Of course, AK, I'm rooting for them. I always love to see the underdog win. I always love to see new names in the scene. Creates lots of competition, and that competitive spirit is what keeps us all playing this game at the end of the day. But Rising Sun Esports, my money's on them.
Okay, all right. Most of you at home are probably in the same boat. We'll check in with your predictions in just a moment, but it's time to jump into Knockout. It's going to be Flaring Phoenix to start with. Again, a map that has a bit more of close range
I
opportunity.
have 913 points. If I choose wrong team, can I get pin? Yes, you can still get.
In Rising Sun Esports have an opportunity to
Even if you choose the wrong pins, you just need to select MVP
get rid of. No way.
on time. You will get 75 points just for clicking any person who can be a potential MVP. Just click on any person name and you will get 75 points
Rising Sun
from that thing.
for the Byron and Daryl. But that's just me, especially after having seen such a lightning fast last.
Start had too much time to get it easy.
Quite interesting. That is going to allow for some pressure towards the end of the game. It is going to be a little bit tough to go up versus Tick, and here we see the Stu as well to get some close range action and gradually push up the field. We'll have to see what gadget that Stu is running as well.
10 seconds का wait होता है नमिता गांधी 10 seconds का wait चलता है आपको 10 seconds उसके नीचे आपको एक अगर आप फुल स्क्रीन पे वो गेम देख रहे हैं टिक टैक तो उसके नीचे लिख के आता है waiting for reply जब वो waiting for reply लिख के आता है then you have to write टिक टैक that टिक टैक this one then only approximately 10 seconds waiting.
Here in knockout means that you're down a player for the entirety of the rest of the round. It is much more impactful even than we saw it in Bounty, where it could swing games pretty much single-handedly. So it's safe picks here from Akatsuki so far. Of course, with the bell being picked up, throwing a couple next.
येलो पार्टी अभी तो ये ही दे सकती हूँ ये रुको मैं आपको ना 10 करोड़ रुपए देता हूँ ऐसे ही दूंगा जैसे आपने बोला ना जैसे आपने मुझे अभी पार्टी दी मैं वैसे ही आपको 10 करोड़ का गिव अवे करना चाहता हूँ अभी के अभी पूरे येन में डॉलर में रुपीस में मैं आपको ऐसे ही गिव अवे करूंगा.
Talk about knockout and play styles. It can be all out offensive, try to take out your enemy as fast as you can, or you can play more for survival, wait for that poison to close in to make it a little bit easier for you to take out your enemies and zone them a little bit better. That's exactly what the PAM is for. And we'll see the Tick getting some good shots throughout the period of the match. We'll also see Aaron go for the Brock, actually. That's going to be crucial for breaking open some walls and making it a bit easier to deal with Peke, actually. And here we get to see Flaring Phoenix in a bit of a more scenic view. This is what our players are going to be looking at, especially these bushes on the back right side.
This view,
Most of the Gene action, most of the Tick action as well. Both of those brawlers are going to be trying to farm their supers off of each other and then make a push out of it. Let's see how it turns out.
मेरे ब्रॉल सर्च अकाउंट में ट्रांसफर कर दो. नहीं 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 जैसे आपने हमको इधर दिया हम भी आपको यहीं पर देंगे.
First set. So within this set, again, if you win 2 rounds here, you're still going to do it again to take away the set itself.
एंड पेटीएम करना मेरे को और कुछ नहीं करना आता. नहीं 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 हम आपको यहीं देंगे आप फिर उसको फिर जहाँ यूज करना वैसे यूज कर लेना.
Poking down and yeah, okay. So the rocket field definitely being used to break open this map. Take away some of those defensive positions for AK.
अरे कर्नल रूप्स ब्लॉक था क्या इस वाले उसमें मैंने ध्यान नहीं दिया. कर्नल रूप्स क्यों नहीं है इस मैच में. सब तो कर्नल रूप्स ले रहा है. कर्नल रूप्स क्यों नहीं लिया किसी ने.
Which is not the ideal situation by far for Peke. This is actually fantastic. He's now going to flex a little bit on the mid as well to help keep Aaron away, hopefully prevent him from getting a super. On the left side, Nico in a long-range standoff versus Wahochi. This is just one of those maps where when you have long enough range brawlers, it's gonna come down to the final few seconds where the poison is all closed in, and we are quickly approaching that situation. We have the vengeful spirits as well getting some damage. There's a big pull, and 2 brawlers remain from each team.
GG's.
Not gonna be enough from Ihachi. That's round number 1.
नहीं बैन नहीं था.
Esports, both teams have
hey, Mataji.
Though. We'll see how they use them.
Yeah, again, look, those magic puffs can, to a degree, offset some of the damage that's coming in from the poison cloud.
Papa.
It was pretty crucial there for Rising Sun Esports is Hachi wasn't able to make
Crow and Fang banta.
in the mid. So now he's swapped to go up against Aaron here.
Crow and Fang. Fang तो समझ में आया लेकिन Crow तो बनता. ये वाले मैप पे तो वैसे भी लॉन्ग रेंजर्स के लिए ज्यादा फेवरेबल है.
Low maintenance, I guess, in that middle part of the map here. So keep your eyes on those supers as well as they start to come up because they persist in between rounds. And Aaron, ooh, nicely done by Nico. Connects the super and the shot to follow it up. Gets the elimination.
Those early game picks are pretty much a win condition here.
Oh, good shot.
Can always bring it back. There's the kill on Wahochi. Rio, he might be the next to fall. The best he can do at this point is get a super charged up for the next round. He's going to play very safe, trying to heal up as much health as he can and then get in range of Nico to get a little bit of damage. The thing is, AK could absolutely afford to face tank this one, but they don't want to give him the super, and they've succeeded in that regard. It's all tied up 1 round to 1 round. Who has
नहीं क्रो का स्लोगन अच्छा है इस मैप पे.
over here waiting for an enemy to approach him.
पता नहीं लेकिन कॉम्पिटिटिव मैच में कोई भी क्रो नहीं लेता है ज्यादातर. अगर आपने ध्यान दिया हो क्रो आपको कहीं दिखता ही नहीं है. क्रो छोड़ो, कोई लेजेंडरी ही नहीं दिखता है कहीं भी.
Guaranteed elimination.
कोई भी मैच देखो, लेजेंडरी ऑलमोst चांसेस आर
To you by
less than 10%.
It's not available for Peke here as well. So great to create a lot of space and could be really handy if you hold on to it into the last moments of the round. Ihachi wants to get a little aggressive, but that super doesn't quite connect. So no damage amplification, but still enough to force Rise.
No Ember, no Leon, no Crow.
Oh, Peke has gotten a little bit of chip damage on
Sandy we can see most of the time. Sandy is the only one
taking any
we
chances,
can
so
see,
he needs to make
but
sure that he is
these persons like Crow,
poison starts closing in just a few seconds here.
Ember,
Still, Wahochi is trying to farm up this super, and Ihachi is just waiting for that poison. Ihachi has twice as much health as Wahochi, which is going to be a massive advantage. We do see a pull available to Aaron, though.
oh, and the side.
Ihachi once more is the last one remaining, and that's going to be it. Rising Sun Esports are taking game number 1. Such a drawn-out game mode.
I reached 1,000 points but didn't get the pin. What should I do? If you have just reached 1,000 points, then you need to wait for almost 30 minutes or more. Then only you can get the pin in your
until the
Brawl starts.
now to a second game, of course, of this set with Rising Sun winning that first
Inbox.
And again, Ryohei will be stuck in the corner because of the pressure that comes in from the tick here. And you know, again, he'll be waiting until the end of the round where he can start to go aggressive.
तुरंत नहीं मिलता ब्रो. अगर आप 1000 पहुंच भी जाओगे तो कम से कम 30-35 मिनट लग जाते हैं.
Yeah, there's practically no benefit for Ryohei to get.
तुरंत नहीं मिलता है.
It's just going to be a bunch of mines from Peke to close down the lane. Now, though, with this wall broken open, he can stand to gain something from this. Wahochi gets a strategic wall break, and that's the power of rocket fuel. You're able to drastically change up the map to make your teammates' brawlers a little bit more viable. Though we do actually see the lane swap. Nihachi is now going to be on the right side. This is going to be a lot more ideal for AK, and not too great for Rising Sun Esports. We'll have to see how Ryohei handles it, actually. If he's able to get a super, then he can dash around. Aaron does have the super, though. We already see a pick on the left side. Aaron's on very low health. Will he be able to get the kill? Well, there's a breakthrough on the right side. Ihachi has to pump out some damage. Scrap Sucker isn't going to make too much contact. It's going to be so
hey.
He goes down in the end.
Ihachi, well played.
Punch it out with that healing turret.
Nice. इसमें क्या thank you?
Everything at her disposal, they're ready set the
भाई
heal.
इसमें thank you जैसे क्या था पता नहीं.
But the scrap
जो हम बता सकते थे वो हमने बता दिया.
there, look at you blankly for a couple of seconds while he reloads. Very clutch play from Ihachi there now, and Rising Sun think, okay, this is a true test of patience for Ryohei. This guy gonna have to be a mahjong master to be able to do anything in this late round there, knowing to find the right time to strike. Ihachi continuing to push him back. It doesn't take long, Ready, before those clouds start to encroach a little more, and Rising Sun need to come up with something special here.
Yeah, I wonder what they're going to be doing. I mean, we do see the first lane swap from Rising Sun Esports in this entire match so far. We're going to see Ryohei and Aaron double up on the right side. They might try to get a pull and then some sort of combo with Ryohei in the same go. Ryohei does manage to get the super charged up now. There's the pull from Aaron onto Ihachi, but they're not able to make it happen because that so strong. Ihachi picks up
Come back.
they were never pulled to begin with, and
Release.
Wahochi as well. That's going to be AK.
That's the comeback.
Victory in this set, and that was massive. The Pam is so strong. We saw repeatedly as
that Pam gadget.
and it doesn't even seem to
He's so happy.
pull her. She's going to be
See in game. He's rolling.
a 1v2 situation versus her, or
V1.
situation.
Feels like the stew is an int here. So hard to get value on that, and honestly, even the gene pools, they come few and far between because, I mean, again, so hard for Aaron to get consistent damage. Nico might tank a little bit of it just to, get positioned like that, throw down a nest egg. And that nest egg in the final moments could make all the difference here. Rising Sun cannot see it. They don't know it's there. And they have to find a way to get
I only need 72 points. Nice.
aggressive early mid-round. Doesn't really work. There's just too much space for AK to retreat to.
Oh, bro.
The healing of Ihachi is a difference maker. I'll be honest with you, Reddy. I have no idea how Rising Sun are actually going to take away this last round.
This is going to be wild. I mean, I'm not sure what they're going to be able to tap into from game number 1, which was a victory for them. But still, after game number 2, it seems like AK have really figured things out. It was just a novelty of what Rising Sun Esports was attempting, and I think netted them the
what a
victory
waste.
in the end. Ooh, we could see a kill on Ihachi, though. Great stuff on the right side, led to an overall victory. Still, though,
Let's go.
last one alive. He's a great survivalist, and he's able to put out a lot of damage. You can see how carefully Rising Sun Esports are dealing with him, and this is actually going to prompt Rising Sun Esports to now have to deal with Ihachi at mid. AK, this is a smart lane swap from them. Hopefully, for their sake, it works out well for them.
Ryohei swapped willingly into the Nico here, and he's getting absolutely trounced. I think Rising Sun were actually winning the Brock versus Bell matchup in the previous round. For whatever reason, they've changed up their lane assignment. Okay, Headfirst has been removed, though, so that super doesn't get any value. I don't know. Ryohei is not really being allowed to play the round. He's been marked now. That mark isn't going away. That's pretty devastating for Rising Sun now, as Nico, a couple shots is all he's going to need to take down that Stu.
Gene super is charged. He can pull anyone.
Still is going to be hanging out here with that healing turret, saving.
I have a scam to tell.
Nico,
बताइए क्या scam हो गया?
Two-tap Ryohei if he's careful. Ryohei is going to be able to get the kill, though. Ihachi, though, is here to finish the job.
No.
So much damage.
GG's.
And Rising Sun Esports, completely from behind, are going to be taking this one. Great stuff. Here we get to see Aaron as well. Yeah, fist pump of victory. This guy has been so patient throughout the last round, and it paid off.
The smiley which is in bottom, which give you 5 points, right?
Large
Yes.
deviation from the typical sort of Stu gameplay, which is high octane, dashing all over the place, chaining those numbers together.
So what happened?
I mean, it's the application that saves
Each match, at the start of each match, it gives you 5 points.
There with the patience, of course, with that Stu play. But I also thought that Rising Sun are playing that on hard mode. They've got to stay alive until the end of the round. Getting your Stu marked early in the round by the enemy Bell and still being able to come back is huge. Now, remember, the incendiary field on the ground is now baked in to Brock's kit. He gets it by default. Which means
You were not knowing, so just press the smiley button, go.
that super, so
You get 5 points, then again go to home screen, then again to the event site.
it's
You will
impossible.
again get 5 points. Do this repeatedly, just try it. Bro, if you think that you are getting extra points, you are actually wrong. They already know about that issue, and they actually reset the points first. For example, you have done it 10 times. That means you have got 50 points doing that thing. But
to go forward,
let me tell you, they have already know about this issue, that most of the players are doing this thing. That is why after few minutes they will reset down it to the 5 points only per match.
number 2. We got to see some good
Okay.
some very patient.
For example,
Yeah, dueling beetles is a fun.
if you have gained 75 points in just one match, it doesn't matter. After few minutes or after few matches, it will be resetted down to the 5 points only.
So we'll get to see if Ryohei still has the
Next month team.
in action, but
Next month team, I don't know, bro, for now.
you get to see some Griffin. You get to see it.
How we can know next month's team?
It's all going to come down to the draft phase, though, because this is a large deviation from the dueling beetles that we saw last year. So I'm excited for it, though I'm a little bit terrified. I think Pam is once more, especially with Itachi in the mix, going to be a devastating force.
let's have a look at Nico's stats here from that round, because I feel like they tell a pretty reasonable story here. Now, this is the Bell play, so Nico's obviously in that sort of side lane arrangement. You can see here the Bell, look, decent sustained damage output if she can hit shots, and obviously that super when it hits is crazy.
Because I go to know about this from my friend.
Nico loses out here at times.
Okay,
in the lane
cool.
assignment.
But if you look at their community post, Brawl Stars community post, they have mentioned this thing.
But that kill potential solo, not really there. And when it came down to the final moments, Bell, her usefulness dropped off drastically.
Yeah, the thing with Belle is that she's just as good in long range as she is in close range. It's not like her damage goes down at closer range like Piper does. So she is able to deal with close range situations, which I think
Dueling Beetles, Hot Zone.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Nest Egg also helps you play defensive on your lane. The thing is, though, overall, I mean, she's great versus brawlers that have turrets next to them, but still, overall, she's not that amazing at the longest range. Let's see, though. We do have the bans from both teams for dueling beetles now. Stu ban
मैंने देखा था.
from AK. It's
बढ़िया.
gonna be the
Nice.
definitely some prudent bans. This is a very fast draft phase, actually. And some good brawlers have been chosen so far. Honestly, I'm not unhappy with any of these brawler picks, though AK gets the final say this time, and we'll see how they use it.
Yeah, obviously Meg can really bully those side lanes. That's pretty scary once she gets in the mech. And I think as Kenny pointed out as well, having that sort of damage gear means that below half HP, she's quite scary.
तुम भी पार्ट लिया करो esports में.
So still needs to be
ऐसा ही है.
I wouldn't want to be out of my mech going up against a
Leon आ गया. हाँ, finally Leon is here.
that sort of stealth to fire in.
भाई esports में पार्ट लेने के लिए चाहिए होती है टीम.
So you know they're going to try and
मैं तो रैंडम के साथ खेलता हूँ.
well-timed hedges.
आप क्या रैंडम के साथ जाऊं खेलने के लिए? ओ भाई 3D व्यू.
Comp from
Oh.
AK actually. Now from Rising Sun Esports, I think that this is pretty much a winner.
भाई इतनी डिटेलिंग. ओ भाई.
We see a very strong performance on dueling beetles, and I honestly love this.
इस पे अगर ऐसा पार्कर करके जा सकते क्या मजा आता.
The potential of playing
पार्कर गेम हो जाता है पूरा.
any healer.
756 हो गया. क्या बात है? क्या बात है?
The healer here, and that's going to be absolutely crucial for maintaining permanence on that point. Once they're able to get over there, healing up Ryohi and healing up Aaron as well, it's going to be absolutely crucial. Let's see what AK is able to do to establish a little bit of control here. Of course, Peke is going to be getting some good area control as Sprout. Ihachi also, this unknown enemy hiding in the bushes, and the lollipop drop will be farming up his super gradually. Nico, though, once he grabs the opportunity, will be trying to lay down some nest eggs. He has relatively the same range as Rio. He's able to wall peek just a little bit better. So this is a lane out
Oh,
match.
oh, Crow is very much low.
Nico. Ryohi, though, once he gets his super, it's going to be a much different story.
Nico wants to be able to
क्लब में से किसी को ले लो.
those gadgets here. I think that's going to be pretty important. Try and throw them actually on the point. So that's that first hedge. So this is the power play now for AK. They can get pretty safe percentage here, especially with the lollipop drop in play now. Ihachi can do it from stealth, but there are none of those left. That was lollipop drop number 3, if I'm not mistaken. And Aaron needs some fancy footwork to get away from that. But Peke a little too sharp. Ryohead trying to get some value out of the mech, and my God, he does indeed.
Yeah, Wahochi, after he was able to charge up that super, Sprout was done for. And we'll see that once again. Now, Peggy does have a super, but he's going to have to get in position in order to close off any important corridors. He will be able to close off the escape plan for Rising Sun Esports, but I don't think they're planning on leaving anytime soon, especially considering how far they have pushed up. Nico also has that healing reduction, has that damage over time. Well, let's see him trying to get a little bit of damage on Ryohi. Ryohi keeps on getting heals from Ahochi. That plus the damage reduction shield is going to make him so tanky even when he's not in the mech. And that's what's most important here, is being on the point longer than the enemy. You don't necessarily have to kill them. You just have to be picking up the percentage. And Rising Sun Esports have done a fantastic job of that so far, now crossing that 80% threshold.
Definitely more common choice in gears, I feel, from Meg players now, as it gives you that extra durability when you're out of your mech.
Boom.
Okay, Mark being used there. It's interesting, and Aaron's trying to
Not a good
who's able to give him the old
placement of the super.
AK sneak back into this a little bit more. 94% plays 53 though, so Rising Sun don't need too much longer in order to secure this first round on Dueling Beetles.
And there's a win condition right here. We saw Wahochi with the super. That's really going to be it.
GG's.
With the shield. I mean, these guys are so tanky. It's the healer plus the tank combo. And even when the tank is not in her mech, she still has that shield and she is not unkillable, but not an easy target for some of these control-based brawlers, most notably Sprout. We'll get to see game number 2, though, and see if AK has changed anything up. We're going to see basically the same strategy. Now, though, Nico is on the right side, trying to get that lane victory versus Byron to start things off. It's going to be a different dynamic. You got to go for the support brawler before you can have a realistic chance of taking out the DPS. I like this approach from AK.
Ryohei doesn't have to fight a lane matchup here. It looks like AK don't want to feed any supercharge to Ryohei. at all if possible. So they play out of line of sight, they play out of range, but that gives Ryohei enough control to move up and then just pop one of the Akatsuki players as they try and push up. And now I think they're in danger, real trouble. There's a lot of free percentage here on the point. Ryohei builds that mech just from being able to play.
Oh, GG's.
He actually has to go forward now, and this mech looks a lot weaker in a 1v3.
Yeah, this is real interesting. Now, Ryohei does have the super, though, so if he's able to get in close range for okay, yeah, it doesn't even matter. He'll pop out of the mech, sure, but he has that shield as well, and Peke is hardly able to do any damage versus him, and here comes WATCHPARTY to heal him all the way up to full. Can you believe Meg gets that shield for 30 seconds? That is practically as much time as she needs to pop up another mech. And then some, actually. We will see Nico ready with the super, though. Ideally, would want to get it onto Ryohei while he's in.
They are done for.
Damage. Here comes the hedge taken down from Peke once more. Is going to have some protection over here. Nico also taking the flank. Will get 1-2 kills in combination with Peke, but WATCHPARTY still gets to maintain that mid positioning. That plus the super plus the gadget adds the combo that's going to prevent AK from getting anywhere close to 100%. This one might already be in the bag for Rising Sun.
Yeah, Ryohei just trading that mech HP for a little bit of extra percentage here. They're so far ahead, Rising Sun, that they can afford to play this way. WATCHPARTY pounding heals into Ryohei here as Aaron runs straight into that close range bell we were talking about.
And GG's.
The point. Rising Sun.
I only saw padna hai. Okay, bye bye.
Series away. Falcon
Enjoy.
very pleased, of course.
Have fun.
Be propelling his team forward.
Well, great stuff for these guys. That is going to be them going on to the semifinals. And
Who was MVP?
Found a worthy opponent.
Nico Robbins.
To the record that we saw set by We Need Sponsor in the previous set. So we're looking at two teams that have swept through the right side of the bracket and now are ready to face each other. But we're going to have to, of course, reflect on what exactly happened in this match.
Last match.
Effectively move on. We did see AK doing pretty good in knockout, but completely from behind. Rising Sun managed to clutch it out and then channel that momentum into
1K done finally.
some highlights from Dueling Beetles.
Oh yeah.
This was the deadly combo.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Plus the Byron. I mean, these guys were unstoppable, and it's plain to see why.
Yeah, look, I mean, Bell gives you some options, right, against the very durable mech and the sort of defensive gears that Meg had sort of taken, and Nico could stand up in a close range fight. You can see here, like, WATCHPARTY has a lot of pressure put on them, but Rising Sun, they get off to such an early lead that they don't have to play clean anymore. They don't have to play even correctly. They just walk up onto the point there, and they know WATCHPARTY can super himself to stay alive a little bit longer. And here it is. So Meg obviously with 39% of the team damage, like it's respectable, right? Nobody on the side of Rising Sun Esports had like a ridiculous amount of damage. But I mean, look, 6-3. You know, I said that, the Meg doesn't look as nearly as exciting in a 1v3, and then Meg goes in 1v3s quite confidently. Ryohei just stands on the point there. So that is the window. It's a short window to take advantage of, but Rising Sun Esports knew to jump on the point when they had that mech available and managed to get a pretty reasonable amount of value out of it pretty consistently. So I'm really impressed. I thought Knockout at times looked a little bit shaky, trying to play the stew-based composition. It looked like it was less favored, but that individual prowess, that composure paid off. So very deserved victory there for Rising Sun Esports. Ready, talk to me about our semi-final matchups. Talk to me about how the bracket looks at this stage of the competition now, because we have some fascinating head-to-heads coming up.
Yeah, right off the bat, we got Zeta Division 1 taking down Zeta Division 0. Of course, contrary to my prediction, and Uber, you did have some opinions about that, which we will address later personally. you gotta dare to be wrong, right? But Zeta Division 1 take this one in winter as well. Those guys will be facing off in the first semifinal. For our second semifinal, it is, of course, the bracket clearers. We Need Sponsor and Rising Sun Esports really blazing their way through the Zeta list side of the bracket, but one of them will quite potentially get to face off versus them in the finals. Only one team can stand between Zeta and those finals, and that's going to be winner. Such a difficult challenge, but these guys are prepped for the task.
Zeta versus Winter.
Those are all about.
Come on, let's go.
The semi-finals already getting.
When will we be able to access the other pins which are available in these events?
Play tight and clean.
Other pins will be available in next month. Next month you will get that V pin, victory pin, peace pin, whatever you say.
Coming up on the other side of the break, of course, both of our semi-finals are best of 5. They're going to be hotly contested matchups, so don't go too far. We're going to reset. We're going to take a breath. We're going to come back with our best of 5 semis right on the other side of these messages.
Bobby's there! Oh my word! OG in a good position. This should be a goal. Bobby came through with the help of OG.
I'm Bobby.
I'm OG.
I'm a professional player for Stamina Esports.
I play professional Brawl Stars for STMN.
Last year we made Worlds. It was like a stepping stone. So in the 2021 World Finals...
Bobby,
Yeah?
have you walked the dog yet?
Not yet.
Okay, don't forget to do that.
Okay, Mom. Anyways.
Nice. Yesterday played football after 2 years. Now I am getting all the pain I would have received in 2 years in a single day. Give me some sugar. Give me some more sugar. Give me some more sugar. Manu Brawl Stars. Use OP. Semi-final is gonna be starting now. Oh yeah. अब आ जाएंगे ब्रॉल थ्योरी वाले. समथिंग वाज इंटरेस्टिंग इन द एड्स वॉल्टी. ये तो पहले भी आ चुका है ना, इसमें नया ही है कुछ नहीं. Biodome.
Welcome in to the Brawl House. The kick forward, the punch through. That's gonna be it. No way. This one.
This is what everyone is here to compete for. So without further ado...
Hello Bubbly T. Do you have Dr. Edgar? No. I don't have Dr. Edgar.
BSC monthly finals. I am Kung Fu Kenny _32. Joined with me, ready, set. What an incredible day of matches so far. If you're just joining us, perfect timing. Good on you. We're going into our semi-finals ready. Tell me about the day. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling great, right? Not feeling too amazing about my predictions. I'm about 1 for 4, but hopefully that can improve. We'll get some later predictions out, and of course, we encourage you guys to submit your predictions too
55
stars.com to get some points for it as well towards claiming that awesome pin at the end of the road.
55H 55 है. अच्छा brawlers का बोल रहा हो क्या? मैं तो वैसे भी choose कर नहीं सकता हूँ कुछ भी.
But now I have a new favorite team, and it's We Need Sponsor. And
और एक्चुअली 54 ही है, क्योंकि वर्ल्ड लीग में अभी फिलहाल ईव को इंक्लूड नहीं किया गया है, तो इसलिए मैचेस में आप ईव नहीं देख पाओगे.
Fun to watch. Right here, we're going to have our first match. Zeta Division 1 taking on Zeta Division 0. Came down to the wire of final set here. Side tempo, though, getting the goal in there. Ready? What happened in the next one?
And of course, we get to see this super close victory by Winter, just a 4% margin. And of course, who could forget Deft going absolutely crazy on that save towards the end. This was actually a speed run by We Need Sponsor, a 4-0 versus Blood Diamond, who we all thought would be taking this one just by that star-studded cast. Going right along to Rising Sun Esports, though, they seem to only get stronger with each successive win with that awesome combo of Byron and Meg as well, one that we should be watching out for in our second semifinal.
Yeah, if there's anything we learned there, Fang is somebody that you cannot mess with. Ready for these semifinals matches. What are you thinking for the remainder of our bracket today?
मेरी एक आईडी में ले लिया और अब दूसरी भी 7-10 हो गई है. क्या बात है, सब में लेके मानोगे?
Look, I love Zeta Division 1, right? But I'm rooting all the way for We Need Sponsor to be taking those grand finals. So I want to see Zeta Division 1 make it to the grand finals. That's my prediction for match number 6, our second semi-final. I think We Need
Who will win? और भाई साहब Zeta Division के vote 88% vote for Zeta Division. Bro, it's bacon. हाय भाई, क्या आप मेरे को अपने क्लब ले सकते हो? भाई देखो, क्लब में आ सकते हो, अगर स्पेस होगी तो बिल्कुल आ सकते हो, नहीं तो मैं नहीं बोल सकता. फ्री का माल. अरे बात तो सही है, बात तो सही है, फ्री का माल नहीं छोड़ना चाहिए.
Coming into today, and I'm going to stick with it here. I liked what I saw in their quarterfinal one that you guys did just a few moments ago, and it looks like Uber thinking similarly to you, though, so I am all alone on semi-final number 2 there, and I can't say I blame you all. We Need Sponsor with a strong showing today, and especially for players that may not be as well known.
It is absolutely true. I'm always rooting for the underdogs, always rooting for the new faces in the scene, because I love those kind of success stories. I'm a strong believer in the hard work and the dedication and the expertise, the knowledge, the deep understanding and analysis of the game is what propels you to the top. And
is WT gonna win? I don't think so. Winter को तो इतना support नहीं करेंगे. I will go with Zeta Division.
And man, this is gonna be a doozy.
Yeah, and if you want to make your predictions as well, be sure to go to event.brawlstars.com to interact, get those free rewards, earn that pin. I know I'm very close to it at this point. I've only missed one game on broadcast ready. First one of the entire 2 weekends combined. So I'm pretty proud of myself. Hopefully I hold on a little more. We do have butting of heads here in our second semifinal matchup, but we will be on the same team, of course, in terms of predictions going into this first. But it is true, Zeta Division 1, strong performance taking on...
No, I picked the WT.
Winner here. What can you tell me about Zeta Division 1 already?
I mean, Zeta Division 1, right? I'm not going to be able to tell you anything that you don't already know. Mameshi, Moegoku, Kenji, and Shite Tampo, they're all such an amazing players, especially Shite Tampo being the just craziest Mortis in the business. If we ever get to see that last pick, that counter pick go into the side of Zeta Division 1, I would definitely be watching out for that one.
Hemlo Sahil, what's up?
From him,
how are you doing?
That first match of the day.
I only have 300 points.
Don't want to steal too much.
No problem. Even if you are not having enough points, in the evening also there are matches. If you just click on the MVPs only, then also you can get the enough points.
Former World Final stage, one of those pivotal members that helped bring home the World Cup in 2021. Absolutely great from them. Strong performance to start, and I expect nothing less from them in the second. Winner as well, though, does have a few familiar faces. We've got Menmi, a former Queen 9 member, second place in last year's East Asia monthly finals, and made the...
I'm doing good. How about you? Oh, good.
Also some great players as well. Winner impressed me in the second
Sai tempo kab hua?
Yeah, certainly caught my eye. I mean, this is not my predicted winner, but once again, kind of rooting for the underdog.
I have 786.
Minmi, the amazing Piper. Always love to see those sharpshooter plays as well. So once we move on to some of those longer range maps, I'm going to be looking for those duels between them and Zeta Division 1. I think we could have a very realistic showdown at the long range.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think Zeta Division 1 is such a strong team. They were my favorite walking into
Okay, easy for you.
Is on your team, right? That's the 2021 MVP of the entire world. Best in the tournament, voted by many and considered by pros to be one of the best there is. I'm kind of with you in that. We'll start our draft momentarily here, though, walking into our first map. But I think Winner's got some strong stuff showing for them. I think it was an overall good first round performance, about what I expected here from them, especially from maybe some more unfamiliar names to our faces at home. Menmi, of course, a player from last year that you all are a little familiar with if you tuned in 2021, but now we hop into Hard Rock Mine. What do you expect to be banned here? What kinds of brawlers do you think will be played ready?
I gotta say, Rico is a super strong pick, but it's one that you want to be careful with. Not only can you counter out Rosa or any sort of tanks on the lanes, but you can also find yourself in a pretty bad situation if
no, I am not Yash.
Lane as a consequence is
okay.
Not at all. We're gonna see the Stu ban, which totally makes sense. Fang as well. We've seen what Fang is capable of in winter. They're just not gonna be risking letting
Fang is being banned.
That one typically the
like please all of you
is going to be more prone to banning those super powerful brawlers. Even considering as well that Winter has the first pick, they could have picked Fang if they wanted to, but they chose not to, which is going to be interesting. We will see the Colonel Ruff's pick. That is going to be a lane, so Winter will find themselves with their last couple of picks being dedicated to picking another lane.
Like please all of you, yeah. Do make sure to love like.
Talking it out.
I'm Yash friend. Okay. Fang वाला मैच बहुत ओपी था. आइस वाला, अरे वो तो है ही.
On the side of Zeta Division 1 that they are going to be banning it. Byron, one I was definitely looking out for him. Wouldn't have been surprised to see banned. A lot of different combinations work in tandem with Byron. It also one that this region loves. The Tara going to be an excellent pick to try and shred through those sandbags. One of the utilities that Colonel Ruffs has. I really like what I'm seeing so far from Zeta Division 1. A Rosa pick is an interesting one here. We've seen that earlier today. They could address that with their last pick as a counter pick, something like Gale, Griff. There's plenty of options out there to really deal with Rosa. Not ones that are super familiar to this map per se, but definitely do well. I could see something like Ims kicking in. 8-bit for the mid. Not as popular with this region, but I do think 8-bit is actually a very solid choice for a gym grab carrier.
Yeah, pretty good mid. You are risking a lot, though, especially if you don't have that turret up. You're going to be pretty slow. I think Zeta Division 1.
Gale.
The Gale actually is your favorite brawler, Kenny. definitely a happy day for Kenny. Not for Ready, though. I was really hoping to see some Rico here. That's not going to be the case.
Oh,
we might see
3D view on the map.
And defending versus the Rosa as well. Does look like the predictions are vastly in favor of Zeta Division 1, and I can't argue with that. I think they're looking quite stacked as well. And for Winter, I don't know if their comp is really going to be able to do this. We'll see what they're able to do with the Rosa, but I think things are going to be pretty
Let's go.
More so than would be effective on a Hard Rock Mine. Let's get into it though. Game number 1.
Yes, it is 0-0 here, our very first game, and we've seen Zeta Division 1 pull off the Gale pick earlier into a Rosa as well, I might add. We'll see if anything changes here for Winner. So far, so good for the side of Kenji, who gets a takedown onto Menmi, and now these bushes are actually what could be...
There's the glitch going on.
I think could be a good strategy here. Now some shelter.
Gale वाला Brawl ball भी मजा आया. अरे भाई उसको देख के लगा है भाई ये मैच तो 2 सेकंड में खत्म हो गया.
Classic Hard Rock Mine spawn trap. This is something that only very good players can pull off, especially if there's a bit of a mechanical difference between the teams, and that appears to be exactly the situation. The stuns are just one after the other. Mimi can try his best by laying down some sandbags, but Moyogoku is gonna blow
भाई केंजी अकेला वहां पे खड़े होकर पूरा सब ले लिया भाई.
just to the edge of the bushes.
9 क्यूब लेके 9 जेम्स लेके बैठा हुआ है.
Kenji on the right side, Batman is taking a
That's it.
battering. We'll get to connect the bushes on the right side. Typically, you do see that at the beginning of the game, Batman will look for the back cap here. Could try and get a little bit of pressure. We will see the twister as well and the push away. Kenji is not going to be even touchable, and Winter are donezo, at least for game number 1.
Easy peasy.
I tried to warn teams ready. I really did. Earlier on today, we saw the Gale into Rosa matchup. I've been saying it. You have to be super careful about drafting tanks in this format. If you draft them into picks number 1 or 2, the enemy team's going to get to see that. They can adjust, especially when they have a last pick, a very valuable one in Gale, and it paid off there. Moyogaku did not hold back. They only had 1 takedown, I believe, on the side of Winter that entire first game.
Okay, I really like the positioning on the Rosa bushes this time. It's going to allow a little bit better positioning for 8-bit. Now, Site Tampo is going to be taking quite a bit of damage, but getting just as much healing as well from Kenji. Moyogoku also gets a lane switch over to the left side. He's basically going to be switching to wherever he sees Batman is going, and Batman is not going to reveal his position quite yet. Once he pops out of the bushes, then Moyogoku will rotate over there. For the time being, though, Minmi is going to be looking for the lane. Moyogoku now, though, knowing that Minmi's on the left side, knows that, well, probably we're going to see Batman on the right, and as a consequence, once again, Batman rotates over to the left. It's just the cat and mouse game between the Gale and the Rosa. It's a little bit funny to watch, but it definitely offers a strategic edge.
Yeah, and I love the way that Kenji is using this brand new introduced gadget. He's using booster shots here to kind of scout out these bushes. Great Gale super as well. Yutan going to be in a troublesome situation. Moyogaku going to push forward. Does take down onto him. Nice TP away. That was really well played there. That's going to at least give them a little space to work with and some mid control at that too.
विंटर के 2 पॉइंट्स क्यों दिखा रहा है? वही मैं पहले ही बोला ना, it's a glitch. मैच स्टार्ट होने से पहले ही मैंने बोल दिया it's a glitch.
Will be able to get a little bit more control here, but Moyogoku keeps on.
पिछले बार का उनने
Kenji keeps healing him up.
टेक्निकल टीम में सही नहीं किया.
Incentive to retreat at all, and he has another super ready to go as well. This super is going to allow Zeta Division 1 to play a little bit aggressively. Now we do see one of their members fall, though. Steitanfo has to pick up those gems as well. Menmi also throws down the super to break open some of those bushes, creating some more openings to deal damage versus Kenji. There's a super from Moyogoku on the left side. Really no supercharge on those last few shots that he shot.
And they have got enough.
Will be able to grab that 10th gem, and Winter actually will have enough time to pick up the 10th gem and tie things up. Zeta Division 1 have to come back, regroup, and look to interrupt the countdown some other way.
Yeah, especially with those takedowns there, it's going to put them in a nice position. Good stun there, but a takedown. Batman in a great position to try and get this kill. Does have the aggression.
No, GG's.
Falling there. That's going to be just enough gems for Batman to make a clean escape here. 12 seconds on the clock. Kenji going to have to aggress with Moyogaku. No super in either hand. Throwing it up. No connection at this point. Just trying to throw up the blind desperation plays. And it is now going to be 1-1 in
Come back.
number 1 of this match.
Honestly, MVP for me there was 8-bit, but they couldn't have made it happen without the bushes from the Rosa. I think that was great positioning on the bushes. It offered a lot of cover to the 8-bit, and it made it very difficult for Byron to scout out the position. Let's see how it goes once again. Yep, Batman is going to be placing those bushes down in the same position, and hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They won the last game, and they're going to be looking to claim another for themselves. Now, Moyogoku around the right side is going to be trying to rotate over towards Batman. It's the same cat and mouse game that we saw in the previous games. Minmi always going to be rotating over towards the Gale as well. We'll see how Steitanpo rotates as well. These teams are just constantly flowing in and out of each other, going for the optimal lane matchups. Meanwhile, the mids are just going to town the entire time. It is a slugfest at mid, but for the other lanes, it's just one rotating.
Bye, Bubbly T. Gotta go see ya. GG's.
Well, this is
Bye.
number 1, 1-1. We're gonna get to decide.
Not gonna be able to get the pin prop.
Not gonna have as much fun going into sandbags as
Why?
Rosa. Great pushback, a nice finish there. Gonna get the kill. Yutan Still holding on to this mid ground, it really allows 8-Bit, who needs that extra speed from his turret, to really just maneuver a little bit, not be as well known, and land those sharpshooter shots that he is known for. Batman on this left-hand side trying to mess with Gale. Nice takedown there. Things looking pretty good here for Winter.
Yeah, Winter might be the winner in this situation. We'll see, though. We will see Stetanfo get that kill on the right side. Now it's up to Kenji as well to follow this up. Yatten is looking quite vulnerable. Will manage to get away with the cheat cartridge. Meanwhile, on the left side, Batman looks for a kill on Moyagoku. Great timing on charging up that super for Moyagoku. He will not have one for the time being, but if someone can take him by surprise, they might be able to get the kill and then turn this into a victory. And a little bit of control for Winter as well. Doesn't look like Kenji's going anywhere besides his own spawn, though, with all 10 gems that he needs to succeed. And Winter cannot camp this one out at mid. They're gonna have to get some sort of interruption. They gotta scout out where Kenji is, and Yaku is actually going to have that turret down in place to protect himself, but wow, great timing for Stetanfo to come in with
GG's.
and that is gonna be this
8-Bit playing good.
Headed over to Zeta
Playing good, but still Zeta Division got the first match.
Gotta be feeling pretty good after that one. Some smiles coming in, wiping the hair away, a little sweat probably on his brows. Had to really work for that one a little bit. Despite the really nice matchups into Rosa, they had Tara and Gale. They still really made it work. I think that was a lot closer of a set than I expected in Winter. Definitely showing some strong stuff here. I think they could possibly take a stab at this.
No doubt at all. They did a great job of keeping Zeta back towards the end. They were repeatedly getting kills versus the gem carrier and had great position for their own gem carrier in mid. I think this is very realistic that Winter can take at least a set off of Zeta Division 1. I don't think this is near the end of the road for Zeta Division 1, though. They've been playing so well, and even in the face of defeat, they're able to reset mentally and on the field and do a great job of catching back up. So great stuff from Zeta Division 1. Great stuff equally from Winter. As you said, Kenny, this is not a done deal yet. Winter can upset Zeta Division 1 in this situation.
Kenji is equal to Kenichi Ninja Toda Wala.
To see some good plays from them. I know this was heavily
Hathodi, please meri help karo na.
To many, and very reasonably so. I mean, we've seen some incredible plays here. They, even in the face of defeat in one of those games, came back very nicely, but I definitely respect that Winter was able to make some very pivotal adjustments, do what they had to do, and I think games number 2 and 3 were much stronger showings for them. As we now hop in, though, we now get to see Shitampo.
ये क्या खा रहे हो? मखाने बोलते हैं इसको.
57 DPS, that's very high. 29% of the team damage.
मखाने खा रहा हूँ.
Performance there, ready.
Yeah, great stuff for Stetanfo. He did go down a few times with his Tara super, but still managed to grab that kill in the end and grab some great gems in the process. So that aggression, right,
I thought he's going to side tempo
consistently throughout his play. Even through last year, always playing that more. This year, always getting the aggro Tara supers and making things happen for his team. Even if he does end up going down, it's the value that's there, and that at least being consistent is great to see. As we are going to be heading actually into knockout, this is not necessarily a mode that favors aggression. In fact, it seems to favor sitting back and just playing survival, especially with Pam, as we observed in some of our past matches.
Yeah, this is always a really interesting one for me. Sometimes there are several different strategies. You can go for a very aggressive composition. I've seen the Zeta divisions both kind of go for some more max compositions here. You can really push the enemy, use that speed, get aggressive. You got Stu in the mix too, which is a comfort brawler. For the or they could go with a more passive strategy. Play the get really defensive, hunker down and play for the end game. I think that's a very good point. This is a mode that provides lots of different opportunities to try and win and really build down to those final moments. Hopefully we can see some crazy plays here. I think Knockout is a great blend of
5 आईडी है मेरी Brawl Stars में, फिर भी एडगार नहीं, दिला दो 999 वाला.
Aspect of those long range interactions and especially the quick decisions that you find yourself
200 left,
but also strategy.
शायद ना हो पाया.
Sure saw a lot.
कोई बात नहीं, कल भी है, कल भी ले सकते हो, शाम को भी है, शाम को भी ले सकते हो.
Much different. Both teams are going to be
वैसे भी 3 मैच हैं.
lane matchups.
3 मैच में आपको 210 से ऊपर पॉइंट मिल सकते हैं, तो भी 215 पॉइंट्स मिलेंगे एग्जैक्टली अगर बोला जाए तो, क्योंकि आपको अगर MVP बस चूज करते हो तब भी आपको 215 पॉइंट मिल जाएंगे. मेरे में तो 500 वाला है. कार्ड अभी 225 MVP के.
Such a devastating brawler, especially with the AoE stun that he gets from that second gadget.
Yeah, Fang's one I'll definitely be having my eye out here. I wouldn't blame either team at all for banning it just because of how valuable that roundhouse kick is, the new gadget that got introduced that allows you to stun the enemy. And, I mean, that super can chain off multiple opponents, especially as that storm starts to dwindle. You're forced to kind of pack up together with your team to deal with hands coming in ready. Which brawlers do you expect to see being either banned or picked here?
I say if you get the first pick, then you are not banning Tick, and that didn't mean to rhyme, but I guess it was about time that I was able to pull out something like that on the BSC stream. Anyway, let's head over to Winter's team. They're going to be picking the Sprout ban, and Zeta Division 1 are going to be going
ban.
Sprout, definitely a good mid, and I would say this is an absolutely prudent ban. You got to see it, Goldarm, Goldshit, just
and we don't give value to corner roofs. Wow.
Sprout strategy where you just
and they are banning corner roofs. Wow.
Wait till the last second to throw a hedge down and block your enemies out of spawn. Here's the tick pick from Winter actually, and that is going to be a very smart first pick. You're going to be able to get good area control. You're going to get good chip damage as well. You can get a little bit of ground for your team as well once you're able to get that tick super out, and also with the last hurrah gadget, you get a little bit of survivability once things start to get hairy as the poison closes in.
Well, that nursery rhyme is definitely one I will take to heart here, and I don't blame them at all for taking the tick pick with their first pick ready. I think Fang also going to be a good one, though. Kenji's going to have some opportunities to make some crazy plays like we've seen earlier today. Definitely think that's a good one here. They could go for something safe like a Gene. Leon could be in the mix here, too, I think. We do see the Gene come out from Shitampo. I like that choice as well.
MVP किया.
Options still left on the board, though. I know this region really
likes subscribe animation में 1.7 के कर दो. ऐसे नहीं होता, पूरा एनिमेशन बनाना पड़ेगा उसका. सिर्फ ऐसा नहीं गया और टाइप करके अलग चेंज कर दिया, ऐसा नहीं होता है.
You can't really counter him out. His speed is
पूरा नया बनाना पड़ेगा.
When he's able to farm up that super, and he gets it at long range. So the only way you're able to really deal with Fang is to deny him the super, and we're gonna see actually Batman go for the Piper here. Now it's not gonna be ideal.
एक काम करता हूँ, सीधे 2K का ही बना देता हूँ. सबसे सही. ये एक काम करता हूँ, सीधे 1 मिलियन का बना देता हूँ. आज ये तक बदलने की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ेगी. चिल मारते रहो, है कि नहीं?
Waiting for any of those shots from Batman to be expended and be dodging around some of those obstacles that Batman obviously cannot shoot around. Let's see though what that 5th pick is from Winter. It's going to be their final pick for their team. It's going to be Leon actually. It's going to make it a little bit more difficult for Kenji to start charging up that super, but here comes the counter pick from Zeta Division 1. What could their last pick possibly be versus a frankly well-rounded, oh, that is going to be a State Tempo switch right there.
That is an awesome counter pick. I think that's going to do really, really well with Tick and Piper. I've seen this multiple times. You have to watch out for that last pick, and that's a risky run when you have multiple squishy brawlers on your lineup. And now they're going to have to face the monster, a very terrifying person to go against on Mortis. And I imagine
live count लगा दो.
They probably will make that some really good plays I'm anticipating here. And Tick and Piper are going to have to find ways to address the Mortis situation.
जगह बची नहीं इस टीम में.
Yeah, but the Mortis situation, not one that you want to find yourselves in. Kenji will be rotating around the left side. Interesting stuff.
tic-tac-toe लगा के रखा हुआ है.
The Mortis, but with Fang now being the new carry brawler, it absolutely makes sense that we see Shite Tampo on the one that's going to steal the entire show. Now, Moya Goku is also going to occupy the right side. trying to clear out these bushes, trying to scout out any brawlers that are hiding in that lollipop drop. That is the name of the game for him. He has great ability to check invisible areas. Now, Kenji also will get to hang out on the left side, gradually bobbing and weaving around these obstacles to try and get in close range versus Yotan. He also is a hard counter for Piper, which is why we don't see too much Piper play anymore, because Mortis is always possible as a final pick, and Mortis is so strong right now, even when he's not playing versus a long-range brawler.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. Mortis, somebody that's still really good in the Power League in draft format, hasn't shown up nearly as much, but definitely still deserves a shout out. I can see why they're playing him here, as now the Storm dwindling in, a super coming in, get a hit. Moyogaku here, he's gonna have 2,000 HP. Can he stay up? Nice cycles here, though. The team being
Zeta Division.
Looked like a very tricky situation. Kenji and
can you accept my friend request on Discord?
Nicely done.
Okay, what is your Discord name?
Storm dwindled down in round number 1.
All right, Winter this time, they got Yotan up the right lane. They saw Zeta Division 1 all win on the right lane last time. They were hoping to capitalize on it, but Zeta Division 1, they switched things up. It's all about the left side now. And Kenny, you mentioned this at the beginning.
3D में मेरा भी मन होता है खेलने का.
Versus West matchup and knockout, and this is exactly what we have the privilege of witnessing here. Two supers on the side of Zeta Division 1. Winter not wanting to play too aggressive, just playing for control here. It's going to be a challenge, though, as Kenji encroaches further and further on Menmi's space, and Moyogoku has the super ready to deal with Yotan. Stetampo won't be able to get too amazing of a matchup versus
No.
and we'll see Batman swiftly, along with Menmi, deal with the two long range, or rather short range melee brawlers. Now it's down to Moyogoku to just hang on to the super and not give too much to the likes of Winter. He's probably going to just die in the poison if he can to avoid giving them any supercharge, but it's too late. Everyone on Winter has a super.
This is a really good opportunity here for Winter to make a comeback. And one interesting thing to point out as well, normally you're going to see them lane a mid, a left, and a right. Very traditional Brawl Stars, but on this map, the bushes are on the left to the right, which is one of the reasons this plays from that east to west kind of laning that you mentioned. I think it's a very important thing to point out, that sometimes you can get really aggressive strategies. Now,
GG's.
popping the roundhouse kick and a takedown there. He's in a troublesome situation, though. They managed to get him. Kenji going to be moving forward, but that is going to be an auto-aimer gadget to put him to a halt here. Menmi gonna have to dash away. Kenji, though, not
GG's.
coming in from Moyogaku, and now it's just a lone Yotan in the bottom left-hand corner.
Oh man, Yotan's gonna have a rough time down here. Yeah, there's the angry pin from Kenji. Just let us end it already. But Yotan is trying to make his escape, and that he will do successfully. Kenji, though, is quickly catching up, and Yotan still is keeping up the chase, trying his best, but...
GG's. Zeta Division leading by 2-1. 2-0 actually.
Watching that wild goose chase go down.
ये क्या है? क्या है?
Is able to take that win for game number 1.
अरे क्या है भाई? What is this? Where? कहाँ पर?
Looks like
किस चीज का पूछ रहे हो?
one in the draft phase. Winner is countered out in so many different ways here, and really they're just gonna have to think outside of the box here. How on earth can you deal with so many hard counters?
I think it's going to be a tough one to overcome. Feng, already a super strong brawler. They don't necessarily address him either. No hard counters, but a Gene takedown there will certainly help. Kenji falling as well. And now you just have to deal with Feng. Things become a little bit easier when it's a 3v1. Nice round there. Winter with some convincing takedowns.
Yeah, interesting stuff. And Yotan also has this super at his disposal. Menmi likewise has his super. Both of these are supers that can defend themselves in close range, and Stetampo does not have his super ready to go either. Now, he can't farm up this super versus Menmi. Menmi, though,
Where is the third person?
looking for the long range.
Where is the Mortis?
Stetampo closes in further and further, though. Things are looking even more grim for him, actually. There's the kill from Batman, actually. And Zeta Division 1 will get the opportunity to bring Kenji up the right side, but Moyogoku's all alone on the left. No kill potential for him. Kenji tries to make his escape, but Batman has the long-range damage to make it happen, and Moyogoku will be the next to fall. There's no way he gets
GG's.
in Winter, just like that, like a snap, like a flash in the pan. They are getting their own first win within this set, and hey, look, even if Zeta Division wins this set, I mean, we'll see Winter at least grabbing one game in each set, and that is a victory in and of its own. But after such dominance, this could be Winter going all the way and tying things up.
Yeah, I mean, a very dominant performance there. They did a great job in both of those rounds. Kenji actually electing to go to the left here, straying away from his teammates a little bit, which is something we don't too commonly see. Most of the time, they're going to travel in a pack, as now they all group up together on this left-hand side. Winter hunkering down on the right. Kenji just going to be pressing against this wall. And Invisible Leon, though, for the moment, moving forward, he's going to have to avoid that situation for now. Chitampo just playing the long game, trying to charge that super, because you're a much more powerful brawler as Fang when you
Brawl से championship में free rewards
and do what he does best.
क्या होगा?
Give you that nice roundhouse kick.
भाई अभी तो देखो ये वाली चैंपियनशिप में भी पिन्स हैं, अगली वाले मंथ में भी पिन मिलेगी, उसके और अगले वाले मंथ में भी पिन मिलेगी, लास्ट मंथ वाले जो वर्ल्ड फाइनल हो गया उसमें आपको एक्स्ट्रा हाई रिवॉर्ड्स मिलेंगे.
Luckily though, he does have the super to make it happen. Stetampo gets taken down by the close range super from Yotan. Now Moyogoku will be able to get his own kill and farm up his super as a result.
रोसा पिन है अभी फिलहाल, अगले में आपको एडगार वाली पिन बोल सकते हो जिसमें स्कार्फ है और वी साइन है. 194 लेफ्ट, क्या होगा? कुछ नहीं होगा, मिल जाएंगे 194 और क्या ही होगा.
In order to snag a victory for his team, at least for this round.
Yeah, breaking open these walls in the long game is going to make things a lot easier. Chitampo taking a lot of damage here. Kenji electing to go forward as well. That was a little bit of aggressive push as he goes down, and now we're in a 2v3 situation and one round away from winner taking this set.
Yeah, it's getting super close. They're just about to tie things up, but Moyogoku has the pull, and Stetampo is so close to achieving that super that could really wipe out the entire team. Menmi doesn't have a super, neither does Yotan. This is the perfect situation. The thing is that Stetampo doesn't have the super to get in close range. Menmi's on such low health, and Bataman is looking like quite a good target. Yotan has a super. Stetampo is able to take it out, but takes a lot of damage in the process. Menmi gets pulled. Yotan
Oh GG's, comeback. Now whoever will win this final match will win the set.
Winner with a single game win and each a round win to their name. It all comes down to this. Every kill, every death matters.
Double set point here. First kill really could make a difference, but on that last one, it sure didn't. Zeta Division 1 still managing to get the job done there. But again, as this continues toward the map, more open Menmi, more opportunities to use that sharp shooting range here and try and capitalize on this matchup. Chitampo getting tagged up there a little bit. Kenji scouting out his prey. The auto aimer coming back. He's going to have to dash away from now. A regroup here from Zeta Division 1 as we move forward with this very intense game number 3.
Oh man, Winter has this super on all of their brawlers. They will get to fire off a tick super. Zeta Division 1 does have to dash away. Batman looks for some good positioning. Zeta Division 1 can't be too sure of where he is. They have two melee brawlers that can't pushes. And no
wasted
magic hand contact for Zeta Division 1. Here comes the close range kill though from Kenji. No combo spinner kill for him either. And all kinds of healing for Batman with the Invisi heals. Stetampo managed.
Oh,
there is the
GG's.
Such
Zeta Division leading with 2-0.
Kenji also. Yeah, that is the expression of someone who
You use Brave as well. I use Brave, I use Edge, I use Chrome, I use every browser, as you can see.
But in the end, this has been a massive victory for Zeta Division 1. Now they're heading into set number 3 with 2 set wins already under their belt. But let's break it down here, right? Because we saw Winter get very good strategy and deal with this pretty well. Get very close to taking this set, even in the face of just huge counters.
Yeah, I really liked the draft coming in from Zeta Division 1. I thought Winter was not going to have much of a chance with the Tick and the Piper facing off against the Mortis, but in reality, they did a great job. They were neck and neck with Zeta Division 1 all the way. It literally came down to a 1-round difference, and credit to Winter here. They have really played alongside Zeta Division 1, which has some world champions on their side. I mean, that is not an easy task at all, and I feel like they're just doing a great job of just hanging tough, hanging with them. The problem is, though, they do need to take some of these sets here if they want to make a comeback.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, you can get the micro play wins, you can get the 1v1 victories, you can get the round wins, you can get the game wins, but at the end of the day, you need a set victory for it to count towards the match, and you need 3 of them. And so far, Winner has 0, Zeta Division 1 has 2. Things are getting pretty close. One single game victory for Zeta Division 1, and it's going to be a match point coming in. And it's plain to see why they've achieved those wins so far, but just as well, it's plain to see why Winter is such a realistic competitor. Look how close things got. If Stetampo didn't have that roundhouse kick ready to go, that would have actually been a victory for Winter. A tick versus a Fang. What a way to end things off. We do get to check out Moyagoku's stats, though, on the Gene. Magic Hand was very important.
रिवॉर्ड क्या है मिलेगा
Even here on the
ब्रो? उसके लिए आपको event.brawlstars.com पर जाना है.
was pretty much
उधर पर ऐसे क्वेश्चंस बाजू में चल रहे हैं, वहां पे आपको उसका क्लिक करना है. क्लिक करने के बाद अगर आपका आंसर सही है तो एक्स्ट्रा पॉइंट्स मिलेंगे. आंसर सही नहीं हुई है तब भी आपको पॉइंट्स मिलेंगे. और मैक्सिमम पॉइंट्स जो आपको अचीव कर सकते हो वो है इस मंथ के 1000 ओनली. अगर आप 1000 पहुंचते तो ये चीजें आपको मिल जाएंगी. फॉर एग्जांपल अगर आप अभी सिर्फ 500 पॉइंट्स पे पहुंचे हैं तो पहले की 5 चीजें 1 2 3 4 5 ये मिलेंगी. उससे आगे अगर आप पहुंच जाते हो तो आपको यहाँ तक पूरे मिलेंगे. 1000 के ऊपर आप नहीं जा सकते इस महीने, तो मैं कुछ भी कर लूं 1000 पे ही रहूंगा.
3 kills per round, and they got a couple of game victories in there, so that's a pretty decent amount of the victories for your team, certainly. And
शाम को भी और भी मैचेस हैं. अगर आपने खेलना शुरू नहीं किया तो आप शाम को भी और पॉइंट्स गेन आउट कर सकते हो.
But what we saw from Kenji and Stetampo is that they are just crazy aggro players. It'll be interesting to see who gets priority on the aggro players. I would definitely say Stetampo, considering that he has a history of being a very successful aggressive player and that he got to have the Fang all his own, and Kenji was delegated the Mortis.
800 completed. Nice.
Love this heist map. Get some action at mid for these long range brawlers, maybe some shorter range brawlers on the side lanes. Definitely looking at some Brock play here. As far as bans though, Kenny, this one's a bit mysterious. I think Tick could be a good-ish ban here though. Byron just as well. I mean, it's quite subjective. It all depends on what brawlers you prefer to play.
Yeah, I'm not as big on throwers in this map. I'm not sure about Tick for me personally, but he can dish a little damage. Typically in Heist, if I'm going to be running a thrower, I'm going to be going along the lines of more like Barley, I feel like. But honestly, on this map, I feel like it's more a wide range option. Fang being a great ban there. Ruff's coming in the mix. Colette being banned, which
again, Carnaroofs.
Lola one I'm definitely looking out for, and I love how you mentioned Brock. A long time strategy on this map is going to be breaking open those right-hand walls in your spawn, giving those sharpshooters a little more access, free range to the map. Brock and Colt are 2 candidates for that, and Brock right now, with the recent buff Incendiary being built into his kit without the star power, I think is a really strong option. Those are definitely some that I'm looking out for, and I love the Brock mention from you.
Yeah, interesting stuff. We do see Minmi picking up the bell as well. That's going to be making it a little bit tougher for Zeta Division 1 to be picking up any sort of turret-based brawlers. So that means Jesse, that means Pam as well. We'll see if Zeta Division 1 responds with any funny things are going on in the player cams as well. You can see Minmi is in very deep focus, right? Of course, they're in the pick phase right now, but Zeta Division 1, they're loose and they're calm and they're collected and they're having a grand old time. I mean, it's the mischief that really brings the team together. You can see that the synergy from this team is just off the charts, and that is what sets one team apart from the other, besides just the mechanical skill of their individual players and their skill on those brawlers as well as the comps is the players themselves, right?
Yeah, I just love seeing that side of the players, especially for newly found teammates. Kenji being a new addition to joining some of these guys, it just makes things really fun. I love how they're just being human, right? Just showing that, you know, their teammates, they're having fun, they're enjoying the game, and despite these intense moments, they can still have some fun with it, which we love to see. Meg being a choice here in that region is clearly
Turner, Rose,
Meg pick here
and Byron.
One, and of course Byron, a longtime favorite in this region, definitely going to provide some value here. No Colette to be paired with it though. I'm curious to see another interesting composition is 8-bit combined with
finally
Brock. I think that would be a better pick. That wall break can be very pivotal for them. Can allow more free access. But Byron 8-bit in the past has been some synergies that I've seen, not necessarily on this map, but I do like where their head's at. It still leaves Piper on the table, which is one that I wouldn't be surprised to get snagged here, and it would leave the side of Winter in a pretty good spot. They would have some great range against their opponents. Piper would be a toughie into those sandbags, but into Brock and Byron could provide a nice advantage there for Winner.
Yeah, I totally agree. I do think that maybe Minmi could be picking up the aggro on the sandbags
Rico.
and dealing with it pretty well.
They have chosen Max.
And this is the East Asia region classic. We love to see the Max, and that plus Meg could be quite devastating, especially versus these brawlers who can have a pretty good damage output even at close range. But the thing is, they're not able to fire it off super quickly. Byron can get some damage off, but it doesn't come out super quickly. The unload speed is not amazing. They're more powerful at long range, getting some
DJ
damage, getting some control,
DJ.
especially on
Oh,
the stage.
started.
Let's see how things happen, though. We do see Kenji picking up the Byron at the mid. Moyogoku opting for the right lane to start things off. We'll see if Shitetampo actually manages to get a rocket fuel blown up on the right side. For the time being, though, it looks like Moyogoku would prefer to get this special angle on the right side versus Minmi.
Yutan with a nice takedown there, and this is a very interesting choice from the side of Zeta Division 1. They don't elect to send Brock to this right side, at least to break open that wall. They're going to keep it closed for now, which might actually favor Ruffle a little bit. Not the longest range brawler, say somebody who's more distance-oriented like Brock or Byron. Their lanes, you're going to want to lead a little more open, but this time around, they're going to elect to try that. We'll see how it pays off in the long run. Tempo being charged up with some nice Byron heals. Kenji going to be firing a shot towards Mimi, a phase shifter, trying to get that takedown. Kenji, though, managing to stay alive for now, finally going down. Mimi going to try and get this pinch on Moyogaku, but to no avail there. Tempo, though, providing a nice distraction as
Why wasted super on that thing?
Oh, and Batman immediately gets popped out of that mech. Minmi trying to tank a little bit of damage for him as well to keep him alive. There's a speed as well. Minmi with the crazy dodges and the spin after, just to show off a little, just to show, yeah, that's my reaction time. What are you going to do about it? But Winter are actually going to end up having to pay the price, falling back just a little bit.
Oh, corners.
Moyogoku has a strong position on the right side, and there is the destruction on the left side from Shitetampo.
Oh, GG's.
Getting a great kill versus Batman. And now the damage can start rolling in. Yotan can do his best to defend versus the Incendiary, but it's already on the safe, dealing loads and loads of damage. 61% remaining on that safe, and Zeta Division 1 show no signs of letting up.
Tempo's nice thing about having Brock here too is the Incendiary. It's going to do some long-term damage, plus the connection you get from that initial shot hitting the high safe. Batman going to be in a tough position now, 42 HP. He is managing to stay alive though. Menmi with the extra speed as well. This might be the first opportunity for some real team aggression.
And that's down.
No, taking a lot of hits. Moyogaku landing some nice tags there. Menmi now going to be forced to get really aggressive. This is going to be a very tough one to come back from. A huge deficit here of over 40%. No brawlers in sight for Winner, and this one is looking like it's going to be all Zeta.
GG's.
Headed over to the match point. Great stuff for them, but if we've learned,
This is match point.
Winter, they're going to be taking at least one game. Now, of course, that's not going to detract from the excitement of the next game.
Pineapple gadget. He don't want to use the gadget. He was having jump.
You can always hope for the best.
Jump gadget.
They have been giving Zeta Division 1 an actual good run for their money, and I do like the Meg actually on the right side. The thing is, it's not working super well, especially with Moyogoku using this obstacle in a bit of a tricky way. Now, Kenji is going to opt to come over to the right side for a little bit of support on a Moyogoku. No damage dealt to this guy so far. Let's talk a little bit, though, about how Moyogoku is using this obstacle. We don't usually see that barrel in the trunk being used for anything besides the enemy to hide behind. Usually it's the first thing that a Brock gets rid of with rocket fuel. Moyogoku's putting it to use, though, but that alone isn't going to keep up their defense. And Winter is already getting 19% damage on Zeta Division 1 safe.
Well, Minmi and Yutan getting some great value there. Some good takedowns on the Kenji and Tempo are going to allow for that. And finally, Meg is going to get that mech. And I think this is a very strategic decision for them to leave this wall closed. The longer they can have Meg without in her mech form, it's going to make things a little bit easier. But so far, Winner just controlling the mid area, cycling nice kills in and out. And now Meg going to be reining in the damage as well. Moyogaku going to try to do his best to avoid this situation, but just keeps swinging at the safe. And now it's going to be a very nice lead here. But look, don't look now, though. At the top, they're doing a little bit of damage. I believe they're still up.
Yeah, look away, look away. Don't see how much damage Zeta has done to Winter so far. Winter is doing an amazing job of dealing tons and tons of damage so far, especially with Bataman, actually. Bataman is going to become the prime focus of Moya Goku on the right side, though.
Oh,
Supply drop over to Kenji as well. She'll be picking up. It does get one shot onto Minmi, but here's
why jump gadget?
Minmi leads the charge. Bataman gets one swipe in and some considerable damage on.
And I guess this round goes to Winter.
Tons of damage coming in from these guys. Kenji
Oh.
face take it and he will succeed, but only 5% remains, and Kenji's all slowed down from that nest egg as well. 30
And
seconds.
finally he used the gadget.
Last 5%.
Sandbag. Bro, why not using the sandbag gadget before?
The other thing, though, is they can just sit back and defend. And we'll get the kill on a Moya Goku, though, and things are looking quite grim for Zeta Division 1 as we stand.
They've kept it competitive the whole night, and that does not look like it's going to change here. It looks like you're
GG's.
spoken true. It is going to be a 1-1.
Zeta OP.
Again, it's been really good. I think Winter has kept up tremendously, way more than I anticipated for sure. And I'm sure, as we showed before, 80 some odd % of our viewers at home were really betting on Zeta Division 1. They're still obviously with a nice 2-0 lead here. But once again, we find ourselves in a 1-1 situation. Could Winter steal one here?
Yeah, that is a total mystery. They haven't managed to do it yet, but they have come very, very close. I think something that worked really well for Winter last time is they were able to get that early super on a Minmi and then speed up Bataman in order to get him on that safe in the mech. That is going to be the prime objective. Minmi doesn't have a super at the moment, but Bataman is just about healed up and headed straight towards the safe. He wants to get that nice super smack onto the safe. He's not going to be able to get right up next to it. Moya Goku throws down the sandbags, which are going to make it much more difficult for Bataman to get that super back. In fact, make it impossible, at least for now. Minmi takes quite a bit of damage. That's going to be the team kill from Zeta Division 1. And now they can start working on this safe. Kenji has a super as well to get practically an insta-kill. It's one of the
75, nice.
of Byron. There's a supply drop as well from Moya Goku, and Winter are setting themselves up to go for another push while Zeta Division 1 are prepping for the long game.
That's a scary sight too. Shitampo going to be powered up as well. Extra damage going to be able to give into those teams. A nice dodge there. Very interesting. Not too often we get to see that gadget from Brock. The super not connecting though. Bataman trying to get some tags as well. Until Meg is in that mech form, it's really difficult for her to push forward. Not a ton of damage. Very squishy brawler without the giant robot to back her. Minmi, though, doing a great job of continuing this aggression. Moyagaku going down. Kenji going down. Shitampo going to be very weak here. And now here comes the mech on the right-hand side. Now has a swing if needed as well. Moyagaku going to do the best here to try and back them away. Shitampo finally getting out on this left-hand side. A little breathing room for the team. Going down, though, there. Kenji throwing out the booster shots just to try and make some much-needed connections here. Small lead now in favor of Winter.
Oh man, but damage is being dealt to the enemy safe now. Winter is taking a little bit of damage from 1, 2, 3 shots. Moya Goku is looking for that last bit of damage, but they keep on receiving damage at the same time. It is going to be a base race to the finish. Bataman gets that mech, and now
24, 20,
and temporarily
16,
offense, a lot
14.
of Moya Goku needs his base race.
Oh, that was close.
Winter are going to be taking this set. They stared
Hello, Huava.
for 2 rounds in a row.
Hey, Johar.
Double match.
You will get coins by cheering.
But
You will get coins by cheering. But I don't need points, and even if I try to get, I will not get the points
number 4.
because I already have 1,000 points and I can't claim more than 1,000.
Big smiles there, surviving another round. Just taking a set, honestly, is a big deal. And it was about time that they had one. They've brought it down to a 1-1 scenario all 3 times now. I mean, a very difficult thing to do, especially against a very monstrous roster like we see in
Winter back.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big accomplishment for Winter so far. I mean, Zeta Division 1, they took down Zeta Division 0, and I guess if you're able to...
I will say that the Zeta Division threw this match because they were not using the gadgets, and if they are using gadgets, they are not using the correct gadgets. For example, why Brock was using jump, I don't know. Secondly, why Carlos was not using their sandbag, I don't know.
They started off a little bit sluggish, but they really managed to get their act together in game number 2 and game number 3. You can start to see the puzzle pieces falling into place. Bataman getting good dodges, getting good assistance from his teammates in getting into place, getting in a position, and grabbing a lot of damage on that safe in the form of his mech. And we saw it just at the end of the last game as well. Some moves from Moyogoku getting.
Bro, why can't I unlock that 50 tokens? Sorry, star power.
The best judgment, I think Zeta Division 1.
Which star power you are asking about?
And they're just ready to get it over with already, but Winter are not going to let that happen.
Yeah, I think their composition was a very interesting one as well. We kind of questioned a little bit what the value of Meg would truly be here, but in combination with Max and Bell, I think Bell provided a little stability going.
Now, please, anyone use Mortis in Brawl Ball.
Here, of course,
star points.
Team damage at 31%, but 120
How to get
DPS per second.
Points?
A really good job for them, and it's gonna.
Bro, which points you are asking about?
Push forward when they're all
this tournament's points you are, if you're asking, then you need to click on the questions which are coming onto the right side of the screen.
Onto a safe. That's a lot to deal into a player.
For that you need to go to event.brawlstars.com. event.brawlstars.com की वेबसाइट पर आपको जाना है. वहाँ पर आपको क्वेश्चंस बाजू में दिखेंगे राइट हैंड साइड में, जिस पे आपको क्लिक करना है. उसके बदले में आपको पॉइंट्स मिलेंगे. पॉइंट्स मिलने पर आपको ये रिवॉर्ड्स मिलेंगे. Simple.
That's not a huge risk, right? You still get to stay alive. And
not star power, star points.
So
भाई, if you want to get star points in the Brawl Stars, उसके लिए तो भाई simple. You need to upgrade your character to above rank 20. If your character is above rank 20, 501 trophies, and if any character is having, for each character you get 20 plus star points per character. Depends on how much upgrade you can have. For example, if your character is rank 25, then you will get extra points like 150 star points for one character. If your character is just rank 20, then your character will just get 20 star points. Depend on how many characters you are having above rank 20.
Surprised me to see Meg here too. I think that would be an unusual pick for Super Beach, and I agreed with what you said. Gonna be mostly for control brawlers. I was already a little surprised to see her on safe zone in our previous map. That's not typically up Meg's wheelhouse. A lot of the time she's gonna be on those single hot zone maps, say like dueling and beetles, where she can do a great job in the lane or as a mid. She's a very versatile option, but mainly when you get that mech, she's gonna be standing on the hot zone, grabbing a lot of that damage, doing a lot of work on obtaining that positioning. I think that's her really good spot too. And of course, Max is absolutely a good choice here. Byron could be an excellent choice here. I could see
उसको rewards में नहीं मिल रहा road to 100 points पे.
Especially, but that's one this region is very known for at this point.
1000 points.
Things in the mix, things can get scary too. Ready?
Yeah, Fang is
भाई लॉगिन करना है आपको. लॉगिन करने के बाद आपको ये जितने भी दिख रहा है वो सब मिल जाएंगे. आपको ये चीजें मिलेंगी आपके इनबॉक्स में. Brawl Stars के इनबॉक्स में आपको ये सब चीजें मिलेंगी. So you need to go to Brawl Stars, open it, then go to the inbox. In personal, you will find these things as a reward if you got enough points.
Best brawler, right? You want to leave that one available to yourself in case your enemy decides not to ban it out. And we've seen great stuff from Zeta Division 1. They're very, very capable on the Fang, but I'm not sure. I mean, like, what sort of counter could you bring out here to Fang? That's why I think he's going to be banned. But another thing to consider is the Stu, right? He's difficult to deal with, especially because these teams, they do love to play Daryl at the moment, especially in Brawl Ball, and Stu completely shuts him down pretty much.
Yeah, if it's me though, I feel like there's more ways to address.
I'm not asking that in this event see tier 850 points in there. No, I can't not unlock that, but I'm in 814. मेरे में तो रोटेट का आ रहा है. अरे तो रोटेट क्यों करने का है? मोबाइल में भी अगर आप देख रहे हो तो नीचे स्क्रॉल करो. मोबाइल में देख रहे हो तो नीचे स्क्रॉल करो. अगर पीसी पे देख रहे हो तो राइट साइड स्क्रॉल करो, मिल जाएगा.
Offense for defense, the Twister can really put that ball in some tricky situations. You can pin your enemies, and again, that stun duration at 1.5 seconds has shown today it can really grab you as some free kills here. As now we hop into our ban phase, we'll see if me and Reddy can call our shots pretty well. I imagine we're pretty on the money though. I think some Ooh, some Hims and some Sandy. Not ones we mentioned, but definitely good brawlers in this map. Sandy shows up a lot here, very popular in this region. Doesn't super surprise me, but what it does mean, though, is that Fang, Stu, Max, all very viable options here, are wide open. I could see this going a lot of different directions.
It's interesting. I mean, typically when you ban out a brawler, you view it as, well, if the enemy gets to play that brawler,
you are asking this thing.
Condition for them. And
tier 8, 50 points.
Are going to be going for the Fang right off the bat.
I cannot unlock that, but I am in 814 points, bro. Just chill out.
Winter had that option completely available. And
these are some delayed things. As you can see, rewards may be delayed. आपको मिल जाएगा लेकिन आपको delay मिलेगा. थोड़ा wait करना पड़ेगा आपको.
Time is running out for that first pick for them. They get to pick 2 brawlers in a row. It's pretty likely that'll end up being a support and some sort of brawler that benefits from it. There's a Tara, as you said.
If you are having enough points, you will get it eventually, but you need to wait.
Brawler. If they don't, though, then they'll have to waste their counter pick on that one, which would be a bit of a suboptimal scenario.
ये टिक टैक टो क्यों लगाया है आपने खेलने के लिए जिसको खेलना खेल सकता है.
I was going to say too, Tara could be a good choice just to prevent anything like Stu being picked if the enemy team decided to pick Colonel Ruffs, which is a popular option here. Tara can play into that, so I think that's a strong pick. Stu, of course, going to be one that Shitampo really likes running here, one of his stronger brawlers, so I see why they go for that comfortability factor. But now, Winter does have some options here, I would say. There are several different routes they could go. They could go for the Max combination.
Anyone can play tic-tac-toe.
Could be a way to address Stu for sure, but they've got plenty of options. We see the Max come in too. Can't say I blame them. It's a really popular one for this region, and one I definitely wouldn't want to be giving it to Zeta Division as well. That could also be preventative in their hands as well. Don't want to give the opposing
how to play, I don't know. Exclamation mark, TIC, TAC, space, number, where जहाँ पे आपको mark लगाना है. For example, upper one will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. ऐसे कहाँ पर आपको मार्क लगाना है वो नंबर लिखना पड़ेगा आपको जैसे सुमित गेमर ने लिखा है. Simple.
For Zeta Division 1, it's going to hinge on what Winter is picking here. And here's the Barley, actually. So for Zeta Division 1, I would say a pretty strong brawler could be Mortis, but we'll see how it goes. This would be a lightning fast strategy for Zeta Division 1, but that is not to say at all that Winter would not be able to pull out some crazy fast moves here, especially with the Max available to them. Max probably will be taking that mid lane, so what will they have to say to it? Actually going to be going with the Crow. This is interesting. They're definitely going to be using the slowing toxin that is available in his kit to be slowing down this push from Winter. The thing is, they only get to use it 3 times per game, so they're going to have to be very, very cautious with it.
Yeah, Crow's going to be a great way to address Max in general. Getting the slow her biggest strength, of course, being her speed. Once you take that down a peg, it's going to help out a lot. Barley, a long-time brawler on this map, though. I will give Winter credit. I think it's going to be a strong one. No inherent counters on this map to them. I think it's going to be an interesting one. No traditional mids really on the side of Zeta 1, but I don't hate the comp. I think it's actually pretty solid. They've got Tara to try and deal with the Fang. You know, we're going to have Shitampo on one of his best brawlers in the Stu, and Kenji, I think, just going to have to try and do his best in the long term against Batman. It's very tough to hit a Barley when there's no direct line of super aggression. You know, they don't have a Mortis or anything similar that can get to him quickly. Someone like Fang or Daryl, or just a very aggressive brawler in general.
Yeah, well, that's a trade-off, right? Kenji on the Crow, this was his pick. This was his team's pick for the counter to min me. So he's just going to have to deal with Batman for now. There's a healing herbal tonic from Batman to establish some permanence on the right side. Doesn't seem like the super from Batman was super impactful either. It was great positioning, right? It was exactly where it needed to be.
My side tempo का एक shot connect नहीं हुआ. Not even one shot connected.
A whole lot either. Now Minmi does have his super ready to go. So does Yotan.
Finally, one shot connected.
Has his super, then this could really start to speed up. Site Tempo is going to dodge out of the way. Yotan will receive this pass, and that's it.
Jeez.
Already will be grabbing.
Bro, who should I choose in next match?
On the clock, Winter have set themselves up in an amazing position. We do
I don't know actually.
Actually, Shitampo on the Stu on the right side has his super. Kenji at mid now. This is quite different. This could be a goal actually for Zeta Division 1, but Yotan fires back, quarters the ball. Yep, that's what happens when you let him have Fang.
Yeah, no excuses there. I mean, when Fang's on the board, Fang plays are going to happen. A lot of insane connections, a lot of crazy kills. But I do like this lane switch. I think it was a
Bro, who should I choose in next match? Rising Esports. Okay, you can go with the Rising Esports.
Man, whatever lane he is on has not allowed the opposing brawler to push forward. At the beginning of our match, it was Kenji, and now Shatimpo going to try and find the Barley here, going to do his best to dodge some of these shots.
For Tic Tac, there will be a 10 seconds remain time every time.
Have a wall break outside of those few shy tempo gadgets. Good plays here. Nicely done. Bobbing and weaving. They only have 15 seconds though. Moyogaku gonna have to move forward here and try and get aggressive. 10 seconds left. The crazy up close takedown for Barley as well. Not often you see Barley just kind of get that up close and personal type kill. Really well played though from Winner that set. I gotta give him credit. They're making this a very, very close match.
Bro, guess in your opinion, your luck.
Man, in that situation, in a 2v1, and a Barley just took out me as a Stu and my teammates.
For me,
from getting that
let me see.
I would be punching the air right now. Like I would be upset. I would be exerting my anger on a pillow.
Rising Sun Esports might be a good option.
Feeling. Let's see how Zeta Division 1 handles the defense this time. We did see an early goal from Winter last time, but it did rely a lot on Yotan's positioning. He's going to be rotating up quite forward. We do see the three-man pinch potential. Here's the dash forward by Minmi. Yotan picks up the kill, and once more, he's able to get it in. 2 minutes left on the clock.
Can you still answer questions? Which question?
But it's a lot of room for a Winner to work with too. One more goal, and we're headed to set number 5.
Winter going to do comeback? Yeah, why not?
Just too good right now. The phase shift leading into the Yutan Super. Just a flashy goal there. But now Kenji with an opportunity here. We're going to see Shatampo on the top right of your screen. He does have a super. If he elects to break this wall, he can. Nice super pull in there. And now they have a wide open goal of their own. It's going to be 1-1. Not quite yet, Winner. One goal away from taking this set and tying things up. But Zeta Division 1 not going anywhere.
As just like Winner can bring things right to the brink and grab a victory at the end, so can Zeta Division 1. That's the situation they find themselves in at the moment. We'll see Kenji jump forward. Batman does get slowed down, but not taken down. Stay Tampo can rush forward on the right side. Yotan dashes in, though. Kenji gets taken down as well, but so falls Menmi. Yotan could get a goal here. He needs enough health to make it happen.
GG's.
No way! Stay Tampo could not get that defense. And Menmi is so
the event question.
This outcome.
Sure, why not?
Number 5 cannot believe it happened like that though.
I can't actually select for myself. It is going on automatically because I have already got the points. So website will not allow me to choose anything.
And finally, like we said,
but yes, you can actually see which is going to be the correct answer. Come back. Let's see. I don't think so. Zeta Division is still,
honestly,
I think, can win this one.
Division 1 there. I did. I thought it was going to be nice. And Barley just provided a lot of value. I felt like good area control. And again, Fang, somebody you gotta watch for it. I would not be surprised at all. We're going to Shooting Star, but they might still ban him anyways. He's just been so hard to deal with tonight.
I think from Zeta Division 1, it's a little bit of hubris, right? You know, they're having fun. They're having fun on the player cams. They're calm and stuff, but they're a little too calm, right? Because Winter is looking for every bit of relaxation and taking full advantage of it. You want to allow Fang to be played? Yeah, we'll play it. And Zeta Division 1 just simply were not equipped to deal with it, unfortunately. As hard as they can try to deny him super, he's going to get it eventually. And even if he doesn't have super, we saw expert positioning from Yotan to capitalize on those situations. Look at this, by the way. Shtetampo barely couldn't get that ball in time. He couldn't have pathed to that ball any more perfectly. And it just goes to show.
Winter might be the play.
They're doing. Did
okay, let's see.
Versus Zeta Division 1? Yes. Are they headed on to set number 5 just as well? Yes. Here you get to see Yotan, the OP Fang from the last set, and the stats, well, they speak for themselves.
8-2. That is crazy. I mean, so much value. 161 DPS. Absolutely insane. And cherry on top, that beautiful goal at the end there, just threading the needle. I mean, credit to Yotan.
I just want to pick the correct answer. Okay, but how many points you are having?
Gotta do some great work, and especially against a talented roster like this. I mean, those are some insane.
How many points you are having right now?
Let alone into some of the reigning world champions from last year.
All right, well, it all comes down to Shooting Star in the end, doesn't it? This is going to be an interesting one to see in the draft mode. When we saw this not in the draft mode,
why is Zeta Division
pretty much Nanny
divided their team?
There were any bans? It was
because they want to increase their potential.
See the Max and the Gene bans actually to count.
Hello, Liam Forsters. How are you, bro? I have 680 points. Easy, bro. You can get 1000 points very easily, even if you choose the wrong answer. Because in after how many hours?
Having the final pick.
5 hours, you can say.
For Mortis. Or some sort of
yes, almost after 4.5 hours there's gonna be another tournament.
Right
there you can get the remaining points very easily.
See Piper here gonna be an excellent choice for them, a good longer range brawler. I wouldn't be surprised to see them bring
how number 1 in the world getting beat by bad people because they have divided their team. They are not playing with their original team who have won the world championship. 2 persons were in Zeta Division 1 and 2 persons were in Zeta Division 0. So that is why it is not working that much wondrous like in World Finals.
Love that with one of their 2 picks there, they took Nani off the board.
Yeah, interesting stuff. Okay, here's the Leon as well. It's going to make things a little bit more complicated for Zeta Division 1 to deal with them. They'll be fighting versus, as I say, an unknown enemy. With that lollipop drop down, Zeta Division 1 are not going to be very effective at checking that invisible bushy area. But Zeta Division 1 are definitely playing it safe with the Nanny and the Piper. These are classic, tried, tested, and true brawlers for this map. Winter, though, they're going to be taking a bit of a risk, but it can be a high risk and a high reward scenario. It's the Byron, the Leon, and the Tick. They're going to get that early game
correct,
Tick, but they're going
correct
for
bowler
comeback potential with Leon and Byron. These brawlers that work pretty well together could get that last second comeback within the last 20 seconds, but we'll see what counter Zeta Division 1 has to offer.
I wouldn't be surprised if they save their thrower for this last pick. When the opposing team goes with a Tick early on, you can have Sprout in your back pocket.
Bang!
Go with Fang. Even scarier, to be honest with you. The fact that they got that with their 6th pick kind of blows my mind a little bit, and I think it does pretty well here. It's very interesting. Winter with not the most traditional composition, I would say here. Byron being...
If Zeta lose today, then they never divide their team. They are not losing, actually. We can see here.
Behind that wall, but once Piper gets that super, it could be troublesome because once you open up that map, it does expose Tick. It makes things very difficult for him.
This will be interesting. I feel like Winter actually do feel relatively...
Who are you going for?
Pop drop at their disposal, knowing that Shitetampo...
I will say Zeta Division will win
hit shots
today's
so Moe Goku does have an angle over here.
Monthly finals.
Shitetampo is going to try and get close for Ziotan. Does manage to land some shots on Batman. The movement is too predictable for Shitetampo. He sees right through it, and Zeta Division 1 already have that blue star to their name. Now they get to hang back and play a little bit defensive, wait for the enemy to run into them. Most notably for Shitetampo, as he is going to be getting that super with each enemy that runs into him, and then he'll get the opportunity to sweep the enemy team.
Game number 1, well underway. Can Winter pull off this major upset? Zeta 1 considered one of the strongest in the region, and somehow, some way, we find ourselves in a set 5. Crazier things have happened. Maybe they can pull it off, but this would be a major upset if our Zeta 1 division winners go down here. Yotan throwing up some supers, a lot of area control coming in for Tick. And Butterman not really backing down on this right-hand side either. Very good.
Oh, super is being charged.
Of course, but as this goes forward, Zeta Division 1 will be further and further into their spawn. This could be good for Winter.
Yeah, this is interesting. We'll see how they handle it. They still need to pick up a kill. Shitetampo is taking a lot of damage. He's on very low health. 2404 remaining. Batman is going to go in for the kill. Moe Goku and Shitetampo turtle up on the right side. Here's the Tick super. Shitetampo on super.
Wasted.
Get away. No way. And that's what happens when your super auto targets away from your desired target. Unfortunate circumstance. Shtetampo could get this kill though. No, he's not able to get that roundhouse kick stun. He can dash away. Minmi's gonna pick up the kill though. Winters still are behind by just 1 star and they won't be able to pick it up at the end. It all came down to that crucial play from Shtetampo.
That was close.
Division 1 once more at that comfortable match point.
Why Neymar like
Winner has brought it to multiple
star
times
this?
before. They're still very much in this. I feel like I love this composition from Zeta Division 1, but again, 1 star is really all it took there. Can Winter change their fate, really set the course and tone for the remainder of the year? Can the big bad Zeta Division fall? We'll have to find out as we enter game number 2. They got a long road ahead of them. They need 2 straight here to make the comeback, but they've done a great job tonight. Anything I think is possible here, Eddie.
Yeah, anything really is possible. We do see some getting back to basics as well. Yotan is going to be picking up the blue star. Typically, we used to see Tick always pick up that first star, but we do see Shtetampo already getting that super, and that is a bad, bad sign. Winter, they're relatively closely grouped together. Ooh, Bataman takes a whole lot of damage. He's going to have to back up. Kenji could go for the opportunity with the homemade recipe. Here comes the super, and that Peep is going to land a whole lot of damage. Shtetampo is just waiting for the perfect opportunity, though. But now that Yotan has his super, things could look quite grim. Minmi also has his super ready to go as well. This could be a guaranteed kill, actually, for Minmi. Shtetampo goes down. It does cause Yotan his super, but Winter still get to hang in the lead by 3 stars now. Shtetampo has his super ready to go once again, but still, we'll see if he's able to make it happen at mid this time.
Shtetampo with the super here too is a tough spot, especially as Winter falls back. And now the roundhouse kick coming in. Minmi staying up for now, but goes down. It's now 4-3. Kenji gonna be backing away, but goes down to a stray tick shot there. 1 star in between them. Winter needs this win if they want their tournament lives alive. And Shtetampo and squad need to find this kill if they want to go home and move on to
GG's.
6-5. Now 8-6. Things transpire.
Again 9-8.
9-8. And now Yotan left alone. All up here. Teammates are coming in quickly. They need to find a kill and fast. No takedowns can be given. They find one there. Kenji with the connection.
GG's. And with that, Zeta Division goes to the finals.
In Bounty, well played the winner. I don't think he can go unsaid. They brought it to a set 5 against 2 previous world champions and this incredible roster in Zeta Division 1. I'm super impressed from what I saw from Winner today.
Yeah, I'm actually blown away. This was a massive victory from Winter. I mean, look, did they get the win over Zeta Division 1? No. Not overall, right? In 2 sets, yes.
Choose MVP and get 75 points.
Or rather, in the sets where they did not end up winning,
just choose MVP. Anyone you can choose and you'll get 75 points for that thing.
It's not every day that you get such a high caliber learning experience versus a roster like Zeta Division 1. If anything, they are getting a whole lot of knowledge and a whole lot of respect in this region as well. What a way to start off the year.
You definitely got to think they climb up the power rankings at a bare minimum. You know, they're only going to be walking away with 50 points here, but honestly, they put up a very fair fight, almost as good a one, I would argue, as Zeta Division 0. I mean, that only had 3 sets. Who knows? In 5, could it have shelled out to the same thing? I don't know, but I think Winter proved that they are a team to be messed with. Now we hop in to Shtetampo's stats here. Team damage at 29%, DPS at 99, but at the end of the day, the KD does matter in Bounty. Go 4-3 here. The stars at the end of the day what counts, but it is always nice to see more kills than deaths in a mode like this.
I won finally.
Yeah, and I also find it quite interesting to see that he does pull his own weight, 29%.
I picked Yotan. It doesn't matter even if you choose anyone because you will get 75 points anyway. It doesn't matter whoever you choose, you will get 75 points for that thing.
And we saw that actually in both games. In the final set was at the last second, he's picking up 1-2 kills and then running it back for the rest of the team. Yeah, some more stars get picked up by the remainder of the Zeta Division 1 roster as well, but still, I mean, that's just a result of the enemy team having to play aggressively in order to account for the amazing play that Shtetampo just accomplished. Great stuff for them. That is going to be our first semifinal out of the way, and semifinal 2 is on the way too.
Yeah, Tempo, of course, very reasonably being your all's MVP choice. Makes sense to me. He was there for a lot of very clutch moments, and of course on the Fang. Couldn't really go wrong in that final set. I still can't believe they snagged that with the last pick overall. It's crazy to me considering the plays we've seen tonight that Fang is so good. But let's take a look at our bracket and our next matchup. Let's see how we got here to our semi-final number 2. We just finished up with Zeta Division 1, taking on winner in what a nail biter it was. Ready 3-2. It all came down to the final moments, and I don't know if it's possible, but could We Need Sponsor deliver something also incredible on our next one?
Honestly, it is a total mystery. We saw great stuff from Rising Sun, just as we did from We Need Sponsor. Both of them.
What year was Brawl Stars released worldwide?
Speedy sets as well. Now that they're going head to head,
2018.
this one once more.
Use that thing and get 25 points.
One of these guys has to be a worthy competitor.
I'm not gonna get any point because I'm already at 1000, but you can get 25 points by choosing 2018.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously We Need Sponsor getting a pretty good win. I considered Blood Diamond
Imagine no going for world
a
championships.
strong candidate for my number 3 choice in this region, just considering their roster filled with so many veterans and some good teams from last season. But now we hop into WNS, and they still have some good players too, some more unknowns, of course. One of their players, Toby, appeared in several monthly finals last year. Deft, having some great plays in that last one. Actually, he was my MVP vote for the first one there when you all were casting a little earlier. And Cheg Sang, of course, rounded.
Thanks for the answer. No problem.
Yeah, honestly, my eyes are 100% on Deft here.
Oh, by 50-50.
Absolute.
Almost 50-50. Yes, it's 50-50.
Absolutely unstoppable. Now,
We Need Sponsor 50%, RS 50%.
closely on what Brawl Deft could be playing. And probably.
But We Need Sponsor is going ahead with 51% for now.
Even if it's not the brawler that he picks, he can always swap out with his teammates to pick it as well. So that is, I think,
Go for Rising Sun, SI.
pick that we can
But
see.
I don't know why I think
leading
WNS is gonna take it away.
But from the side of Rising Sun,
I don't know why.
Esports, I think we're looking at something much of the same. They blew through their competitors.
RSC or WNS, bro, it's totally your choice, but I don't know why I am feeling like WNS is gonna be winning
Choices to try
this
to
one.
take a stab at this monthly final. We see Aaron, Ryohi, who have played together for a long time, 7 of 8 monthly finals together last year, mainly with Tropa Suprema, but a few different name changes throughout the season. And Wahochi, great player as well, but yes,
RSC OP Jordway.
I'm looking for players that have established themselves in their respective regions. Have they done it before? Have they made those monthly finals appearances? And this is one for me with a lot of consistency. I loved what I saw from WNS, but for me, I do differ from you and Uber a little bit. I'm going to default to what I believe beforehand. I saw some great stuff from WNS, but at the end of the day, I'm thinking Rising Sun on this one. I think it's going to be a close one, though.
Double swoosh.
Yeah, WNS has my vote here, but of course we love competing opinions. We love competing teams just as much. Hey, may the better prediction win just as well to you guys. Make sure you submit your predictions to get the chance to win some in-game rewards at event.brawlstars.com. Without further ado, we're getting into it. Double swoosh. There's some competing theories about this one, Kenny, as to why it is called double swoosh, but that might be one better left up to the imagination. Here come the bands as well. Rising Sun Esports starting things off with the
I
studio.
have to go lunch, okay? Enjoy your lunch. Hello, Anonymous.
Here, in my opinion,
Sup, Goldie? How are you doing? I'm doing all good, bro. Oh, it's Thursday. Welcome, Anonymous. Yes, it's weekend time.
Choice too, though. That's one this region definitely likes, and a long-time brawler that stands on this map. I like Imsir a lot too in this region. That's one that they very commonly pick. It would not surprise me to see that, and also can deal very well with the minions from Tara. Wouldn't be surprised to see that come out at some point. Jean, like you mentioned, a great mid here. Really like that. Crow, a sneaky pick here too. It eliminates a lot of options, right? What if they want to draft Rosa, a brawler that is tanky, does really.
Bro, do I want to see the the stream of Brawl Star event, or that pin will automatically come in inbox. But if you have completed 1000 points, then you will get it automatically. You don't need to watch the event fully. But if you haven't got the 1000 points, then you need to wait.
Pam is just a very safe option. Can address those single shot brawlers. The tankier choices can't get taken down immediately. You know, Fang is once again on the board. It is possible. Jim Grab probably not his go-to mode, but honestly, given how well he's done tonight, it wouldn't surprise me at all if they're preparing for the worst.
Bam, boom.
We do see the Pam pick, of course. We can break that down a little bit more interesting. We see the double healer that is going to cause Rising Sun actually to suffer a little bit on the DPS side. We need sponsor also. Might be tempted to go for a Crow here. It'd be certainly a launch.
Baron next good.
They will be playing
okay.
two healers here.
Who is winning?
So they do have the counter picks.
Bro, this is semi-final going on, and already Zeta division have already reached the final. So let's see who is gonna be the finalist with.
See WNS with their last couple.
Zeta division 1.
Number 2. And interesting stuff. Okay, so this is the typical double
Gene OP.
strategy.
Yeah. Gene OP.
Right? You get Gene, you get Tara. Each one of them is going to have their pull at some point, and they just keep on farming the pull off of each other's kills. It's a strong strategy, and I would definitely say that this could be a tricky situation for Rising Sun.
They pick all healers.
Use that counter pick at their disposal.
Oh, Cheetah, yes.
Crow would be
Cheetah division.
Solid counter into these healing compositions too. I like
Fang.
I like to go Fang. There you go.
Fang, here comes Fang.
I think it's almost necessary.
Poco also, please.
Though, just because there's some really strong counters into
Go for it.
in the meta right now.
Healer's OP.
Something like Ims, which they could still do. I imagine that's why they wait till later on, but Ims still on the board.
Zeta is OP and legend and incredible and smart. OP. Okay, let's see.
In this region could make an appearance. More aggressive choice.
Spike.
I like that. You mentioned Spike, but we haven't seen him a lot here. In other regions, though, he's actually banned in states.
Wang, here comes Fang.
One of the strongest lane brawlers you can have, and at range, gonna do really well at pushing back the enemy. Say somebody like Fang, who doesn't have the longest range, Tara, who doesn't have the longest range. I think it's gonna be a great option here, and it looks like at home we're pretty split on this decision. 51% stand with you though, Ready. You gotta respect it, but this is about as big of a coin toss to me as it gets. I think this could really go either way, and I expect another really heavy-hitting semifinals match as we get underway.
Okay, let's get into it. Toby on the right side on the Fang. WATCHPARTY trying to get the defense here with the Spike. This is going to be interesting because Toby does outrange WATCHPARTY, not by a significant margin. Also, WATCHPARTY is running Curveball, which is not what I would have picked personally. You can get better ability to scout out the bushes with Curveball, but most players are going to know how to dodge Curveball by now. And Toby's doing an excellent job so far, but he is having a little bit of difficulty grabbing that first super. Does manage to get a few shots every now and then. Deft is going to take this opportunity to rotate over to the right side. He has the penetrating shots, which can get through WATCHPARTY's life plant, and WATCHPARTY will be picking up that first kill. Chang Sung will also be getting some damage versus WATCHPARTY. Down goes the life plant in just a moment as well. And Toby will be looking
Zero हार गई.
a kill. And
हाँ तो Zero हारेगी ना भाई. अगर Zeta Division 1 जीती है तो Zero तो हारेगी.
Down in the end, but not before picking up his own kill. Ooh, and Deft is in a bad situation. Will end up falling. Aaron tries to snag a few gems here, will succeed. And this is actually turning around quite quickly, Kenny.
This is a good start for Rising Sun. Some good takedowns there, and Pam going to be well equipped to try and deal with Fang. With the healing turret on the ground, the Scrap Sucker gadget to take away shots, that's about as good as you're going to get in terms of counters. But any of the brawlers here on the side of WNS have the ability to turn the game around. The Tara pull, the Gene pull, the Fang super to connect to multiple enemies. At any given moment, you could be completely safe, and all of a sudden, the tides could turn given the supers of this enemy team.
WATCHPARTY on the right side is going to be versus Deft once again. This didn't turn out amazingly last time. for Deft. Wahochi is going to be picking up the kill too, and this is the 3-man pinch opportunity. Do they even really need it? No, but why not? Get rid of Gene, get rid of that pull. He's not going to be able to respond in time in order to make this happen. Toby is really the last hope of bringing back WNS, but it's just too late. Here the spins from Wahochi. Man, calm down. It's just game number 1. But
GG's.
It's just
My favorite player is Insane HP. We're in 0
versus WNS.
What to do, bro?
I think they came up with a comp that was
I win lol.
to deal with somebody like Fang.
Go RC.
That Pam matchup there, I think it's going to be really good for them. We'll see if they change things around, though. Again, WNS at any given moment just has the supers to chain and have the ability to really shape up a game. I do love this spike lane going into Tara, though. The extra distance going to help out Deft. Already popping 2 gadgets here. Going to be taking those out very quickly. A nice connection there. Very, very close. Deft finally popping the 3rd, just doing anything he can to establish some dominance in this lane. And it is going to pay off in the sense that they do grab it, but no more gadgets for the remainder of the game.
Yeah, that's not amazing, but Deft is in a super strong position right now. And not anymore. Great pinch there between Aaron and Wahochi. Yeah, it was very short-lived, just like those ephemeral shades, which are now gone for the remainder of the game. Deft, once more, is going to have a tough fight for the entire game. Wahochi already has his super back. Now, on the left side, you can see, once again, the Pam matchup. Now, Changsong is going to look for the opportunity to lane versus Ryohi. He's going to combine forces with Toby as well. Here's the aggro turret, and Toby gets a stun, but Ryohi's receiving so much healing from Aaron, he just shrugs it off like nothing even happened. Ryohi will end up falling, though. Wahochi goes super aggressive, and Changsong looks for the kill, but ends up getting taken down himself. But luckily, Toby and Deft were pushed up super, super far, and just far enough to pick up 9 gems total. A total turnaround for WNS as they get the 10th gem as well. It's up to Rising Sun to get a super aggro push into brawlers with not only, well, a killer ability, but a pull of their own.
Gonna be left to stand Deft. Could get reset here. That's a nice takedown that they very much needed. Toby gonna be left to grab these gems. Very close, gonna have to tiptoe his way out of this situation. A nice connection from Aaron too now, and the gyms get reset again. Now the entire side of Rising Sun Esports can move forward. Aaron falls, but they do reset. They buy a little more time. Wahochi does have a super on his hands, gonna connect with Toby there. Some decent damage flying in. The light plant being dropped. Another takedown. The scratch sucker coming in as well. And Chung Seng just hanging around.
Oh, this is not getting over.
All the way in their spot as well. They do have 17 gyms, though. The only way they can possibly take this home is getting a kill onto Toby, who, don't look now, has a super and is Fang.
He's going to be dashing all the way up that right side if he can, but he doesn't even need to. Great adaptation from WNS following
GG's WNS. वाह क्या चल रहा है, कितनी बार रीसेट लॉल, मजा आ रहा था उनको, रीसेट पर रीसेट, रीसेट पर रीसेट, रीसेट पर रीसेट मिलता रहा है, बस विन नहीं मिली.
They could have allowed the gems to spawn at mid and kept on staggering the respawns and interrupting the countdown of WNS, but in the end, they ended up giving them the gems that they needed to interrupt the countdown the other way. They were very close to picking up the gems themselves, but it just wasn't enough. They can bring this back in the next game, though. After a very narrow victory, WNS cannot be feeling super confident about this.
Side of Rising Sun Esports, though, doing a good job of intruding the enemy bushes right now. Ryoshi picking up a nice kill there. Deft left to pop some Tara minis here. The clones coming in, actually doing a little bit of work onto Aaron here. Gonna be forced to pop a gadget, try and stay up. Nice shot in the arm there to give himself some heals. Ryohi back on this left-hand side, ready to put in some more work. Pretty even so far on the gyms.
This is close.
Oh, yeah, Wahochi is keeping down this right lane pretty well as well. But Toby and Changsong are planning out what this next pull is going to look like. Toby has a super. He's just waiting for someone to pop their head while on low health. Wahochi is quite threatening, so is Ryohi, as he's getting healed up consistently and also using that scrap sucker, but it completely whiffs, and Toby is now able
Come on, take the Q. They take the gems, bro. If everyone is dead, why not taking the gems? I don't know.
Back though, Changsong is able to get rid of that life plant. Ryohi now switching over to the right side. This is different. We haven't seen Pam on the right lane for the entire set so far, but Rising Sun Esports, they're ready to make a change as this is getting kind of stalematey. Great plays and great positioning from WATCHPARTY to position himself around the wall so he doesn't get stuck to the middle of the Tara super.
Oh, bro.
No way! Huge plays. He's going to take a lot of damage, but Aaron still holds his own. Could have been a huge, huge massacre by Fang, but Rising Sun Esports kept their position.
I think that was honestly a good call by Aaron. He could have gotten really aggressive for those gyms there, and I think ultimately making the conservative decision was the right one there. Aaron going to be looking down the line, sees that gym. All they have to do on the side of WNS is grab that
9-9,
individual gym. Will they
10-9.
going for it all?
It is not over yet.
1800 health to his name. WATCHPARTY going to be on this left-hand side trying to pinch. They can find any kill onto Toby or Gene here. And
No.
now they have the countdown in their own favor and a little bit of mid-ground. Now a tie ball game, but especially when it's a tie gym count, especially at this high, you're gonna have to learn to try and control the mid. Great job there, Pam being the carrier as well, not a problem at all. If anything,
Oh, GG's.
can they survive? No, Deft gonna be grabbing every one of these gyms, and now they're forced to find a kill onto Deft. What an insane gene pull there. The super coming in clutch. 7 seconds remaining. Can the side of Rising Sun move forward?
Fang always OP, guys.
Holding down the
पता है FW एंड अपर मून में एक मेंबर है.
will finish the job there.
एक मेंबर क्यों है उसमें? 3 मेंबर हैं. आगे बताओ.
Game number 1, and that's Song.
इंडिया की भी एक स्पोर्ट्स टीम है. हाँ पता है. Nice pull, GG's. Lol. Gene pull always OP.
Taking the win in the end. We saw Pam making some moves at mid as well.
Ooh.
That
GG's.
And I mean, you can take advantage of the absence of a gene pull, sure, but the thing is they're running the double pull. They have the Tara super ready to go as soon as anyone tries to push in, and that is the strength of this comp, and the mechanics were off the charts as well. We saw a good first win by Rising Sun, maybe a little bit of overconfidence here from WATCHPARTY on the left side. The spins were a little bit evident that Rising Sun thought that they should definitely be winning this one, but here come the pulls from WNS, and it just kept on snowballing from there. Even though Rising Sun Esports managed to interrupt that countdown a lot of times in game number 2, wasn't enough in the end, and WNS were able to prevail with this double pull comp.
It's very difficult when you get all the way to the back of your spawn, right? Even if teammates are respawning, they have to somehow get a clean getaway. And there's really no quick answer. There's no max speed. There's no Fang dash.
Oh, that Fang game was insane, bro.
I don't necessarily think that's something you always have to look for in a comp, but it certainly would have helped them out there. And then game number 3 just came down to the wire. Toby, though, finding a much-needed kill there. Did reset the countdown, keep things even, and of course the big bad gene pull, the game-changing super, allowed Deft to pick up every single one of those gyms remaining and pave the way for Deft to just chain a couple Tara pulls and secure the deal.
GG's.
Yeah, well, the bag has been acquired, and most of the heavy lifting, I wouldn't say was done by Fang, but some of the key plays as well can be traced back to Toby. Good stuff. 12 kills and a whole lot of DPS as well. His positioning was absolutely key to that second victory as well. He had the super right when he needed it.
वो FWA था ना, instinct.
Pretty well into Spike.
हाँ, FWA में जरूर एक इंडियन है.
In the game, he just used the
Indian बोल रहा हूँ. Free with agents ना.
Together. I mean, definitely.
Bubbly tea. आप वापस आ गए.
There that we can be looking for.
Bubbly tea.
I don't think we'll be seeing the double pull anymore. I think that's kind of a double swish thing. Dueling Beetles though, yeah, we'll be seeing some Fang here. Set number 2 coming at you, lightning fast. I think we'll see some Crow here as well. He wasn't banned out, nor was he picked by any of the players, but I think this one he's surely going to be picked, but I'm probably going to be wrong, honestly.
No, I think Crow's a great choice here. You know, I definitely agree with you. Probably no more Gene or Tara, at least here. Maybe if a Stu gets run, which I think could be probable. We might
no, FWA में
you're crazy at all, right?
Sergeant Clash है.
You're going to call me crazy for this one, though. I've actually seen a lot of B here on the stage, especially for the Zeta teams when I've watched
Instinct upper moon में है.
A little bit, and the Crow even gets banned here ready, so don't be too hard on yourself. Definitely a good choice there. Deft going to be going with the Met.
Dueling Beetle kills Mag.
Very strong pick. One this region is definitely harnessing and really using it to their best. Bell, of course,
Again, Fang
being selected, no surprise there. And of course, somehow, some way, Fang keeps making it inside these drafts. Ready? I don't know how.
It's really interesting, right? It seems like we have not seen a single game where the team playing didn't, or rather a set where the team playing Fang didn't take the win in the end. But that's not enough to phase these people. They're going to allow Fang to be in the game. Hopefully, for the sake of Rising Sun Esports, they're able to take this one. Otherwise, they're in for a very grim set number 3. They do have the counter pick available, though. So what will they end up choosing? From the side of WNS, they have some very strong brawlers at their disposal. Ooh, and the Daryl for the final pick. That is going to be actually quite good versus the Colonel Ruffs, and it's going to be pretty decent as well versus the Meg. Versus Fang, he can always just roll away, and also the Stu versus the Fang is going to be pretty good. I mean, if you're running the first star power for Stu, you're able to dash longer than usual, and you're able to get out of range of Fang, or out of his effective range where he's able to deal.
Hello Shruti, what's up?
So, good stuff. I think the
Bro, जो winning prize मिलती है वो Zeta Divisions रखती होगी ना? हाँ, और कौन रखेगा?
Now, but the thing is, Meg is paired up with the Fang. That's such a powerful pick for this map.
Tough to deal with either of those. A mech super form and a Fang on the map. That is a lot to deal with. They're actually going to be electing to break open this, I guess, to allow Meg some more space to work with here. Now Deft going to be charging into the middle area. Aaron immediately rushing to that, though. They take out Deft.
Oh, bhai.
Roll from Aaron. Constant cycling of the supers.
Daryl.
Good takedowns here. And now we see Rising Sun Esports with some pretty dominant control of the hot zone.
Daryl OP, bhai.
Dominant, I will say, though. We haven't seen a super go to Deft yet. Toby does get that super comboed with the roundhouse kick as well to pick up the kill. 50% threshold is going to be crossed by Rising Sun Esports, but we need sponsor. Hey, look, they're playing the long game. They got to get their supers charged up.
Oh, bro, Fang OP, bhai sab.
A monster. That's just the power of Fang in action. Shang Tsung will also take out that turret, and Toby still has a super to work with. This is looking not so good for Rising Sun Esports. They can totally bring it back. There's an AoE stun from Toby. He's gonna stay alive. Aaron gets taken down by Deft, and this is looking really, really bad for Rising Sun Esports.
That takedown on the
one shot down.
Time, that roundhouse kick really put Daryl at a standstill, allow Fang to back up, and then a wasted gadget even came out from Aaron there, and honestly, that basically gave them a triple kill, really just killed the momentum of Rising Sun Esports, and has allowed Deft and Chang Xing to just hold down this middle area. They can just kind of hang out now. Aaron's finally getting a takedown. This is a little bit of life coming in from the side of Rising Sun Esports. They are alone though. Deft getting that off just in time. Does fall there though. Aaron going down. Deft back.
GG's.
They still get
Order play are insane.
Game number 1 going in favor of We Need Sponsors.
Destroy don't cover lol. Because they need the space, na, that is why. If they are having a Sprout, then that might be a different thing.
That supply drop, and also once she's in the mech form, the faster you can get that supercharge up, the faster you're going to be taking the W in the end. Now Rising Sun Esports, as long as they can be careful not to give supers to the enemy too quickly, then they can start to work from there. The thing is that, well, Deft is doing a great job of charging up that super. Here we already see the first one. She's on pretty low health as well. Once she pops out of the mech, she won't have much survival.
Oh, bhai, one shot mein usne uda diya, bhai.
It's about walking all over that point, healing up a little bit of health as well with the gadget, and waiting for the next super to come by. Ryohi does not have the range to compete with Colonel Ruffs. Is not looking super great for Rising Sun Esports as we stand.
One thing to watch out for too, Hoshi really gonna have to try and take advantage of those Bell supers to allow their team to do extra damage. This can be a great way to take out a Meg robot a lot quicker.
Oh my.
But of course,
Fang.
The insane super chaining once again. I don't understand why Fang isn't being banned. I mean, they're allowing for these crazy plays to happen. If you're the enemy team, that's just free kills onto you. What more can they do? It's very difficult to deal with Fang, just period. And even Aaron, as well as he did in that first game to try and cycle the roles, gets taken down there as well. And this is kind of the story of the night. Fang just doing Fang things.
Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I always think is,
Oh,
yeah,
bro.
you can get away from Fang if you have a super. Sure. But then you have to hang on to the super. That means that you can't use it as long as Fang has a super. And in a way, that's better for Fang's team than if Fang were just to use the super and get the kill anyway.
Oh,
right?
bro.
They're staying off the point. They're not using their abilities. They're a severely weakened enemy with the whole part of their
GG, easy peasy for WNS.
sponsor.
Woo.
Second win in a row. Great stuff.
Zeta वर्सेस WNS होना चाहिए, वही होगा, क्यों टेंशन ले रहा हो?
As well.
लेकिन
And
जीतेगा Zeta.
the next set with a couple of wins under their belt. One game is all that they need in order to bring themselves to the match point, and they've done it in nice fashion. Picking that Fang twice in a row has been pretty much their win condition, and it's something that we can maybe not so anticipate on Layer Cake, right? Like he can work there, but I don't know. We're gonna have to see a ban is the thing.
Fang बहुत मस्त खेला यार.
I would love to know the winner
Yeah.
of Fang tonight.
Fang.
Overall,
Bang, bang, here comes Fang.
It feels like he's a difference maker here. I mean, it's just hard to argue. He's done so much work overall tonight, and it's hard to argue. Toby doing a great job there, constantly cycling out kills, the damage coming in every single game. And despite the efforts of Aaron trying to counter Fang, I imagine, I think the Daryl shotgun brawler up close to Fang, maybe they thought they could do some work with that, but the roundhouse kick, the cycle of supers, I mean, just look at that right there. A kill coming in once. Toby.
No, for sure, not Fang.
And even though he goes down there, I mean, the job was done. 100%.
Bro,
That was a very
36% team damage. Wow.
252 DPS. That's the highest I've maybe ever seen. I mean, that's insane. 10-4 as well. Across the board, just putting in work. And if this isn't convincing,
अब ये लोग पक्का फैन बैन करेंगे. अरे बिल्कुल फैंग को ही बैन करना चाहिए.
really just probably being banned.
फैंग का ओवरऑल यूटिलिटी बहुत ओपी है. देखो, फैंग का जब तक जो फर्स्ट गैजेट और फर्स्ट स्टार पावर थी तो इतना ज्यादा कोई खास नहीं था फिर भी, लेकिन जब से फैंग की सेकंड स्टार पावर और सेकंड गैजेट आया है, भाई वो किसी को भी मार सकता है, किसी को भी, कितनी भी हेल्थ क्यों ना हो.
When there's no clear-cut counter to Fang, you know, there's some options that do well. Some of these more recent counters like Gale and Griff who have been buffed do a good job, don't get me wrong, but
Chalo, I'm coming in 2 minutes.
what we've
Good to
thrown at
break.
Fang tonight, he's just done an insane
And you guys stay hydrated.
Yeah, I mean, as much as you try to counter him, he'll find a way, right? You think he can outrange him? Yeah, good luck. He'll charge up his super from long range. You think that you can tank him? No, you can't. You think that you can spread out pretty far? He'll chain his super together. Layer Cake is going to be an interesting one because Fang is totally going to be viable here. And we need sponsor our... Okay, finally, Rising Sun says... Rising Sun says... Please, bro, please don't run the Fang. Actually, wait, no, you can't. We're going to ban it. Yeah, but we need sponsor going to be getting rid of the Tick, which is quite smart. They have the second pick, and Tick is usually the first pick here. Now, Rising Sun are going to be starting things off with the Gene, which is a good first pick. It allows you to get a lot of control once you have that super up, whether you're on offense or defense. So we'll see how they form a comp around it, but for now, it's over to WNS to pick a couple of brawlers in a row, starting off with Piper.
Piper going to be a good first choice here. They could pair that with something like Leon to combine that lollipop drop, little invisibility for the team. Does really well with synergizing with long-range brawlers. I love the Colonel Ruff's pick too. I think that's going to address the Gene situation pretty well here, and overall just a very solid pick at the moment. We'll see what picks number 4 and 5 be, but I think a very nice one for pick number 6 to consider here. Sprout, a good choice, I think, on this map. And at pick 6, if you know that the enemy team here at 4 and 5 don't pick something overly aggressive, there's no Fang on the board, maybe they don't go with anything that you're scared of as a Sprout, maybe they take a longer range brawler like Bell per se, Sprout could be a good way to deal with that, especially knowing that you don't have anything that hard counters him. So that's one I'm kind of looking for the long term here to see what they do, and looks like they're going to beat me to it. They are going to go with Sprout here, which is going to be a great play into Piper for all my NA natives at home. We know that Sprout is a great way to deal with Piper. We saw it all last year. Somebody like Bobby on the side of Stamina just wants to address that brawler constantly, and I think that was a really intelligent pick here, Rising Sun Esports, to grab that now. 1, it doesn't give it to WNS, and 2, it addresses Piper super well here.
Yeah, and honestly, once you started talking about it, I was like, yeah, they gotta pick Sprout 100%, because the thing is, usually you're pretty guarded about picking a thrower when your enemy has the counter pick, because, well, they can pick something that counters out a thrower like a short-range brawler like Mortis. But the thing is that Sprout counters out Piper, but also counters Colonel Ruffs so effectively that is a risk that ends up paying off at some point. And we'll see the Daryl pick, actually. That's not going to be amazing for Sprout to play into, but still, things are going to pay off. You're able to throw up the hedge to get Piper to be completely useless. She cannot shoot around that.
Brooks को क्यों ले रहे हैं?
Seed bombs.
Dolo and a soapy.
Sandbags. You're able to deal with all three of them in just a couple of shots. It's a great way to deal with pretty much a hallmark ability of Colonel Ruffs.
Yeah, that's an excellent point too. Sprout is going to do a good job at dealing with those sandbags. Ruffs not going to be easiest to deal with Sprout per se. I do like this though. The Daryl pick is a solid one here. It does not inherently scare me for the side of Rising Sun Esports, who now have Aaron very aggressively pushing on this right side. They are looking to take some good positioning of this map. They are well past the halfway mark. And Chang Song, Toby, and Deft just automatically forced back to their spawn right off the bat. A good wall coming in too. And now Piper and Colonel Ruffs can't really do anything here. There's nowhere to shoot. They can't get around these walls. And even though they're not going to land a ton of tags on the side of Rising Sun Esports, it does establish their dominance in terms of positioning early on.
This is interesting. Ryohi has his super ready to go. If he can push up just a little bit more, then he can close things off on the left side. He's going to close things off on the right side to make it a little bit easier for WATCHPARTY to go for some damage. And Toby's all closed in, but is able to get through here. Ryohi can't separate himself from the pack. Now, Rising Sun Esports are able to get that kill on Deft in the end, but still, we need Sponsor have a 1-star advantage, and they have opened things up a lot, especially with Toby using those heart bombs to break things up. They don't need a push up. They can kind of hang out towards the back lines and wait for Ryohi to come to them. He doesn't have a super yet, so he won't be able to defend himself versus Toby, but the thing is, there are two other brawler matchups to consider as well. WATCHPARTY's looking for a proper angle. We do see a pull. Chang Song is almost able to get the kill, but not the Toby picks it up, and we need Sponsor once again, that 1-star lead. Such a narrow lead, but certainly a consistent one.
They have opened the whole map.
Really nice play there.
Hello, how
going to be able to escape that
too.
Great job of dealing
Perfect
with
counter to Piper.
Put a wall down there. Can always move it around later if they so choose. Ryohi going to be pushing forward here. Toby in a difficult situation. Chang Song going to go down here. Aaron with the pushback. Deft continuing to push forward. Can they manage?
No.
No, they don't. And now Aaron with a very clutch kill there. Does get
Why Gene very noob?
a little cushion to work with. Rising Sun Esports has to be on top of their game here. They're down 2 sets to 0. The only way they're coming out of this alive is a reverse sweep.
Yeah, that is as true as a reverse sweep gets. Rising Sun Esports can do it. I do think that they have a pretty good draft here, but we need Sponsor are going to be mixing things up. You can't change the comp, so change your play style. And we need Sponsor are already getting very aggressive to boot. Deft has a super. He can use it to escape if he needs, but he would rather use it on the offensive. First needs to heal up just a little bit. Aaron has a lamp blowout, so he doesn't want to go too aggressive versus him to start things off. Chang Song also on the left side has broken up some of the walls. It's going to make things a little bit more possible for Toby. While he's not backed all the way up versus his spawn. You would rather play the sharpshooter matchup at mid rather than at your own spawn, especially when you have a brawler like Gene who benefits from you not really moving a lot, so he can line up that magic hand and grab a free kill. Nonetheless, 1 minute remains. We need Sponsors gradually backing up, but...
Oh, that Gene is having full. Boom.
Significantly better start for them. Sometimes it's all
good shot.
A little bit of momentum here. 7-0 now. Def now hardcore on this right hand side, hugging the wall. Aaron does have a pull. I imagine they're going to try and use it onto Toby here.
Daryl.
Scary one to do. Even though Daryl is a shotgun brawler, the two of them combined do manage to get that takedown. Now the gadget coming in as well. Toby unfortunately not connecting. Ryohi trying to distract Chang Song. 30 seconds on the clock. They're going to need to find a couple more kills here.
Yep, and Toby's going to make it all that much easier by jumping away with those heart bombs, breaking open some more bushes, breaking open some more cover that Rising Sun Esports would be using as they continue their push to spawn one more kill for Cheg Song. Aaron's on super low health, and Deft is going to go for it. He's going to get pushed back and get taken down the process, but there was a kill onto Aaron, and that's all that.
Jeez.
We're headed to the match point.
Match point.
Set here. It's impossible for Rising Sun to come back, but they gotta get
all walls broken now. Sprout is useless.
We're gonna see Zeta Division
Only who are you supporting?
Grand Finals.
In this match or overall, you are asking? This match I've said already go for WNS. But you guys said Rising Sun will be good. But I don't know why I thought that Rising Sun Esports will be the good option.
Like they did in game number 1, they really got aggressive, and I think that was one thing that played a major part. Toby, though, already charging a super. This is going to be a better start, in my opinion, for WNS, who also going to charge Deft here. He's going to be going in. He is really weak here, does manage to find a roll out of that situation, and they come out clean with a 2-1 lead. No blue star for their side, but they are the first to strike.
Yeah, and they'll be able to get that blue star if they play very aggressively versus Ryohi, but that's going to be a tough accomplishment. It's going to have to be a kill by Deft, and a Deft one at that. There's a kill by Rising Sun Esports as well. Now they're leading by that crucial blue star. Great pull on a Deft. He goes down as well. Things are looking real good for Rising Sun Esports as we stand. Not enough wall break from WNS so far. Not as much as we saw last time, and here's a big wall that's not going to be breakable for a while as well. Toby is pretty much disabled while that wall is up. Now Ryohi's going to recover it for now. We need sponsor can continue to push in. The Rising Sun Esports has a Gene Super at their disposal, so Deft can't get too aggressive. He needs to look for a solid opening, and it's going to come down to support from Toby and Chig Song to make it happen. There's a great max range pull onto Deft, and things are looking so good for Rising Sun Esports.
30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, this is a good recovery here. I thought that was going to be a really strong start from WNS. One of the keys to their strategy is going to be opening up this map, but it does leave Deft a little more vulnerable. Chig Song, not the most long-range brawler in the world, so not the end here. Aaron with another pull here. That's been a pivotal part of their strategy.
Boom.
Great coming in from Chig Song, and they do have an opportunity here. If they can find 2 kills, that's what it's going to take. 5 seconds on the clock, though. Can Toby connect? No, and that's going to be good enough.
GG's.
Esports still in it. We're now at a 2-1 scenario. Aaron with a little life in him. Still looking a little nervous there, obviously, because this is so close. Staying very focused. Not too much emotion showing there. Focusing on the next one. You got to take it one at a time, Ready, especially if you want to make a reverse sweep.
Yeah, it's just got to be one set at a time. You cannot be thinking about the fact that you are literally at the brink of defeat. Otherwise, then the...
Hello, Mohammed Crafts. How are you, bro? Welcome to the stream.
Right, you gotta be playing to win, and that is exactly what Rising Sun are doing as we speak. Pinhole Punt is up next, but first we gotta reflect on what exactly happened right in this past set. We need sponsors started things off quite strong, especially with Toby breaking open so many walls in that first game. Deft also was doing a good job of getting some reliable kills, and Aaron started to find his rhythm, picking up some crucial pulls. And look how close things came as well. It came down to just a single star difference right at the end. Which then multiplied, of course, into a 3-star difference. But Rising Sun as well, they managed to keep their cool throughout this entire thing, even when it got down to that match point.
I am fine, thanks. No issues.
To find his matchup into Sprout. Going into the Squishies brawler they've got, not going to do super well up close as well. Game number 2 went much more in favor of WNS because I think they opened up those walls. They established mid control a lot earlier. They didn't fall back as quickly. And in game number 3, though, a nice little comeback here from Rising Sun Esports. Managed to get the job done. It came down to the wire just a little bit, but they found the necessary kills at the end there. Managed to get it done, and their tournament lives are still here for now. We're going to take a look at Aaron's stats here. 157 DPS, some nice pulls, delivered on several occasions between those 3 games, and held up his end of the bargain in the team damage for sure. 32%, 5 kills. Overall, really impressed with Aaron's gameplay.
Yeah, seriously impressed here too. Definitely was finding his footing, getting those crucial pulls, especially in the last game. It seemed like every other pull, he was getting a kill.
ये Japanese player अलग level खेलते हैं Brawl Stars.
That was
ऐसा क्या?
remarkable. So we'll see if he keeps up that rhythm in the next set, picking Gene once again. I would say it's certainly possible, probably not the strongest pick, but you got to play to your strengths. So we'll see how this next draft mode goes. First, though, we got to see those bans. I got to say, Crow is probably a go-to ban here, considering how strong and how essential brawlers like Pam and Byron are on this map. No, never mind, actually. We're going to see the mutual Fang bans. It seems like both teams have learned their lesson, especially Rising Sun have discovered that as soon as we ban Fang, we managed to grab a win over a set. So maybe we keep up that trend.
I, on any other occasion, would agree with you. Crow is what I was thinking as well. Stu is another one I was thinking of too. But when Fang's in the mix, you just got to ban him. You just got to do it. It's what's been happening all night. Teams are finally starting to learn their lessons a little bit. And I love this first overall pick from Deft, Colonel Ruffs. Now, we mentioned brawlers like Stu and Crow, who I think would be really solid on this map. But now you kind of eliminate those options a little more. Colonel Ruffs is going to be a great option to Stu. Crow, not inherently great with those sandbags down too. It's really hard to scour the grass. They're still going to elect to go for it anyways. I still think it's a good option, but not necessarily as strong as it could have been that they hadn't picked Colonel Ruffs. I just think overall for a first pick, it's a very safe one. You can address a lot of different brawlers, and Ims, of course, being one in this region that people really love. I could also see the max combinations coming out. Spike, a really solid lane brawler here as well. Are there any brawlers I'm missing, Reddy, that you could anticipate maybe seeing with these last few picks here?
I mean, I was going to say you're missing one until you said Spike. I mean, Spike is definitely my go-to on this map. Love the guy, and I think he's a strong brawler. We are going to see some Byron here. I think Rising Sun could follow things up with some Pam. I also think it's quite interesting that we see the Byron pick actually into the Crow. Now, I think Crow, for the most part, is going to make it very, very difficult for We Need Sponsor to succeed with a max. So maybe we won't see that in the end. Of course, Crow can slow things down. We saw that applied in a previous match, though it didn't work out super well, so it's not totally off the table. Here's the Stu pick, actually, and that is actually going to mean that for Rising Sun, the Spike pick could actually be quite strong. We'll see how it turns out. Spike is not going to be so amazing versus Colonel Ruffs, so they'll want to rotate Ims onto that lane. It's really anything possibly here, anything to counter out those three brawlers that have been picked by We Need Sponsor. Nothing is particularly sticking out, though.
There's the Spike. I was thinking Tara might be a solid option too. I think Spike definitely works though. Great plays into Stu. But Tara going to be one that can address both Colonel Ruffs and Stu. So you have a little versatility in that option. But it would be nice to have a little more range.
Pinhole punch.
Gonna be one of the best lanes in the game. Not too traditional comps on either side. I feel like no true mid on one of them. You know, Byron going to be one for WNS. But on the other side, they're going to have to rely on Spike. That's their maximum range, to be honest with you.
Yeah, maximum range is something you got to consider in these matchups. Let's see what Cheng Song has to say about it. He does have the longest range in this entire composition. Deft immediately is going to find Wahochi rotating onto his lane, so he's not going to want to use those sandbags quite yet. Toby also finds himself versus Ryohi on the Spike lane, so not great positioning for WNS, but they are already quite backed up, so they cannot really afford a lane swap at the moment. They're just going to have to play the hand they've been dealt, and Deft is doing a pretty good job of that so far. Going for those reflected shots around the side. Toby, though, is taking a beating from Spike. There's really not a whole lot that he can do without his super to boot. Now, Cheng Song does have a super, so if an enemy is lowered to pretty low health, he can auto-win that super for a guaranteed kill. Ryohi would be a prime candidate, but he's out of reach now, and he's an unknown enemy hiding in those bushes. Toby could look for some positioning on the right side, but Rising Sun Esports adapts accordingly. Now, though, We Need Sponsor can start working this and rotating their lanes to something that's more optimal for their brawler picks.
Toby surviving by about 40 HP. They're going to be huge for them, actually, because it means they have three brawlers moving forward, especially as they get a takedown there. Toby going to be approaching the ball now, going to be bobbing and weaving some Aaron shots here. Just dropping the ball once again. They're playing it slow. They know they now have the front of positioning here, well past the halfway line. Ryoji just doing his best to try and deal with these enemy brawlers. I think much preferred to go on to Toby here, really demonstrating for about the first minute of this match, really how you can make Stu just vulnerable. You can't give him his dash. You stay at that max distance. Spike playing it very carefully there. And for a long time, Toby didn't even have a super, which is Stu's main feature.
Yeah, and Toby's also going to be slowed down. That speed, one of Stu's other features, is going to be out of the picture.
GG's.
That's actually from Aaron. And a slick goal is on the way.
Byron's gadget.
We need sponsor to make a goal here. And one of their main objectives that they've been working towards for the entire earlier part of the game was getting everyone's supply drops. And Toby is going to go down. And with that goal, all the supply drops are gone. All those power-ups are null and void. Aaron with a dive bomb. Rio
GG's.
Once more. And that's Rising Sun Esports just getting started with their reverse sweep. Once more preventing themselves from heading to that match point.
Nice couple goals towards the latter. They did an excellent job there, especially considering the predicament they were in. At one point, WNS very well into their spawn side. They just held on, respawned appropriately, dealt with the defense, and they did an excellent job there to give themselves a nice 2-0 win on game number 1. They're definitely keeping their tournament hopes alive here. If they get another game here, it is going to allow for them to make this 2-2, and we could have another 5th set in our hands.
We very well could. Wahuchi is going to get a lot of pressure on the right, but eventually ends up going down. Now Toby has his super. We will see the breakthrough. Aaron gets taken down. Ryohi isn't able to pick up the kill on Toby either. Now it's down to Chang Song and Daft to start working on Ryohi, but it does seem like Ryohi's dodges are just too slick for these guys to get him out of the bushes quite yet. Wahuchi takes this opportunity to push back Deft on the right side, and the ball starts traveling over towards the left. Toby wants to corner it, but it can't get perfectly in the corner. Now it's just him versus the entire world in Rising Sun Esports.
GG's.
One in.
Bang के बिना
These guys from heading on
नहीं हो रहा क्या WNS से?
It's been a strong show.
क्या टोपी 946 का हाँ होगा क्या?
They don't want to go home quite yet. A nice
यार या तो हिंदी लिख लो या इंग्लिश लिख लो.
Alone and an easy goal from Aaron.
समझ नहीं आता मुझे ये क्या लिखते हो भाई तुम लोग.
Set number 5. Aaron with a smile on his face here, as he should. They have an opportunity now to do the unthinkable. Can they pull off the reverse sweep? A little fist bump as well. Love the energy he's bringing forth. That's the confidence booster you need, and now they've got a little momentum riding into this 5th set.
Yeah, I feel like almost as well, like a little momentum is a huge understatement. These guys have won 3 games in a row. They've brought back themselves from the brink of defeat 2 sets in a row, and now they have to get that final set that they need to win. We need sponsor. They looked pretty terrifying in the first couple of sets, but the thing is, they had a better draft phase, and I think they also had a better draft phase in set number 3. Come set number 4, though, now we see Rising Sun Esports start to wake up, and these guys are really giving WNS a run for their money.
Bang ban होते ही downfall शुरू.
Sneaky goals as well. You can kind of start.
Bang is OP guys. Bang गोपी बना देता है सबको.
Sunny Esports and get some slick passes to each other and into the goal in the end. Great stuff from these guys. I'm looking forward to set number 5. It's not Brawl Ball though, so we'll have to see how their expertise carries over.
Yeah, I think overall just a great effort from the full team there. Each of them doing their part, but especially Ryohi here, 203 DPS. Ooh. Only 3 kills, but when you consider how much team damage he dealt, 47%, nearly half of the entire team's damage came from Spike in those 2 games, and that is definitely a feat that is hard to match.
Yeah, in retrospect, he was actually doing a lot of work. You could see there were times where he was the only member on his team remaining versus 3 members from WNS, and he said,
knockout hai.
Gotta bite the bullet. I gotta.
Yes, it's knockout.
And he did.
Playing Phoenix.
In the bushes, he was dodging every.
Spiker ball is so annoying.
Whether it was Colonel,
yeah,
whether it was Stu,
it is.
No matter who he was capable and he maintained his position and allowed his teammates to come back. He is the back line. He is the bottom line of his team. He's the rock. And as we head into a knockout, well, seems like they're going to be falling back on his expertise a lot, I anticipate, because you got to have every single member of the team present and ready
देखते रहो कैसे ये कैसे ना कैसे लग ही जाएगा बात तो सही है
The tanky ones are definitely preferred on this map, though. You're looking at like a Brock first pick to get that rocket fuel and break open the walls.
Here's what I'm anticipating, right? It's a 5th set. This is do or die. You have to take out Fang here. You can't leave it to chance. You have to eliminate Fang on one side. Another brawler I could see getting banned here, Byron being a popular choice on this map, especially in combination with maybe some of those tankier options that you mentioned. And I think those are excellent choices.
Fang banned. Jean also banned.
Byron open. And Fang
oh yeah.
By Rising Sun. I love this choice. I just think you can't leave the chance. And of course, the nursery rhyme Ready Set has taught us first pick tick once again coming to life. We see Stu being selected, which does leave the door open for brawlers like Colonel Ruffs for Tara to maybe counter the Stu. Pick number 3, I could see this being Byron. I could see it being a max combo. They're gonna go with Piper, which is
मुझे लग रहा है Rising Sun Esports ले जाएगा
as well. And I think
बिना फेंगे कुछ नहीं कर पा रहा WNS देखते हैं
walls are going to be wanting to break on the side of WNS when they first select Tick, who is a thrower.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Come on, take Brock.
Seeing that Stu into the tick.
Brock. Someone choose Brock.
With the Stu on the tick lane already. It was everyone just waiting for the poison to close in. It was this exact map too, is the thing. We will see the Colonel Ruffs, which is going to be strong versus Stu, which is
RSC with the clutch.
Fate as that Stu who has to hang behind and wait for the poison to close in without getting a super for the entire game. But we'll see what the last 2 picks are going to end up being, and hopefully for his sake that is not his destiny. Ryohi will be able to get some long range snipes versus Deft if he's able to get on that lane. The thing is that Ryohi doesn't really want to face versus Colonel Ruffs either. You're talking a single target brawler versus a whole bunch of sandbags. There's the Pam. That's the survivability that WNS needs. Rising Sun Esports, how on earth could they possibly respond?
I think their Colonel Ruffs pick did a really great job of addressing both Stu.
भाई Colonel Ruffs कैसे इतना बढ़िया है भाई? Why Colonel Ruffs is so good? I want to know that thing.
Obviously, but it doesn't do a ton of damage. It can definitely take several of those sandbags. And Pam,
Colonel Ruffs.
I was anticipating a Brock though. I think for their composition, they are really.
And finally, the other team has taken the Brock. So Brock is going to be very much effective.
I mean, Pam's going to be a really good counter into Piper here in general, and as the map goes on and on, the left side here of WNS definitely has an opportunity for when those circles get small to have a lot more HP to be able to deal with things a little more up close. Piper of course when you eliminate that range.
Pam star power is OP in last zone. भाई तो last zone तक बचना भी तो चाहिए. ये भी तो है.
Approaches and strategies here. We're going to need to see the side of Brock and Rising Sun Esports really break open these walls, and off the bat they're going to break open some of this grass, and they're going to have some visibility to see Toby. Now Aaron making a nice connection as well. They're going to be eliminating a lot. That's 2 gadgets already being popped, and I think that's the wise choice.
Is definitely a prudent decision. I mean, Rising Sun Esports, they're pretty much going to have to depend on the outrange here, and Aaron's already doing a fantastic job. He does go immediately for Deft, though, totally changing gears. And Deft is doing his best to defend. Aaron is trying to take him down in the bush. Meanwhile,
all break होते ही tick useless हो जाएगा.
Wants to get the pinch versus Toby. Aaron continues breaking open the map, though, to make things even worse for Deft. Deft makes things even worse for Aaron, though, taking him down. And now it is a 2v2. In this situation, I gotta say, I think WNS have the advantage for now. As soon as Deft is forced out of this little cubby hole on the right side, things are going to be looking quite grim for WNS. Down goes Deft. Toby
and GG's.
And Rising Sun Esports are 1 round victory away from the impending reverse sweep.
Wow, I mean, honestly, I have never seen Piper be used quite so fondly as a shotgun brawler. I mean, really used as an aggressor there, somebody who capitalizes on these long-range fights, got really up close and personal with Tick, which is something you don't see too often, and nearly got away with it too, just a little over-aggression. It was a trade, though, and it ended up working out. Rising Sun doing a great job.
GG's.
Though, nice job from Aaron to secure that, and it's a 3-2 lead in terms of kills. More grass being broken up too, less and less places for Toby to hide.
Brock pick OP.
On this right-hand side, Deft on the left. Well, Hoshi though not able to move forward.
मैं तो पहले ही बोला भाई ब्रॉक ले लो कोई लिए ही नहीं ब्रॉक इनकी टीम से
does shield for now, but Deft still in a very vulnerable position here.
Oh, Deft is able to get a kill, though. Now it's a 2v2, and Toby can get this 1v1 victory versus Ryohi. It's going to come down to how much damage Wahochi can pump out on the left side. Lots, evidently. Deft goes down. Ryohi needs to get this final kill. Toby has no super. The dodges are crazy, though.
Oh, well played, bhai Toby.
That is this round victory.
GG's.
But it's not over yet. It's all tied up. And whoever takes this next round will get the first game victory and therefore a match point.
This is a huge round like here. And Aaron, honestly, a couple unnecessary deaths, I feel like. And yes, he has cycled out a couple as well. But I just feel like at the end of the day, now we see Rohi, though, getting really aggressive down here. Toby going to be weak. They're going to be forced to move it to the left. We've seen the 3v2 scenarios before. Aaron, I think, just needs to be a little more careful here. They need to stay as a team, really focus on one brawler at a time. Rather than having these unnecessary takedowns, I feel like this could have gone to Rising Sun Esports a long time ago now.
It certainly could have, actually. I think Wahochi just needed to break open some more crucial walls, keeping Toby safe, and Aaron just needed to be able to pick up those long-range pot shots versus a brawler that he significantly outranges. And Aaron's doing just that, but Toby, noticing this, is going to start taking cover. Now, Ching Song also is trying to maintain his position on the left side. He knows that this person is going to start closing in, and he just has to be in this place at the right
Nice shot.
One kill on Ryohi. Now Wahochi
Nice shot.
And Aaron is the final straw. That's it. That's We Need Sponsor.
GG's.
Game, and it wouldn't have been possible without the insane clutch.
By Pam.
I mean,
Toby, well played, bro. 951 हो गया होगा क्या?
For 1v3.
951 हो गया होगा क्या? क्या 951 हो गया होगा क्या?
In the favor of Rising Sun Esports. I feel like on all three of those rounds, they really had the opportunity to win, and they just didn't capitalize on those huge advantages. I mean, sometimes finding that first kill is enough to win, and honestly, Pam did just a great job overall. Toby finding a lot of value there. Deft doing his absolute best, especially as a squishier brawler, to do really well in those in-game scenarios.
You can definitely tell that WNS is on fire right now. They are ready to get this game victory. They're at match point. They need their first round victory, but that aggression might actually come back to bite them. Deft is playing for control on the right side, but he's letting up just a little bit. Does actually net him a little bit of damage on Ryohi. Meanwhile, Toby is playing quite aggressively into Aaron. Ryohi also has a breakthrough ready to go, but he doesn't want to face off versus Toby yet. Toby has a scrap gadget in order to get this proper defense. There's a scrap sucker. Ryohi can't really go anywhere. He is not going to be going down, though. Not to the poison either. Good kill there for Aaron. Toby has to clutch this once again. Deft needs a kill here.
GG's.
No gadget at his
959 हो गया क्या कर पाऊंगा 959 हो गया तो फिर 1000 तो वैसे ही हो जाएंगे ब्रो MVP के ही 75 पॉइंट्स है तो अभी तो दो MVP बचे हैं
Very tough situation.
मतलब 150 points.
Scrap sucker Pam with a lot of HP. I mean, honestly, great job there. The fact that Rising Sun Esports.
पर मुझे तो समझ में नहीं आता कि रूफ लेता ही क्यों है कोई?
Does provide a kill there.
चलो टिक समझ में आता है कि एरिया कंट्रोल के लिए अच्छा है. पर रूफ क्यों अच्छा है? Enhance करने के लिए बस.
A nice confidence booster, especially after a very devastating game number 1.
Oh no, Toby does hit one shot of that scrap sucker, but he got a lot of damage dealt to him by Aaron. Fortunately for his sake, he's able to retreat, but he cannot linger around that obstacle for too long. Otherwise, he's going to get pinched by Aaron. Ryohi
and he's down.
Gets some damage versus Aaron, but
this is going to be the last round then.
versus
This match is going to be the last round.
if he's able to get this one, then we need Sponsor will still need another round of victory, but it was basically impossible that
Now this is going to be the last round to see who is gonna be the finalist
going the way
with Zeta Division 1.
that is gonna take us to the double match point. Unbelievable that things are getting this close, but here we have it. The grand finals is on the way for one of these teams. Who is it gonna be? It all comes down to one game.
This is a winner-take-all scenario. No mess-ups can be had here. Every little mistake especially counts here. You need 2 out of 3 of these rounds. Who will take it all? Could we see the reverse sweep? I think it's a real possibility here. Before this started, we called this a 50-50, and it really is.
Come on, Tiki!
Kick off our game number 3.
Okay, Toby's gonna pop that first scrap sucker. It's not gonna get too much value versus Ryohi. In fact, it's not really gonna get any value at all, unfortunately. Ryohi manages to get away though.
And
Zaren has cleared out this mid area. Toby though dares venture into it once again. Jake Sang also tries to rotate over to the right side. Dev takes a lot of damage, goes down. Ryohi's able to escape. Toby takes even more damage, and he's practically one hit. Ryohi looks for this pinch, and that's gonna be it. Toby can try his best, but the pinch is
GG's.
It's not gonna be super easy though. Okay, there it goes. Rising Sun Esports though are just one round away from taking the victory overall and heading on to the grand finals.
Roofs can't do anything, only enjoy match.
This map has really opened up. Aaron does have some opportunities to land some much needed tags. There's more visibility for them as well. Wahoshi does have a super as well. This is looking really good for Rising Sun Esports. And I like how Stu, even though he is an aggressive brawler at heart, is playing this a little slower. You know, it's very hard to aggress when you don't have that super in hand, and he's just trying to find an opportunity. Finally gets one. Toby going to be able to force him back a little bit, though. They take down the healing station fairly quickly, though. Jake Song on this left-hand side, trying to find whatever angles. Pam going down here, though. This is going to be a problem. Another 2.
This is over for them.
We've seen in this before. Can they do it one final time here? Deft managing to find a kill. 2v2 scenario. Ryohi going to be approaching, though. The wall's being broken open. This is going to be a troublesome situation. The sandbags coming in as well. A great way to deal with the Piper shots. One connection.
And it's done.
With the gadget being popped. One brawler remaining. Deft has to do everything here as the storm closes forward. Will he be able to do it? Gets a nice connection there. Actually does it.
Oh, GG's.
Aaron, but it's not.
Rising Sun Esports. Pam तो जॉर्ड थी, खत्म हो गया.
Aaron getting the job done.
खत्म तो नहीं था.
Here with this situation, we have now decided our other grand finalists.
Well, congratulations to Rising Sun on the huge victory. A reverse sweep is always the sweetest taste, and especially if it's on your side. GG to WNS. They had a great run. I said that they were my favorite, and honestly, in the bottom of my heart, they still are. Best of luck in their future endeavors, and I hope to see them next month. But for now, it's all about Rising Sun. What a way to come back. I think, honestly, they won this game in the pick phase. We saw crazy, amazing clutches by Toby, but the Brock final...
Roofs play a very important role to losing.
The 3 wall break, combine that with the Piper. I mean,
I don't know why, but Roof seems to me very useless.
I mean, a great
useless.
Clutch it up against Brock in some
I don't know why.
Quarters there.
Roof's really bad pick. And in this map, I don't know why to choose the Roofs. Roofs is like, you need to go with the wrong ranger. Even if you could have taken the call to that niche, it's okay for me. But I don't know why they choose these things. Why Roofs is so much famous. It is still with the damage buff. I don't think Roofs is that much good that I can go with him in these kind of platforms.
These names, especially Deft,
definitely not me.
Andy came very close to making it happen with some long-range brawlers, some throwers.
By the way, we are on to the finals now.
Because our eyes were all over this guy in our last round.
Roof ने एक भी kill नहीं किया. एक किया था भाई, ऐसा नहीं बोलने का. एक kill किया था, बहुत ज़्यादा.
crucial moments.
एक किल करके उसने अपनी नाक बचा ली.
From the enemy
इतना कौन किल करता है?
pretty much deconstructing the enemy strategy from there. Definitely a crucial player in that final game.
Yeah, and the DPS, not the highest, right? 87. Pretty normal number, but 6 kills, 2 deaths in a mode where kills are everything. Did exactly what he was supposed to. Stayed alive, dominated overall, did what they need to, and now they've landed themselves a grand final spot. Also, you all at home decided Aaron was the MVP. I think that's a great...
Such a god lete. Yes, why not the long rangers? Why? I don't know why.
In 2021 and now continuing that streak in 2022.
If you ask me, then I will never choose the Colonels. मेरा हो गया 1002 ID में. अब 3rd ID भी करनी है. तो शाम को भी मैच है. कर लेना.
Killer match, Zeta Division 1. I mean, we're looking at the Titans of the region, Rising Sun, or the Rising Stars, if you will, who dare to try and usurp that throne. Who will be our first monthly finals champions? That is a big question to be answered in our grand finals.
That is for sure. We've seen some close ones today. Uber, what have you thought about the matches so far? How did you feel about our semifinals?
Yeah, I feel like Reddy said really nailed the sort of
Zeta now win easily.
set of
Easy तो नहीं बोलूँगा, लेकिन हाँ, they have the potential to win.
Have a chance at winning some of those rounds, right? Such a safe composition.
I will not say that it is going to be very easy.
Shooter and can play around with the Stu, who's incredible late in the round, completely outcomped. So, I mean, looking forward to seeing what We Need sponsor have, but unfortunately with them falling out of the tournament here, that's a prediction that I made. It doesn't quite play out. Let's have a look at everybody's preds and we can sort of see where we're at.
Zeta will win 3-1.
Not too sure.
Zeta win 3-0.
Going for the Rising Sun pick here. Well, I mean, Reddy said seen better days on the prediction front. I'll be honest. None of us got blood dye. I mean, that's fair enough. But Kenny, you must be feeling pretty comfortable right now because there's no way you're losing the prediction race today.
Well, I'm pretty happy, to be honest with you. They made me sweat for it a little bit. They had me pretty nervous, but at the end of the day, they did get it done. But I think credit needs to be given to We Need sponsor, a team that really came out of nowhere, probably to a lot of you at home, and definitely more on my side as well. Some more unfamiliar players, newer to the scene a little bit, but honestly, they had a great performance here today. I will be definitely looking out for their names in future months. And of course, we're all going to be going with the Zeta Division 1 here. That was my favorite to start off the day. And Reddy, I'm glad you finally joined us on this.
भाई पिन मिल गया पर दिखा नहीं पा रहा हूँ. वो दिखा नहीं सकते. वो तुम सिर्फ मैच में दिखा सकते हो. इन गेम में दिखा सकते हो. तुम किसी चैट में नहीं दिखा पाओगे.
I don't know, man. I have high hopes for those guys, but still, yes, we gotta stick with our guns. We gotta go with the
Choose Coup de Ace if you want 25 points. Coup de Ace, choose kar lo to get 25 points.
Especially Shitetanfo have been
like Dumpster
today, and I think they got it. I think they got it in the finals.
What do you guys think at home? That's the real question here. Event.brawlstars.com. That's where you could submit your votes, give yourself a chance, obviously, to win some great in-game goodies and be a part of the action. That is the way to watch, obviously, the Brawl Stars Championship here in 2022. Let us have a look at the bracket here. Of course, as we say goodbye to Reddy Set, we'll catch up with you on the other side of this match. Kenny, just a quick, looking back through this, we got lucky with our semi-finals, really. I mean, Winter really impressed. I think Tensai tweeted, I think after that first match, he just said, East Asia is crazy, man. Some really close games, and our top 4 teams really competitive in their semi-finals. This bodes well for a close match 7, a close grand final between Zeta Division 1 and Rising Sun Esports.
There were question marks coming into the day, right? We all knew that Zeta had 2 really, really strong teams. They provided that in match number 1. Zero came really close to taking down Zeta Division 1. It was a heck of a match. I expect great things from them. But here was a question mark we had. Is there depth in this region? Are there teams that can compete? And clearly there are. Winner doing a great job there in match number 5, barely falling to Zeta Division 1. And We Need sponsor. That was an absolute nail biter there going against Rising Sun Esports. There are plenty of really good teams here, and crazy is definitely the word.
Rising Star win because rough.
Finals where it's been pretty one-sided, actually. Like either side of the bracket is dominated by one team, and then we have them face off in a grand final. And in East Asia, there's almost a tradition of it being...
We can't say what is going on into their minds, so whatever it is, it's their call.
We haven't checked in with almost all night. First semi-final is, of course, Zeta Division 1. They are getting themselves ready to jump into this particular game. Hopefully, they've been able to keep themselves warmed up. They look pretty hot. Even up against a very plucky winter squad. It's Moya Goku, Kenji, and Shitatampo here. Listen, I mean, I expect to see Fang pretty heavily contested now. There's a good chance that, we see that Bandit right.
Zeta will win.
Teams are really nasty on that one. Kashimine's back. I'd say Division 1.
Edgar to free tha. Kya free tha?
Max heavily contested. Safe mid.
Edgar के लिए इतना हसल.
Pick here on
कौन से Edgar के लिए इतना हसल हो रहा है भाई?
Put Zeta Division 1 ahead.
Yeah, this is what really sealed the deal for me.
I feel very bad for the winners because they are very close. They were very close, but not now. They can try again next month.
Arguably one of the toughest they'll probably have to face in this entire bracket.
मैं जब नहीं खेला था.
Definitely have some big shoes to fill. And winner was a close match too. They really made it count as well. Very close matches overall. I mean, Zeta Division 1 has had to really fight just to get to this grand finals today.
Yeah, look, and they're probably pretty happy with that. I think, a sign of a healthy region, a rising tide raises all ships here. I mean, Winter really had to...
It's not Zeta, it's Zeta. Z-E-T-A. It's not Zeta.
It was a really impressive...
It's Z-E-T-A.
But Shitampo...
Zeta, not Zeta.
Towards that last set, and that really started to tilt things in their favor. Again, it's tough. If the pick and ban phase doesn't go well for you, you are stuck trying to play a suboptimal composition for the entirety of the set. Not easy to do here, but Rising Sun Esports made a great selection in that last set, right? In knockout, they managed to secure Piper and Brock and really put on so much pressure early in the round, so much so that, the winning sponsor couldn't fight their way back in. So again, these guys are really trying to play the brain game.
क्या हुआ टाइम आउट क्यों दे दिया ठीक है भाई वो अपना स्पैम कर रहा था कर लेने देते उसको बेचारे को
an excellent choice there, and really one that provided really good synergy between the
इतनी confidently wrong spelling spam कर रहा है
that they picked this brawler, and I think it does really well. I think they're demonstrating
कर लेने देते भाई वो तो अपनी टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहा था कर लेने देते चाहिए जा रहा था
just what that brawler can do, especially
कहाँ से आते हैं लोग घर से आते हैं
I think Aaron, a great
और कहाँ से आएंगे घर से ही आते हैं
7-time monthly finalist last year, comes in with Ryohi.
ये भी कोई पूछने वाली बात है कहाँ से आते हैं घर से आते हैं
great toughness. It takes a lot of mental fortitude to really climb back and make a reverse sweep, especially against a team like WNS, one that is very hungry, willing to prove themselves against a very stacked region here. I think overall they've just done a great job, and I definitely can't count them out for this one. It's been close all night. I anticipate something similar here in our finals.
Yeah, again, Zeta Division 1 needs to be on lookout. Even if they are 2-0 up, they still need to be on their guard. They almost dropped the ball to Winter in the same fashion, just averting a reverse sweep. And Rising Sun just inflicted such a reverse sweep on their opponent here. So they've had the maximum amount of rounds in that semi-final to play here.
Romania, where did World Finals 2021 took place? Answer is Romania.
The round here on this ticket. You have to deal with when the map's getting blown up, terrain being removed, and you're going up against double sharpshooters. So again, the strategical side, even the sort of pre-match preparation for Rising Sun Esports is on point. That makes them the perfect opponent here for Zeta Division in this final match. Do we get all 5 sets? That is the real question. Again, these two teams are locked and loaded. Kenny, they're ready to hit the ground running.
I'm excited to see it all unfold. It's been an excellent day of competition. We're on bridge too far. The band's coming in.
अरे बच्चा बंदा he was supporting his team. हाँ कर लेने दो भाई spam क्या ही दिक्कत है?
Not willing to deal with it.
Let him spam. अरे Fang ban.
Not going the sharpshooter route, but
Lola भी ban.
Rising
क्या
Sun
बात?
Esports like to go something like Piper. It is going to be very difficult to deal with that Pam.
Yeah, because we sort of saw this earlier on in the night, right? It was like a Pam and Meg setup that really just played around the timing of that mech and charged straight down, tried to force like an all-in trade situation.
I know, but why to spam?
Well,
ऐसे ही?
perfect. Again, as this playstyle, I think rarely is, Kenny.
He really want timeout.
You really need to play around the mech as much as you can. So Colette, first pick here, and the mech's taken away from Zeta Division 1 here.
Yeah, we've seen this multiple times, and Bruce looks like he's chiming in as well on Kenji's selection here. trying to coach the team up a little bit, but I do like this Colette pick and Meg combined. You know, Colette is going to be a decent brawler to actually deal with Meg, especially in that mech form when you have a lot of HP. Colette shreds through tanks. That's one of her specialties. So I think taking that off the board, having it on your team, just the ability to do a lot of safe damage, I think between Meg and Colette is very high. Every time that Colette connects a super onto that safe, it's 10%. They're now going to be selecting Piper. Choice overall for this map.
Please,
the biggest struggle for Colette, if she's outranged, she can't charge her super. She can't go anywhere.
Leave it. He'll be back in few minutes.
Some very tough stuff coming up for the side of Rising Sun Esports.
Yeah, crucially, she can't get close enough to use her super for free damage, safe damage on the enemy safe, right? The chip damage across, across the course of a round, which really starts to add up. And I wonder if Zeta Division 1 haven't had to pivot a little bit, right? Having a tank counter and probably one of the strongest, sort of tank brawlers picked against them, going a little bit more in like a direction that favors that mid.
Again, Cornerups, bhai, Cornerups, क्यों?
Rising Sun Esports.
मतलब क्या?
They're definitely going to be playing picks from Shtitampo though, or whoever ends up playing the Piper, and dealing with the Bell. Not always the most fun for Piper. Bell can play outside of the range of that homemade recipe pretty frequently and make it frustrating for the Piper player to actually get a proper elimination.
I don't know why Cornerups. 85% vote for Zeta Division and 15% vote for Rise. Wow, bhai.
Yeah, and one thing to note too, Bell does do a really good job of staying out of that range, but from a long distance, Piper can actually provide some great use there. You know, there is a faster reload speed for Piper. There's more damage from a distance for Piper. So a lot of the times in a 1v1 situation, as we're seeing here, Piper and Bell in an isolated situation, a lot of the times it really can go to Piper. Nice trade there as well. Kenji trying to connect with the safe. Unfortunately, just out of range beside Tempo. Just doing his best not to feed Aaron's super. I think that's going to be one of the keys, is really trying to avoid Ryohi and Aaron getting their supers here.
See, Kenji often has to intervene on that left lane there as well, just to try and give Moya Goku a bit of a leg up, because Ryohi is pretty scary as a mid-range brawler. Now with that built-in self-healing, extra scary. And there it is. Colette super straight away, 10% stripped off the safe of Zeta Division 1.
Yeah, excellent start here. They now have a little aggression. Kenji, though, managing to stay alive. Ryohi going to be very weak, forced away. Moyogaku going to be pursuing this takedown. Nice job there on the left-hand side. On the right side, Tempo holding his own against now two brawlers. Aaron with 48 HP finally goes down. Another connection from Kenji, and now they can rein in a little bit of safe damage here. Moyogaku not going to do the most here, but 2016 with that power-up is quite a bit of damage for every single one of those shots he takes.
Absolutely. Moyogaku is hurting a lot, and Aaron has to respect this. Super there used from Colonel Ruffs to sort of keep the Meg mech at bay. Hochi here has a chance to get a little bit of damage on the safe, but it's a decent lead so far for Zeta, even with time to collect being used there by Ryohei. So comfortable spot for Zeta to be.
कंट्रोल के लिए है
the pressure, the control.
जब ओवर कॉम्प है जीवन का.
Yeah, and Tempo doing a great job on this.
फिर से स्पैम. अरे कर लेने दो भाई स्पैम. क्या इतना टेंशन ले रहा? कर लेने दो स्पैम.
We see him go down in a little bit here.
मैच देखने दो.
Left-hand side can be a force.
कर लेने दो स्पैम.
Now moving forward, once you get that bat as well, things can get really scary. They do close the gap in time, though. Aaron not able to capitalize on that side. Tempo now doing this all on his lonesome until the respawn comes in. Moyogaku just so weak here, has to back off a little bit. Nice connection.
Oh, bhai Mag.
Cost Aaron now very clearly on the stage. Tempo gonna do some decent damages, Pam, but certainly not as much as an Aaron in a mech form. We'll now have to take a look and see what exactly this percentage is. It's
27-26, bro.
One moving forward. They are also sending in players from Rising Sun Esports. Some good connections there. 14%. Can they make it up here? It's 10, 13%, 5%. It's gonna come down to the wire.
3%.
Rising Sun Esports by only 3% managed to take home game number 1.
भाई कर्नर मुझे एकदम बेकार लगता है भाई. कुछ भी बोलो, एरिया कंट्रोल, घंटा कंट्रोल. इससे अच्छा इम्स ले लेता. इतनी एरिया कंट्रोल करना है तो टिक्की ले ले. आलू टिक्की ले ले भाई.
Both of them are pretty difficult for the Ruffs. That's why Kenji often sends shots across from that middle lane to try and help out the Ruffs. But Moyogaku did that all on his own. Fantastic stuff. A much better start here. There's some threat, of course, from Aaron towards the safe, but he's knocked out of his mech. So not quite DEFCON 1 for Zeta Division 1.
Yeah, don't have to quite worry about Aaron as much, especially with dealing damage to the safe when he can only do about 400 a shot here. I think this is a wide decision to open this up, and a really nice connection here for Kenji, making those insane connections as a long-distance sharpshooter like Piper. It requires a lot of mechanical skill, and Kenji clearly demonstrating that he's got it in him. Ryohei trying to make some form of a connection here, though. That's going to be an unfortunate miss there, as they're not able to get too many kills out of that, and they now have to recycle it. Good work there, though. Now some good tags onto this safe. Tempo going to be moving up this right-hand side, trying to address the Meg once again. Asked a lot to deal with a robot, but Pam going to probably be the best on this roster to deal with it as a bulkier brawler that can heal with that nice turret that she has equipped with her.
Oh, Zeta Division 1 definitely have the best possible lane assignments, but Kenji's not winning this middle hard enough. Good kill on WATCHPARTY there. Does need to use a homemade recipe to secure that one. Positive feedback, obviously shielding somewhat. Ryohei going down now. So here's a power play opportunity, especially with the mech getting removed. It's got to be here from Zeta Division 1. They need to find some real pressure on this safe, but they're a little concerned.
1 minute remaining.
Spawn.
Yeah, now Kenji going to be advancing forward. This is a bold choice here.
तुम यहाँ ज़ाटा स्पैम कर रहे हो और ज़ीटा हार रही है एकदम वायद कॉम पे ज़ाटा की
regroup. Shy Tempo going to be on this right grouped with Kenji. Some good connections here. Ryohei doing a good job here.
एकदम बेकार
Kenji just not able to advance very closely here. This could be a very decent lead here for the side of Rising Sun Esports, and with only 20 seconds left, they're going to have to make some moves and quickly if they want to close this gap in percentage.
16 सेकंड में कितना उड़ा लोगे? Possible ही नहीं है भाई.
Right now, Tempo has to sort of freeze back away.
गया.
Fire off as much
पहला round gone.
As he can. He does get rid of the mech here, but it's such a huge lead for Rising Sun Esports.
Impossible. Dance कर रहे हैं दोनों वहाँ खड़े हो गए वाह.
Rising Sun Esports. I've got to say, it wasn't that close.
Troops of Pam, safe को damage कौन करेगा? वो आएगा ना निंजा तोड़ी. पहाड़ों के ऊपर जंगलों के पार देखो सेफ तोड़ने अपन आया यार. निंजा तोड़ी इसका है ये नाम.
And Pam, pretty decent to deal with the Meg, but it was just an overwhelming amount of damage. They couldn't close out those kills, win those lanes enough. And once they leaked onto the enemy side, they started letting that damage onto the safe. It was very tough to defend here. Warrior Goku, for example, on this left-hand side, does manage to find some decent tags here, but it's just not enough compared to a Meg robot, to a Colette Super that does 10% with every use. It's just very tough to come back when there's just so much damage to be dealt.
I like the idea. Self-sufficient laner can actually try and snowball the mid matchup by giving those supply packs over to his Piper. You notice that when Kenji was purple, when he had those packs, he's almost one-shotting WATCHPARTY from.
Come on, Zeta can win.
It's pretty devastating. And again, like.
क्या सोचे लोग सोच के कॉम्प लिया इन लोगों ने. भाई कर्नल रूप्स जहाँ दिखता है मुझे सबसे बेकार टीम वही लगती है. मतलब क्या ही है कर्नल रूप्स में ऐसा कि भाई कर्नल रूप्स लेने का तुमको नहीं लेने का है. कर्नल रूप्स एकदम बेकार. छी नहीं लेने का कर्नल.
That's pretty insane considering that most of the time he's lane.
इससे तो गोबर ले लो चलेगा. गोबर के कम से कम कंडे तो बना सकते हो. इससे तो अंडे भी ना बनेंगे.
Even if they win that lane, it can be halted just because you tripped over one of Bell's traps. So that was a good point there too. And yeah, it is surprising me. 202 DPS is actually a lot, I would think.
हथौड़ी का डॉग छिछी मारू.
Like Piper can do more
छिछी मारू.
damage. So really good plays there to do that as a Bell.
छिछी मारू.
Doing a great job there. I mean, 2-0 on Zeta Division 1 in game number 1. That's a
big slow hard fire.
Of course, though.
Give him bone.
Them out. If there's anything we've learned tonight, anything is possible. There is no accident involved with both these teams making it this far. I could really still see it going either way.
No doubt about it. Again, you know, it's not just Rising Sun Esports that had to fight a tough match to get here. Knockout hasn't been the most impressive game type for Zeta Division 1 so far this evening. It's kind of where they started to drop the ball a little bit in their previous series. Conversely, we just saw Knockout from Rising Sun Esports, right, where they had what we would suggest is like probably a better composition, allow them to, like, you know, put much more pressure early on. The only time they lost, in fact, those rounds was when they got 2v3'd, which is, you know, Pam, when the circle's pretty small, is almost worth 2 brawlers, especially when Piper is on the other team and she has to get closer. Her
उसको बोल नहीं कुछ और देना चाहिए.
better, so you know it's still
T2 हर सवाल का जवाब है, मचाता बवाल है.
You know, as good as you know Zeta Division 1 are, a little bit lacking in terms of how they've navigated this phase, and I think they got completely rolled.
Chichimanu
Picked away from them, just completely threw them for a loop, and they went for some safe brawlers, right? Take the Piper, take the Ruffs, and it was a little lackluster compared to what their opponents had, though. So now this year, you know, with the using the Power League format, there's a whole other element to sort of game planning here. No one wants to get stuck into using a bad comp. Like, you sit there and you look at those 3 brawlers that got picked, and
chocolate rolls.
We're going up against that in a best of 3 now within this map. Not a great feeling to have to walk into like weak matchups and know that you can't really change it in between rounds. So preparation is key. Research on your opponents is key. I hope Zeta Division 1 have been watching.
Yeah, they're going to have to, because Rising Sun Esports is play. And I think if there's an upset possibility,
Ruflo Harpayo,
and even the best in the world are not immune to that. There's still new strategies to be learned, new maps to be discovered. You know, it's a very different playing field. It's not something they're used to, and every single one of these teams is adjusting just as equally. So I think if there is a mode where the #1 team in theory should be winning, you know, this is one where an upset could happen. I think it makes a lot of sense. It's the newest to all these players, and no matter how good you are, you still have to learn the strategies. You still have to learn the mechanics of each map, and that's where practice really comes into play. Like you mentioned, you know, each draft's a little bit differently. The more times you can get repetition on maps like
come
this,
on, Zeta can win.
important thing.
Come on, Zeta can lose. ऐसा
Element of chaos that just
ठीक है भाई.
permeate every single knockout match is that when that gas starts to get close and everyone is bunched into a circle, you just get a flurry of behavior from both teams. Usually the team with stew at that point,
क्या चल रहा है? लो भाई, तुम दोनों की मैं मदद कर देता हूँ.
it's kind of impossible to hit because you start mashing super,
Zeta
and just, you know, pouring a lot of damage out, of course, with that primary fire. So some teams will just play for the end of the round, right? We saw teams struggle picking stew and having to deal with throwers early on in knockout rounds, but then later on their value changes drastically. So we'll be able to tell pretty quickly from the pick and ban whether these teams are playing for the early or for the late game. I hope you guys got your predictions in so far, because we'll still need you to help us vote for our MVP at the end of this series. But it's going to be Bell's Rock here, and the bans are just about to come in. It is a lead for Rising Sun Esports after
Mama Monkey ate my shoe.
All right, Fang, Byron.
Mama Monkey.
Those are the two I was looking for the most.
Picky.
Byron, good one. This is one that's very commonly picked by Zeta Division 1. Kenji doing a great job on the Byron earlier today, for example, on a map like Crystal Arcade, was very valuable there. And the Tick first pick comes in here, makes a lot of sense to me. Tick can be a very valuable option, and one that can just do some great job at chipping down brawlers, not necessarily coming in for the kills, but it's a lot harder to heal when you have a lot of area control coming in from Tick, and the elimination of Fang on the map just makes so much sense to me, especially seeing how dominant he has been tonight. I would want him gone too.
A very safe brawler picked here by Rising Sun. They don't want to tip their hand this early in the pick and ban. So Bell, very reasonable. Look, and honestly, so is Gene. Again, that sort of predicates action based around Magic Hand, and that's like an ever-present threat once that super is built up. Especially if it's carried from the first round into the second. You know, that's when you start to get a little bit scared about, like, you know, what a team can do with you just based around that one pick. So Zeta Division have like a safe and fairly good early round brawler in the Tick. I wonder how they sort of try and supplement this, whether it's going to be, you know, another sort of safe pick like Ruffs, or whether they try and, you know, think about a gap closer. Stu is still on the table, and yeah, Shitambo's going to pick that up here.
And I imagine he'll hold on to that brawler as well. Shitampo, very, very good on the stew. There's also some more
CTRL दवाना भूल
go for a long range
गए.
two like Piper. Could maybe try Pam as well, but I think Piper would be a good way to deal with the Bell. Maybe
control दवाना भूल. Control plus V.
Want to go with a more hunkered down composition, really just play out.
Zeta रूप्स लेगी. ऐसा क्या?
Good one here too. Is the time
नहीं लिया. Well done.
Go for a Spike. Very interesting. Now Spike's a great brawler, but I really don't see him too often. This is kind of the only knockout map that you could see Spike more frequently, but I think it's a very interesting choice. I really like Spike as a brawler. doesn't necessarily hard counter any of the ones that have been selected so far, and they're going to go with Sprout, which I think is going to be a great way to address that spike pick. So I'm very curious to see how these interactions transpire in our upcoming game. I really like the comp from both sides. There's obviously more range with Rising Sun Esports, but they do have the tick, they do have the spike on the side of Zeta Division 1. These are, it's not the most traditional team I've seen. Zeta Division 1 has some interesting choices, but I definitely think they could make it work.
Fairly opened up map until we get in towards the middle of it there. That's what those throwers are probably going to be a little bit harder to deal with. There's a good chance that neither of these teams really commits for anything meaningful until the end of the round. I mean, that's kind of evidenced by the speed zone here, which means that Shitampo is just going to be able to juke a little bit of this poke damage more effectively. But Aaron is very cheekily getting plenty of his own poke down there. Again, building towards that first magic hand, which is going to be the sort of signal for starting up a fight if there's going to be any commitment at all.
Magic Hand, honestly, connecting it, great, of course, but sometimes holding on to it is honestly the best thing to do to really gain some positioning, some area control as well. It's very threatening. You know, the other side understands the importance of that Gene Super, and when it's in the playing field, they know they have to back up. They have to be careful, because if they get grabbed, they're pretty much all but gone.
All right, well, Hochi pretty good at shrugging off a lot of like the pinwheel damage, but if he takes direct hits like that, he's going to be in trouble pretty quickly. Moyagoku, good connections, but Shitapo's gone down. It looks like there was an attempt at a commitment there. It doesn't quite pay off. Zeta Division 1 down a player. Pressure now onto Moyagoku, and this is Rising Sun Esports. A defiant stance here early in the round, and Kenji may as well just run into the clouds. He's
Yeah, I think this Sprout's going to be an excellent pick, and honestly, one I could argue that's just as good as Tick on this map. They're going to be playing that very well here. Also going to be a great counter into Spike. It's going to make it a lot more difficult for him to find any value. Shitempo, though, does now have a super, can advance forward, but immediately backed away. Aaron also has a pull of his own, too. Ryohi has a wall. This is getting very difficult. It looks like they've elected to switch Bell to this left-hand side because it is wide open. There's plenty of space to work with, and it's going to make things a little more difficult for the team of Zeta 1 to maneuver when they make connections like that. Wahochi getting a good one in there. Spike going down as well, and Kenji going to be the only one remaining here. A wall coming in, a pull.
GG's.
Looking up for Rising Sun Esports right now.
उसमें उनका घाटा अपना कुछ नहीं जाता.
You know, we've seen this time and time again, right?
ज़्यादा विन हो जाता तो फिर मजा ना आता. इसलिए हमारा नाम जाटा. वाह 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 वाह.
Right now it doesn't feel like they are. That was pretty scary stuff from Rising Sun, and their composition that looks so comfortable. Wahochi opened up so many opportunities in those last couple of rounds here, and already mid-control being heavily fought for. Kenji takes a hit and has to back up.
Ryohi very weak, though. They do get a trade there. Wahoshi on this left-hand side. Aaron in the mid. And the longer this plays out, it will get a little more difficult for brawlers like Kenji, who are on the squishier side of things. Not as much HP, but I will say Spike, heavy DPS dealer. Now getting a little aggressive here as well. Aaron going to be on this right-hand side trying to deal with that as Kenji just keeps landing these tags into Wahochi, who I think is going to get taken down here by a Tick Super. And now we're in a 2v1 scenario. Things could turn around here for Zeta Division 1. They could finally grab themselves a round and look a little up on themselves going into number 2.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense there that Rising Sun don't go for anything crazy in that round. They maybe want to try and build towards a super and hold on to it, but much better look here from Zeta Division 1. Wahochi not able to benefit from a more opened up map at the moment, right? The only way they can really open it up themselves is with Magic Hand. They actually need to hope that Zeta Division 1 do it themselves, and something tells me Shitampo is not going to be as likely to crack things open this time around. Good pressure on Kenji there. He's able to avoid most of that damage, but Shitampo just charges forward to his doom. Kenji's taken down, and oh dear, Rising Sun.
Good news for Rising Sun Esports too. They have a Gene Pool and a Sprout Wall ready to go to enter this round. Saitempo does have a super, helpful, but that wall can siphon them off. They have nowhere to go, but some good aggression coming in for Saitempo. Gonna move forward on the map, that wall being very pivotal to try and keep Ryohi alive a little longer.
As Sprout is gone, they are still having a good chance here. And GG's.
Situation now, a good takedown there. A pull coming in from Aaron. He gets the kill. It's gonna be a 2v1 here. Can he clutch it up? No. The Tick Mine's unavoidable there. And now
Final decider game
set.
for set 2.
I have no idea what Ryohei was doing in that round. I'm a little confused, obviously, running sort of towards the enemy tick. Maybe he thought he was the tick and he had last hurrah. He's like, oh, I'm just going to get some damage here and be done with it. But yeah, put himself in a pretty awkward position. I think, you know, walling himself off and leaving him very vulnerable to the enemy stew there. So maybe the nerves getting to him a little bit there. A stumble for Rising Sun Esports as they were trying to close out the second set. They've led Zeta Division back in.
One down.
Well, good news is, nice recovery. Tick going down early. Moyugaku gonna be very weak here too, forced to drop the life plant, and now another takedown on this right-hand side. He's gonna be all alone here. Some good connections onto Aaron, though. Does heal due to the life plant as well. Ryohei, though.
Oh, bhai.
Where is he to go? Now just spinning a very anxious emote coming out here, and now they just kind of...
Arre bhai, ye kya tha?
Ryohei does get that wall back. The super will be on his side going into round number 2.
Ye kya dekh liya?
Big difference maker as well. They let Aaron get the finishing blow on Moyugaku there, so that means Magic Hand is available. Now, last time,
Mori mori maiya, je ka dekh lao.
they got stopped. Put themselves in some...
The most important thing to do in the match is to
keeping Ryohei alive.
defeat that Sprout. That is so much annoying. That Sprout is annoying.
Quickly as possible, but good connections here from Moyugaku. And
Either just break those walls, simple as that.
but Aaron hasn't seen the opportunity, and he doesn't take down the head first for Ryohei.
And finally, Sprout is down.
Teammate are now in a 2v3.
Yeah, Sprout not going to be able to deal with things up close to him, and that tick head was charging at him way too fast. Even with one connection, may have not had a second one to go. Needed help from a teammate, and unfortunately, they just don't make that.
How the Stu is playing, bro?
All alone in this top right hand.
Not destroying a single wall,
Opportunity to heal up.
not charging super. What is going on there?
It's now going to be a 1-1 round 3 in
Oh, let's see who's gonna win this
map number
set.
Aaron
Sprout.
trying to make sure he doesn't
Defeat that Sprout, bro.
early Magic.
Sprout.
Rising Sun might look to try and catch Zeta Division by surprise. Ryohei needs to stay alive in this round, falling in some odd situations the last couple of times as Kenji's pressuring him out of mid. That's not the hedge they were looking for. Yes, it shuts off that left-hand side of the map, but they need to trap a player with it. So here's another one. Again, this gives Aaron a space. He's looking for a magic hand, so a safe way of getting up would be great. Sticking around is going to be thrown down and make it hard for Aaron to get close. That hedge is about to dissipate. Rising Sun trying to take some space, but Zeta Division weren't born yesterday, and they know exactly what Rising Sun are trying to do here, and Aaron needs to respect the spike damage.
Yeah, problem being now, though, Saitempo going to be isolated on this right-hand side. Kenji falling as well. Let's see if Aaron can help out this time. 594 HP to his name. Gets it done. Saitempo, though.
2-0.
Down. And what do you know? We've found ourselves in a 2-0 scenario. Aaron, excited, happy, but definitely...
Hi, I just subscribed. Okay, Roundy boy. Thank you so much for subscribing, bro. Welcome to the channel.
Division 1.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, they have to make it at this point, but they're bloody tired. It's been a pretty long run for them, and look, Rising Sun Esports have that momentum. Look, we said, we said the pick phase was pretty important here, and again, a little bit hard to play this spread at times. A lot of pressure for Ryohei in the mid, but all it takes is one hedge.
This time, that is two, which will be used by Saitempo. Bro, that was a total waste. Not a single kill, not a single wall break. I don't know why they want to save the walls, but not breaking the walls is actually not helping them. I don't know why they haven't break the wall.
Constant pressure.
Yeah, I think that was a very valuable pick for them, and honestly,
Zeta का over confidence late होगा उनको. Zeta will lose easily.
As much value out of it as
Let's see.
Hope for. I felt like a lot of the time Stu was kind of trapped.
Already new pin आएगा. वो तो next month आएगा, bro. नया pin.
Range of Bell and Gene.
इस month कुछ नहीं आएगा. Next month on April.
See here, Saitempo just kind of bobbing and weaving shots, doing his absolute best, marked by a Bell here, and now left all alone. Rising Sun Esports, I do think, had the better composition, though. We now see Ryohei with a DPS of 155 as a Sprout. That is unreal. 10 kills in knockout. Absolutely insane. Only 3 deaths as well? At 44% damage? This is a thrower we're talking about. This is not the heaviest hitter on the field.
Yeah, we were being quite, I mean, at least I was being fairly critical of Ryohei because he was being focused down, presumably, by Zeta Division on a couple of occasions there. But that is a pretty huge performance for, Sprout on a map that maybe doesn't necessarily favor this kind of pick. So that's very impressive. It's a big problem for Zeta Division to deal with now. If he's able to have so much success on a pick that is maybe disadvantaged in some scenarios, especially against the, a lot of the pressure that he was facing early in the round, it doesn't bode well for Zeta Division in this next map, because we're going to gem grab here. Crystal Arcade is going to be our map, and it is do or die for Zeta Division 1. They must win this set.
Yeah, and we've seen them play Crystal Arcade before as well. I think Fang and Ems are going to be a couple ones to look out for. Ems, very popular choice in this region, a good way to address several tanks, and of course, I wouldn't leave it up to chance. I'm probably taking out Fang, another one that they could rely on. They've relied on Stu before, as we saw in that last map. Saitempo, great Stu. One of the best in the entire world. That's a comfort brawler for them. And right now, they need anything they can get. It's time to pull out all the stops, maybe even bring in a Max here. Just anything that they can do to get a nice confidence boost, even just a set win, could make the difference and end this momentum that Rising Sun Esports has going into set number 3.
Zeta.
Shocked me to see a combination of,
Saitempo, WATCHPARTY and Tensai should have been in one team. Their synergy used to be so good.
Maybe not expecting to beat this.
I don't know what idea
Rising Sun Esports
or what ideology they are following right now, but don't know.
Crystal Arcade gonna be set number 3, and again,
Slow Harpa, yo.
cross section through the middle part of the map.
Whose side are you on?
Plenty of places to try.
RSC, okay, cool.
And again, you have to think Rising Sun don't want to let Zeta Division 1 get comfortable. That might just mean a Fang ban here. Just be done with it.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame him at all. Fang is a super powerful brawler. That super to chain onto enemies is really good, and it looks like both sides are thinking the same thing. They're not leaving it up to chance either, but that means there are plenty of options out there. So many to roll with. They elect to go with Colonel Ruffs for our first pick, and we've seen that several times tonight.
Very good. Colonel Ruffs is back. I like it.
I'm surprised they're so quick.
I like it.
There's the Ems I was looking for. I think this region really likes Ems on this map in particular, and Sandy for Saitempo is going.
Zata वालों ने गोबर कर दिया बने बनाए टीम का.
Definitely a comfort one that does really well on the lanes in Crystal Arcade.
And there is that.
लगता कुछ ज़्यादा पैसा मिल गया. फाइनल जीत के.
It's going to allow him to be that
तो
aggressive.
बोले अरे 2-3 बना लेंगे तो और ज़्यादा पैसा आएगा. और ज़्यादा पैसे कमाएंगे. 2 बनाएंगे टीम. उस 2 से मैं 4 टीम बनाऊंगा. 4 से फिर 8 टीम बनाऊंगा. 8 से फिर हमारी 16 टीम होंगी. फिर हम खुद का ही फाइनल करेंगे. हम ब्रॉल स्टार ही खरीद लेंगे. फिर हम ब्रॉल स्टार्स 2 बनाएंगे. फिर ब्रॉल स्टार्स 4 बनाएंगे. फिर मैं और ब्रॉल स्टार्स बनाऊंगा. फिर और टीम बनाऊंगा. मेरी टीम ही टीम होगी. ये सोच के उनने तोड़ दिए टीम.
The healing obviously sides with Zeta Division 1 here, and let's see if Kenji can get big sandbag value against a composition that can affect you behind them. Of course, Ems doesn't really care about those. I like these compositions. They both look really interesting, and again, it's gonna be Tempo having to step up.
Decider set
in this grand final.
Whoever gonna win the set will move on further.
Zeta Division 1 is built of in 2022. This is do or die. This is about as tough as a situation as it gets. Rising Sun Esports has proven they are formidable foes. They're going to have to come out here 3 straight sets, but let's just start by trying to take set number 3 on Crystal Arcade.
This is a great start here for Zeta Division 1. To be honest with you, now with the damage increase and the extra utility of supply drop, you almost rather have, you definitely rather have a Colonel Ruffs than a Rico playing this side lane, as you would often see on a map like this. And now Moya Goku's opened the map up. Look at this. Has to be a lane switch here. I think Aaron's going to come through at least to try and help out Wahochi, who's completely outmatched and outranged, unless he can do this. Take advantage of the bushes that remain and force Moya Goku away. But Kenji is the one with all the gems. He's blinged out.
Kenji has played Byron several times tonight and in Gym Grab even, and has proven time and time again to be a very reliable source of healing and damage. A great blend of those, and that's exactly what Byron is meant to do right now. A 9-0 lead about to happen when this gym pops up. They're already almost 1 away from a countdown, and this is looking really, really good from Z1. This is completely different than what we've seen the last 2. It's been fairly matched, but right now, Saitempo with a super as well. They can drop that at any given moment, and they're about to go hidden for the last final 10 seconds.
Yeah, frustrating, of course, which means that Aaron can't sneak up and get into a good position to make use of that magic hand. This is one side. I don't think I've seen any brawl or eliminations on the side of Rise.
GG's well played.
One here.
इस मैप में रूप्स बढ़िया है. अरे
Reverse sweep this whole darn series.
Silver Sandy is so ugly.
But hey, they look composed at the very least here in this first round. And oh dear, sometimes the closer you get to your goal, Kenny, the more nervous you do get about maybe messing things up.
Well, they didn't show it there. I mean, immediately they're sending 2 brawlers to deal with Shy Tempo, and I don't blame them. I mean, they won each of their lanes right off the bat. This is going to allow Kenji a little extra space.
Oh, GG's.
Hoshi here, and I think that double-sided right-hand lane is going to backfire on them a little bit. They don't manage to find a kill at all, and if anything, they just lost a player there. Nice connection there with the booster shots as well. Going to do a little less healing, a little less damage, but of course has a much wider range and sends 3 of those shots instead of 1.
Alright, come on, take those. Take those, James.
Hoshi taking a lot of poke damage, getting absolutely smashed by this Colonel Ruffs in most cases. Supply drop there for Kenji by the looks of things. Just to make sure the healing's a little bit more potent. Chitampo here, of course, using the in-bush shield speed boost there just to ruin folks as he rolls up on Wahochi there, who had friend zoner. Chitampo's just going to throw down that sandstorm and make it impossible for Wahochi to really heal himself up during this time. That is nasty. It is one-sided. This will be a very quick set and a very quick response from Zeta Division 1.
Aaron even threw up a pull there, and I think that was just purely out of frustration. I mean, Crystal Arcade has all been in Zeta 1's favor, and I really don't feel like the compositional difference was so high to the point where it should be this dominant. I think this is just
GG's.
showing what they're made of. They're not willing to go home quite yet. Here's Kenji, all business.
Can Zeta do come back?
Smiles.
Yes, obviously.
I think looking forward to the next one, hand on the face, showing signs of a little nerves kicking in, and I don't blame him. I mean, Rising Sun Esports has certainly provided a challenge, and honestly, it was super shocking to me that set number 3 was maybe the widest margin we've seen out of any match tonight.
Yeah, this is how you break serve, so to speak, in Brawl.
पहली बार लगा कि ये Zeta खेल रही है, वरना बस 2 मैच में Zeta खेल रही थी.
Look, these map types are probably a bit more.
तो इतने जम से बुलाओगे Zeta, तो भाई Zeta ही निकल जाएगा ना. Tata थोड़ी बाहर निकल जाएगा.
Really self-sufficient brawlers like Colonel Ruffs, and they've demonstrated they want to go there if they, can. I mean, very one-sided matchup if you have Ruffs versus Ems in that side lane, especially if you're breaking the cover that Ems would otherwise use to try and get close here. So Zeta Division have a very defined game plan here on this map, and I mean, Kenji didn't have to do a whole lot.
Oh भाई 312 का DPS.
Colonel Ruffs, that damage boost.
My word.
Then died 0 times. Wow.
Most dominant matchup we've seen all night.
48% team damage.
DPS is out of this world. Also, didn't die 1 time, 7 kills, 48% team damage dealt. I mean, Muyugaku, a great pickup for this squad. I mean, look what they've done for the side of Saitempo and Kenji. It's incredible. 312, an insane number, no deaths. Just doing everything you could possibly do to have a perfect match, and that's exactly what we saw there on Crystal Arcade. Rising Sun is definitely going to need to regroup here if they're gonna want to deal with this. I mean, it's 1-2, and like we said, you can't count either of these teams out, especially Zeta Division has 2 world champions. They've been in very tough situations before, and for the first monthly final of the year, they want 100 points. They want another shot at that world finals, and getting a month number 1 victory is a huge deal for either of these teams and can really help pave the way towards a golden ticket.
रूप की इज्जत वापस आ गई, लेकिन मुझे अभी पसंद नहीं है.
For winning these monthly finals.
Dry season. Oh भाई. इसमें भी अगर कोई कर्नल रूप्स लेगा तो भाई वो महान आदमी को हम प्रणाम करना चाहेंगे जो इस मैप में भी कर्नल रूप्स लेना चाहेगा तो.
A little bit of cover for sharpshooters to play around. So Belle obviously frustrating because she's so safe on this map, and I mean if you're behind in stars and you walk into a nest egg, you're throwing your tablet out the window. It's Tilt City. So we'll see Gene picked up first for Zeta Division 1.
मनु वोट करना भूल गया है क्या?
Secure that lead.
Third ID में comeback season. पक्का लेगा रूप्स Genie and Tick.
Going to have a tough time at dealing with
Colonel Ruffs चलो दूसरी टीम ने ले लिया.
Picks number 4 and 5.
दूसरी टीम ने ले लिया भाई. Rising Sun Esports ने ले लिया है Colonel Ruffs.
Long-term brawlers that have had great success here. Bell, of course, being off the table as well. You want to grab that long range while you can. And those are definitely going to be a couple options you could roll with. An aggressive brawler like Leon, of course, a choice here too.
The fact that obviously you have that mobility could be really important as we get towards those frantic final moments in the round. If Rising Sun Esports find themselves behind, they really want to get that Stu into high gear and make sure he's able to run in and do some serious work. Also, you know, it's less likely you're going to deal with too many throwers, maybe a tick, you know, here and there. But speed zone is hard to, excuse me,
हम इन players को प्रणाम करना चाहेंगे.
That gem lead and you have to throw a speed zone down. Pretty comfortable.
200 साल का मौन रखना चाहेंगे जो कर्नल को इतनी इज्जत इनने प्रदान की.
As long as you don't give up too much space. The Byron here,
इनके लिए
pretty safe pick. That means
एक हम मूर्ति बनवाएंगे कर्नल रूफ्स की और उसका उद्घाटन हम खुद कर्नल रूफ से ही करवाएंगे.
And that can be a scary one here too. We finally get to see
Rising Star
expected to see more
because of
time to choose that. If they elect to go with the long range brawler on the side with Rising Sun Esports,
भाई लॉन्ग रेंज में कोई लेना ही नहीं चाह रहा भाई. ये बाउंटी का मतलब क्या होता है? लॉन्ग रेंज अगर इतना खुला हुआ मैप है, इतना ओपन मैप है, so why not long range मैप?
It's going to be a little difficult to hand those shots over when you've got a Max that's running.
Finally, they have chosen the Piper.
I think it's a great choice for this map, but it can be a little difficult to deal with a Gene and a Max as a Piper.
Yeah, look, I mean, if we have breakthrough here, then Piper won't have to do this, but we often see the strategy of Pipers. If you ever get ahead, if you ever get an early kill, move up and use that super on one of these sort of rectangular blocks here. Knock out any of the cover that the defensive team will otherwise have. And that's when Piper really goes to another level. She sits in the bush, she plays at her maximum range. If she has a star lead, and if she doesn't, she's just able to put on a lot of good pressure. Another good pick here, but Zeta Division 1 are safe, safe, safe. This is such a low maintenance composition they're running. And oh, yep, there'll be a bit of this early in the round as Hochi scoops up the blue star.
Oh, GG's, right.
Another nice kill coming in there for Tempo too. Off to a hot start here, 4-1 for what longtime Brawl Stars players might not recognize as a traditional comp, but all of these brawlers have been utilized in the East Asia region a lot. I think this is honestly a pretty solid composition from Z1 here, and clearly it's paying off so far as they have a nice 4-1 lead with about 30 seconds into the match.
So see the speed zone
here. भाई कितने टाइम से स्ट्रीम कर रहे?
Nearly as much as aggressive.
ये वाली स्ट्रीम पूछ रहे हो या ओवरऑल पूछ रहे हो? पूरा चैनल में कितने टाइम से स्ट्रीम कर रहे हो? ये वाली स्ट्रीम तो कितना टाइम हो गया? 5 घंटे 5 मिनट हो गए. 5 or 5 minutes done. अगर ये स्ट्रीम भी पूछ रहे हो तो.
Yeah, I think the composition of Z1 can kind of be used offensively and defensively. They've got the heals of a Gene with the magic puffs. They've got Byron, who is a natural healer. And on offense, they've got the max speed in their utility kit. They can push forward, get really aggressive. So I think they've got options here. If they need to push back, they've got that 4-1 lead. They can kind of hunker down a little bit. They can play it defensively, hide behind these walls, and make it really difficult for brawlers like Ruffs and Piper to land shots.
Crucial that your safest brawler has the blue star here as well. So if Rising Sun look to try and get an advantage, remember, if they get elimination on Moegoku, it's not enough to put them in the lead because Chitampo will be holding that blue star still. This is a pretty rough situation for Rising Sun Esports.
It's not Twitch, that command won't work here.
Engage available to Zeta Division 1 and the magic hand to punish any.
Actually, we can make that command here also, but थोड़ी सी settings करनी पड़ेगी.
Here's another speed zone. They're looking for an.
अरे यार, what a waste of that Gene's pull.
Speed if they want, they're going to elect to do so here. Kenji with the booster shots, now making some connections as well. A takedown there. Shai Tempo won't even need to finish this if he chooses not to. In every
GG's.
There in the final moments.
One more win needed to make a comeback.
One thing is we might have ourselves a reverse sweep if they take this next game on our hands.
It's on the cards. I mean, if you don't win that first fight with the composition that Rising Sun have, you're in deep trouble. And you saw just how hard it was to catch someone like Chitampo or Moegoku. Even though his magic hand went for a sandbag, by the way, they didn't need that Gene Super to do to make a big difference. So this is the difference maker, right? Rising Sun Esports, they go up close, they get the blue star out, and they're alive, and they've not given any stars over. This is best case scenario so far.
Yeah, it looks like they're electing to go with a more defensive strategy here. They're going to hold on to that blue star, and Colonel Ruffs, a great option to have that. Stu, a very aggressive brawler, and Colonel Ruffs does have a little more HP than the Piper, so I think that's going to be a good option here and a great person to hold on to that blue star. As now Shai Tempo can be looking to advance forward. They've already gotten some great aggression coming in here to try and get to this enemy side. Additionally, the nice passive healing coming in for Ruffs onto the teammates does help out a ton here. That's going to be a tried and true kind of strategy here for this map, typically paired with more stagnant brawlers, ones like Tick who don't move a lot, or Piper. It can be useful too, just to beef her up a little bit. But right here, electing to go with the Stew. And
भाई ये fight vertical से horizontal क्यों चलने लगी है?
Over 5,000 to right now.
वर्टिकल चल रही थी फाइट, अभी हॉरिजॉन्टल फाइट का है चलने लगी है.
He gets a little bit too close. Here's that advantage that Rising Sun can now snowball because of what they did early on in the round. It's a trade there for Kenji. Still puts Rising Sun in the lead as Wahoshi has that blue star. Moyagoku needs to find
30 seconds remaining.
But Aaron is threatened.
They need a comeback. Come on, Gene Pool.
They may not have that blue star on their side, but if they do find a kill onto Aaron, it will be enough to give them a small lead here. 25 seconds to go. Sandbags being placed down. This is going to be a good way to shield them. It's going to force Z1 to reposition here, but the pinch is moving.
15 seconds remaining.
Seconds remaining. Can they get it off? No, the takedown there, but a trade coming in 4 to 7. It's going to be a 2v2 scenario with the respawn of Wahoshi, though. He will be able to play a little bit of defense here. They're going to need to find very particular kills here. Trying
this round is gone.
They don't manage to do so. A final takedown there secures the deal, and now we have ourselves a match point.
Yeah, match point.
I see just how important that sort of first star is, right? And you can see how doggedly both teams are fighting over it now. That's pretty big. I mean, now you put the pressure back on to Zeta Division. It's like a vice. It's crushing. They have to get this star early. Spooky Ghosts even use, or Vengeful Spirits. I like Spooky Ghosts better. Straight off the rip there from Moyagoku, but doesn't really contribute much to the damage pile. And Wahoshi gets out with the blue star as well. Moyagoku overextends, and this could be dangerous now for Zeta Division 1. Their hopes could be going up in smoke if they're not careful.
Saitempo in a very delicate situation, stays alive for a little bit, finds a trade, but that's still going to lead to a 1-star deficit here. After all that effort, it's the same result, a blue star in favor of Rising Sun Esports. They still have plenty of time to recover, but right now, Rising Sun, of course, going to be in a much better position. Aaron even branching out on this right-hand side, going to be trying to find some connection. Saitempo going to be moving forward as well. Wahoshi dropping the sandbags to shield himself from the onslaught of Saitempo. And this is going to be a good start here. 594 HP. Can they finish the job? A dash into the wall, unfortunately, will not be enough. And Kenji going to be looking to heal Saitempo somehow. Still staying alive in all of this. A 1-star deficit still remaining. And Saitempo just refuses to leave their spawn. This is going to be a tough situation. Can they get the blue star lead? No, they don't quite find the connection. It's a super finally landing though, and now a 7-6 lead. The 1-star advantage now on the side of Zeta Division 1.
Magic Hand not connecting. It actually catches the speed zone there from Ryohei, so no super available for Gene.
30 seconds remaining. They are still having one.
Secure the win there, but it doesn't work out, so it's all on the table. With 30 seconds left in the round, Rising Sun gonna group up, and then they've got to go for it. Aaron, I mean, Popper not really going to do too much for him.
20 seconds remaining.
Consecutive connections, but the healing is pretty good for anyone standing near Moyagoku, who has 6,000 HP. It's now or never for Rising Sun.
If they play their cards right, this could be the final moments of our East Asian League Finals. They're going to be advancing forward. Saitempo getting aggressive. Doing a super connecting on Ryohei. He doesn't quite go down yet. 92 HP, still somehow alive. The super being popped though, and they
closed one. Closest. And with that, we are on to the final round.
There is Kenji,
and you can say final set. RSC is on another level today.
They were fighting for their tournament lives in the final moments. They did exactly what they needed to do though. They got the kills necessary. They backed up, held down the line, and now they have forced Super Beach in a set number 5.
I mean, no other way this could go, really. Based on the way it's gone so far.
We are down to the final round.
Zeta Division 1 are hoping to add just an extra 1 to that tally. Again, you can see this time Zeta Division 1 deal with not getting that star at first, right?
And Karnarook's always being OP.
Stand very deeply for it. Normally it's, you know, more
thank you बोलो सब लोग Karnarook's को.
Forward, but we actually
उन्हें RSC को जितवा दिया.
Sort of
thank you बोलो सब. Thank you Karnarook's. You are the best.
Star lead and get out there. This is edge of your seat kind of stuff. Real hair-raising action from two teams that are pretty evenly matched. So, I mean, my appetite has been whet for this last map.
ब्रो एग्जॉस्ट नहीं हुए आप?
I mean, I can't ask for much
एग्जॉस्ट क्यों होंगे भाई?
from any region, and East Asia is certainly proving they have.
मैंने वैसे इससे लंबी लंबी स्ट्रीम भी करी है लेकिन मजा आना चाहिए, बस ये एक ही शर्त है, मजे आने चाहिए.
Definitely done a good job. Rising Sun Esports, of course, making out of a tough bracket, but Zeta Division 1 has had to really climb to get here. Now coming in, we see
Like
stats 28.
Assassin's Creed Valhalla ऐसा गेम था जिसको मैंने भाई 6-6 घंटे 7-7 घंटे लगातार स्ट्रीम करी है जिसकी,
Several times tonight, just providing
तो जिसको खेलने में मजा आता था.
gameplay.
गॉड ऑफ वॉर भाई वो भी 4-4 घंटे 5-5 घंटे की स्ट्रीम रही है.
Connection to secure the blue star. And that's what put his team in a position to be able to play backwards, play safe, and ultimately take the round there. So very clutch play from Byron, who's normally expected to just fulfill a self-sufficient supporting role. You can make plays with that super, and Kenji really showed how you can sort of balance between that aggression and, of course, spending time healing your teammates. Brawl Ball, pretty chaotic mode to sort of have this series end on again. We've seen some of these rounds.
लॉन्गेस्ट स्ट्रीम कितने आवर्स थी?
Not sure what to expect from this one.
याद नहीं है सर, लेकिन हाँ 5 घंटे के ऊपर रही है, काफी सारी स्ट्रीम है 5 घंटे के ऊपर की. तो
Pivotal brawlers come out in that
आई थिंक 6-6.5 घंटे होंगे
your game plan is for as long as
या 7 भी हो सकते हैं, याद नहीं है, लेकिन हाँ अगर होगी तो Assassin's Creed Valhalla की होगी सबसे longest stream.
To me, nothing screams safer from this region than picks like Sandy and Ems. Those are a couple I'm definitely anticipating here. Some very overall good brawlers, maybe Tara in there as well. But those don't have too many hard counters. Very comfortable choices. And Stu, another one these guys are comfortable with. A little risky since it does involve some more counter plays, but I'm kind of with you. You really got to nail the draft here. We'll see what the bans come in as in just a moment. I'm expecting a Fang ban, at least from one of these teams here. I know I would not be wanting to deal with it. Again, Max could be somebody we see here as well, just because it's a comfort brawler, but also the Max combos on Super Stadium are long-term.
जहाँ जिसका कॉम्ब अच्छा वो जीतेगा.
Max, Sandy, or Ems, or Atara. It's going to be some pretty good composition. Spike screams safe to me here too. Great choice in the lane. Excellent brawler overall right now. I mean, there are a lot of good options that don't really
अच्छी टक्कर दी है RSC ने वैसे.
to be countered, but are just really solid overall brawlers and ones that I believe these
देखते हैं,
be very,
टक्कर तो अच्छी दी है, लेकिन कितने अच्छे से वो आगे टकरा पाते हैं 20 वाले मैच में वो डिपेंड करेगा.
Again, probably
Let's see.
a little bit further.
It totally depends
A
कि
little bit here as well. Why not build
कर्नल रूफ्स किसके साइड में जाता है.
fight the match?
It totally depends on Colonel Roofs. He's a star player.
You know, to give us opportunities to try and go for longer range play, and yeah, the fact, right? Both teams sort of banning it out. So much so that, you know, we have both teams ban that same brawler. Kind of means that we only have one brawler band overall, which means more powerful.
हेलो TNT OP, ये क्या टाइम पास कर रहे हो? अरे भाई यही टाइम पास है और क्या है? यहाँ पक्का जीतेगी जीटा. Papita, give me some Zeta.
Around until we see a mistake forced from one of these teams, that's when teams tend to go aggressive. So it will come down to the team who is least likely to make one of those errors in positioning and get caught out.
I'm also going to throw this out there too. I've said it time and time again, but it's a great brawler right now. Gale is somebody that could cause a lot of trouble here. I've seen it before, and they even end up banning Spike, so that's a very safe option, and we're starting to see this is a scary, scary combo. We see Kenji picking a Max, Saitempo picking a Sandy, and we see the Gale. All the brawlers we expect to see are going to be clashing here. Last time, though, we did see Zeta Division 1 running the Gale, and it worked so well. We've seen it multiple times. What will be the final brawler they elect to choose? It's going to
No, no one has taken the Colonel Roofs.
Found out this is a draft just because it's so surprising all three of these brawlers ended up on the side of Zeta Division 1. And it looks like Rising Sun Esports going to be going
Colonel Roofs नहीं लिया भाई.
a comfort brawler in Stu, Daryl being a tankier choice.
Sandy ना बैन करते बहुत बड़ी गलती
Gonna be really good as
की RSC ने. ऐसा नहीं है bro.
counter any of these three brawlers on the side of Zeta Division 1, but 1.5 second stun duration. It can lead to
पता है क्यों? क्योंकि Gale with
is a great utility as well.
blistering वाला भाई बैंड बजा देगा.
Of Zeta Division 1 to maneuver. I can't wait to see it all unfold. I can't believe our grand finals coming down to a final 5th set.
You feel the suspense here as we go.
GG's.
Position in the middle part of the map, but that's the mistake that gets forced ultimately. Kenji barely takes a lick of damage in the middle part of the map here, and Twist is going to be used by Moyogoku to make it harder for Mohochi to push back.
Oh, भाई साहब,
Super stun, and
क्या use है gadget का भाई साहब, मजा आ गया देख के. Wow.
I'm not in love with the Daryl choice here. I think that was one that was really interesting, especially considering brawlers like Ims were on the board. So that's going to be a tough one for me. I love Gale pick here, of course. Stu, a comfort brawler, but this is just a very reliable composition from Zeta Division 1. They're going back to the basics. Even though it's a new format, it's a new year, they're going with what they know works. They've done it before. They've used it at Worlds. They've used it in previous monthlies. And it still works to this day. I think overall this is just a solid composition. I really like what Zeta 1 is doing in the pre-draft phases and on the field right now.
Come on, goal, 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 goal. Ah, GG's.
Tempo just walks it on in all that
Wow.
scary stuff here now. Rising Sun might have realized.
देखा बोला ना, Sandy is very OP here.
Pretty
Choke
impressive,
points बहुत हैं इस map में.
First goal. I don't even know
ऐसा.
what happened there. But
Sandy thrives here.
Yep, could be moments away. They're going to need to take 2 straight games now, and that is a tall task when going against Zeta Division 1. Now Aaron going to be charging forward, stunned immediately, though. Put to sleep with the sweet dreams there. Kenji has
nice.
So he doesn't have a shot. Moyogoku is going to pick this up past to side tempo, and there will be an opportunity here and a quick goal. This has been all
one goal away.
1 goal away from
अरे ये तो मेरी लाइन बोल रहा है यार. मैंने बोला 1 goal away, तो वो भी 1 goal away बोल रहे. शर्म नहीं आती.
Stunt from Moyogoku with sweet dreams that set up that first goal. I thought it was Gale, but of course he's on the other side. That's how insane this guy is. Aaron trying to control space on the left-hand side, and oh, that's a risk that is not going to pay off. This looks like it might be the last hurrah for Rising Sun Esports. They're getting pushed back towards their goal now. It's 1-0. Kenji very, very low. Moyogoku can't quite get the elimination there in a sleep, not connecting. Ryohei Dangerous is able to pick off the Sandy as they encroach towards the goal, and Rising Sun Esports are just trying to take some space now.
This is excellent defense from Gale, really showing what his kit is made of. That twister, they can't move through it. You can't get the pass off, and they just couldn't grab the ball. It was quite literally impossible for a moment there, so it does buy them a little time. This is still scary, though. There's really been no aggression from the side of Rising Sun Esports. I don't think they've crossed the halfway mark of the field, and now side tempo going to be sped up here. Aaron going to be left to defend the pushback.
Oh,
Well, 3v1 here, and that is going to
with that,
a nice little spin.
Zeta Division won the final.
The goal, Kenji celebrating by far the most emotion we've seen. Peace signs being thrown up and big smiles everywhere. Well deserved in them as well. They absolutely had to fight through several incredible teams to get to where they are now.
Yay, hello Windrom play from 2-0 to 3-2.
Absolutely ecstatic.
Yes,
there as well.
Windrom play, hello bro, what's up?
It was very crucial. Nothing like having a stuffed animal read out your draft to you.
What a comeback.
First couple of sets, but oh man,
एक बार लिख दो भाई, Zeta Division OP
not even
और Z1 OP short में अगर लिखना है तो.
Shaky, you know what I mean? If this has taught me anything, Kenny, is that this region is way deeper than we gave it credit for initially here. And we kind of joke, we kind of say, oh, it's anyone's game, you know, who knows what could happen, you know, when the rounds actually start going. But I mean, we have like 4 teams that could quite easily have been the monthly champions for March, but it will be Zeta Division 1 to take the honors this time.
Kind of crazy to think, but Zeta Division 1, I believe, came down to a final set in every single one of them. I mean, they made it an absolutely long road here. They kept it very entertaining for us, and I wouldn't say it unless I
I think Zeta do prank on Rising Stars.
That I really saw realistic
Rising Stars.
this month, and that was our first quarterfinal match, Zeta Division 1 versus 0.
I think yeah.
I think this is a
I
region
told you guys. Z1 OP.
There's more than just 2 teams that are really good here. Last year it was Queen Nai and Zeta Division with an overwhelming amount of points, but right now they're really displaying that the talent is dispersed all across this region. A lot of 3-2s here tonight, a lot of 2-1s, and man, I just can't wait to see what this region can do in future months.
Yeah, I mean, teams like Kuru, Crazy Lagoon, obviously that Queen Nai roster. We've had a consolidation of like the best players on all of those disparate teams last year to make like 4 insane rosters here, obviously with some new faces. So That's pretty crazy. It bolsters the strength of this region by a considerable margin. I mean, here, this is pretty insane. Kenji really held it down on this map. I got a feeling he's definitely going to be taking MVP away just because of how...
MVP is always Colonel Roofs. No one other than Colonel Roofs is a MVP. Colonel Roofs is a MVP. He was a decider factor of the whole game.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think Kenji has been a great player here tonight overall on several different aspects. He's played mid a ton tonight as the Byron. In other modes, he's been reliable.
चलो legendary RM pizza party देगा हम सबको जीवन के जीतने की खुशी में.
The real star player here to do.
Yeah, लाओ तो दो. हम तो वेट ही कर रहे हैं. चलो guys, do make sure to drop a like, subscribe if you're new here, and I guess this is the end of this stream, and we'll see you guys directly tomorrow. However, another tournament is gonna be happening in about how much, 2 hours, I guess.
Just astounding.
But most probably I will not be streaming that thing, but internet is good, we will be doing half of the tournament stream.
So we had another reverse.
So till we meet again, boy, तुसी जा रहे हो? Yes, 80 ते जा रहे हैं.
Yeah, this region is absolutely
RC lows, but I still got the pin. Nice.
Because we don't just have one crazy roster here.
चलो 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 जाते हैं. Chalo guys, this was it for this stream. So till we meet again, bye bye, take care and enjoy yourself. Peace out guys, have a good one. See you once again later on. Bye.
And I ain't stopping, no I ain't stopping, homie regardless, And I ain't stopping, no I ain't stopping, I'm just getting started, let's go. My skin is pale, but I'm a black sheep, riding through the city, Satan in the backseat. Hey yo, that's me, I run it like a track meet, a rap fiend, I set the bar high like an athlete. Step in the booth and Zach gon' drop that 808, cause the vibe is dope and the beat is cracking, now it's getting laced. I'm sharp as a razor blade, I can blow your mind like JFK. I do what I want, you ain't gonna box me in like David Blaine. We get it poppin', homie, day and night. Got the party jumping, about to break the ice. Stay up on my grind, that's my way of life. I got tunnel vision, I'ma chase that ray of light.